Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened the interface of Delight and took a look. Delight member card. Grade, 9-star divine grade. Member level, V2. Growth value, 5,080. Member rights. You can receive 10,000 gold coins a day. Other function. The volume of the storage space has increased by 5 times. PS. For every 10,000 gold coins spent, you can obtain 1 growth value. When the growth value reaches 20,000, you can advance to V3 and receive a VIP 3 gift bag. After reaching V2, other than receiving 10,000 gold coins a day, the storage space has also become larger. This function was quite good. As Zhou Han became stronger, he would definitely have more and more supplies in the future. 5 times the storage space would definitely come in handy. Receive the VIP 2 gift bag first. Zhou Han chanted. You have successfully received the V2 gift bag. Do you want to open it immediately? Don't open it first. Enhance it directly. 10 white lights flashed, and the relevant description of the gift bag appeared. Delight VIP 2 gift bag plus 10. Description. If you don't charge, will you become stronger? Description. After opening, you will randomly obtain 20 items. What quality you can obtain depends on luck. A one-time item that will be automatically destroyed after use. This gift bag was worth more gold coins than the previous VIP 1 gift bag. At least, there were more items dropped, reaching 20. At the moment, this was in effect only after enhancement. Now open the gift bag. System prompt. You have opened the Delight VIP 2 gift bag. You have obtained 1,000,000 gold coins. You have obtained 200,000 soul crystals. You have obtained 50,000 soul crystals. You have obtained 2 divine grade weapons. You have obtained 11 teleportation talismans. Soon, all 20 items dropped. They were basically gold coins, soul crystals, and some time-limited items. However, among the many items, one shone with a strange light. It was as dreamy as the starry sky and filled with mystery. Is this fashion? I'm really lucky. Fashion dropped. Zhou Han was still very familiar with this item. After all, he had the Tyrant's Fury on him. Previously, it had also been opened in a VIP 1 gift bag. Although it was limited, the time limit was greatly extended after enhancement. Therefore, when this familiar light flickered, Zhou Han recognized this item. It was undoubtedly fashion. Huh, it's actually permanent. I've really made a killing this time. After checking, Zhou Han smiled happily. This time, not only did he gather the Black Dragon King set, but he also obtained top-grade fashion. His luck during this period of time was simply unparalleled. Ever since he used the Heavenly Fate pill, Zhou Han realized that his luck had become much better than before. He did not know if it was a side effect. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement, and successfully enhanced the fashion, Space-Time Illusion 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check the attributes. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han looked over. Space-Time Illusion plus 10. Type, top-grade fashion. Description, contains the power of space and time. A mysterious and profound luster circulates on the fashion, making one unconsciously fall into the vastness of the universe. Basic effect. In combat, your attack power will increase by 100%. Moreover, your experience points will automatically increase by 10% every day. Special effect. Star transformation. The power of the stars fuses into the body and feels the endless mysteries of the universe. With the enhancement of the power of the stars, you can use long-range teleportation that is no more than a light year away. Cooldown, 3 hours. Description, bound item. Cannot be traded. How handsome. This fashion is not only flashy. I didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. It actually has the function of teleportation. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile. He could ignore attack power, experience points, and so on. However, the teleportation effect was still very powerful and was what Zhou Han valued the most. This teleportation effect was much better than a teleportation talisman. The enhanced teleportation talisman could only teleport 10,000 miles. The effect of this star transformation could actually reach a light year. It was simply terrifying. They were not on the same level. This was true spatial teleportation. After changing the fashion of the space-time illusion, Zhou Han felt relaxed. The power of the stars was indeed mysterious, opening a new door for him. His comprehension of space had deepened a lot. However, the power of this space was very hazy. If he wanted to completely comprehend it, he still needed an opportunity. Take it slow. There will be a chance in the future. Zhou Han took a deep breath. The power of space was too illusory and required a certain accumulation. It was still lacking now. After gaining his thoughts, Zhou Han changed into the Black Dragon King necklace. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully gathered the 3-piece Black Dragon King set. You have successfully obtained all the power of the Black Dragon King. With a notification, the night sky surged with the power of darkness. An extremely powerful fluctuation shook the sky. It was as if an incomparably powerful existence had descended, bringing extreme pressure. In the darkness, a huge dragon shadow appeared. Its 1,000-foot-long body covered the sky, turning the originally quiet night sky into darkness. It was after the Black Dragon King set was fused that he summoned the dragon soul of the Black Dragon King. As long as he wore the enhanced Black Dragon King set, he could obtain all the power of the Black Dragon King. As expected, after the Black Dragon King dragon soul churned in the night sky for a while, it turned into a ghostly light and entered Zhou Han's arm. A powerful force swept through his entire body, and Zhou Han felt a huge increase. On his 2 arms were the Storm Dragon King and the Black Dragon King. This feeling was very comfortable, and there was the thrill of having his strength conquered. Then, Zhou Han checked. After becoming a set, the increase in all attributes was indeed very exaggerated. The passive effects and active skills were also much stronger. Unique passive, Dragon King Body, a powerful body that brings huge defensive methods. When your HP is below 50%, you will be invincible for a minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Unique active, Black Dragon Heaven Extermination Wave, active skill. After using it, 99 Black Dragon Phantoms will be summoned. Each Black Dragon will spit out a powerful dark ray that will cause destruction to the target. Cooldown 1 hour. Unique active, Great Dark Sky, active skill. The Black Dragon King uses extreme dark energy to deal a crazy blow to all enemy targets within 1,000 meters. Whether it was the passive effect or the active effect, they had all been enhanced. He had also awakened a large-scale damage skill. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. At this point, his gains from this trip to the 10,000 Dragon Ruins were simply heaven-defying. His combat strength had soared crazily. Now, other than facing a true sovereign-grade expert, Zhou Han was not afraid at all. Then, Zhou Han opened the skill panel and checked the skills. Now that there were more skills available, it was necessary to fuse some skills whose output could not keep up. Otherwise, Zhou Han, who had OCD, would feel uncomfortable looking at it. Sword skills: Evil Light, Ghost God Slash, Thunder Sword Formation, Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return, Invisible Sword Intent, Army Breaking Rising Dragon Strike. Blood Aura skills: Golden Bell Shield, True Dragon's Fury, Sky Dust Tyrant Blood, Soul Devouring Hand, Demon Prison Blood Slaying. Wind attribute skills: Wind Chasing Thunder, Flowing Wind Technique, Dragon Shocking Wind. Fire attribute skills: Wild Flame Barrier, 3000 Burning Sword, Heavenly Might, Grand Fireball, Fire Devouring the 9 Heavens. Soul skills: Dark Soul Blood Claw, Shadow Assault Slash, Immortal Soul, Ghost Shadow Clone. Other types: Reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, Heavenly Dragon Escape Technique, Skill Combination, Equipment Combination. Then, Zhou Han directly fused the Evil Light Ghost God Slash, the Thunder Sword Formation, and the Army Breaking Rising Dragon Strike. These were 3 skills. Their output was already very limited. He also had the skill book dropped from killing a supreme grade expert. He could fuse it. System prompt: Congratulations on successfully fusing. A new skill, Sword Dao, Proud 9 Heavens, has been generated. The attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check. After enhancing it 10 times, Zhou Han checked. With the accumulation of many skills and fusion, the quality of this Sword Dao, Proud 9 Heavens, had already reached the 3-star supreme grade. The damage of the sword aura was even more shocking. Sword Dao, Proud 9 Heavens plus 10. Grade: 3-star supreme. Type: damage skill. Description: with a smile, wind and lightning shake. The sea is cold in anger. With one hand, You can break the sky and dance in the sky. The sword Tao is like a long night. My heart is like iron that will never be destroyed. The jade cloud dances like the wind and clouds in proud 9 heavens. Effect: activate 9 violent sword auras. Each sword aura can cause 100 times the sword aura damage to all enemy units within a 500-meter radius. At the same time, the deeper your understanding of the sword Tao, the higher the additional damage. Very good. Another powerful attack method. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. 1 sword aura could deal 100 times the damage, and 9 sword auras were 100 times the damage. There was also an additional damage bonus, and the output was very powerful. Looking at the few idle skill books on hand, Zhou Han simply fused the Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return with the Invisible Sword Intent. Congratulations on obtaining a new skill, Extreme Mastery, Sword Tao Quintessence. My luck this time is even stronger. I've reached the 4-star Supreme Grade. Extreme Mastery, Sword Tao Quintessence plus 10. Extreme Mastery of Sword Techniques has risen to a new level of understanding of sword intent. When releasing this skill, it will increase all attributes by 10 times and cause 300 times the sword aura damage to all enemy units within a 600-meter radius. When the target's HP is below 30%, the killing effect will be triggered. Killing ignores any invincibility attribute. It could be seen that this was an enhanced version of the Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return. After fusing so many skills, it could still preserve the killing effect. Zhou Han did not expect this and was very happy to have such a performance. I'll fuse the remaining skills in the future. Zhou Han muttered to himself and closed the skill panel. This was because after fusing these 2 skills, the skill books that had dropped previously had all been consumed. There were no extra skill books to fuse. Therefore, even if he fused these skills now, the quality would not be too high. It could not even reach the Supreme Grade. In that case, there was little point. Therefore, it was the right choice to wait until there were enough skill books in the future. I wonder how my current personal attributes will increase. With that, Zhou Han could not wait and opened his personal attribute data. Wind Sword Demon, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Can undergo a second awakening. Health, 10.9 billion. Attack, 330 million. Defense, 250 million. Soul Power, 95 million. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Myriad Life and Death, True Damage. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Purgatory Wailing, Divine. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. Attack Power increased by 10 million. Fashion, Space-Time Illusion. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King. Open and see the details. Soul, 9 Flame Chelan. Sword Heart, Indestructible Sword Heart. Sword Bone, Glazed Sword Bone. Very good, my HP has already exceeded 10 billion. Attack and defense have also increased. Zhou Han revealed a satisfied smile and was in a good mood. After dealing with it, Zhou Han was also a little tired. In the blink of an eye, the sky brightened. The firmament Imperial City also appeared in front of him. Are you still awake? Looks like they're really too tired. Looking at the 2 sleeping women, Zhou Han laughed involuntarily. The culprit of all this was naturally him. Without disturbing the 2 women, Zhou Han flew down and entered the firmament Imperial City. The firmament Imperial City was as lively as ever. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, there was a commotion. Have you heard? A sovereign artifact appeared in the 10,000 Dragon Ruins. A young man suppressed everyone and took the sovereign artifact. Damn, I knew it long ago. This young man insta-killed the phantom of the Heaven Lord. How did this person cultivate and why is he so powerful? He's simply too awesome. He's definitely going to become a sovereign. I'm afraid you don't know. This young man is not from our firmament imperial city, but from a remote city. No way. Can someone from a remote small city be so awesome? I don't read many books. Don't fool me. Of course it's true. That young man's name is Zhou Han. He came to the firmament imperial city a few days ago. However, guess what? As soon as Zhou Han arrived, he had a conflict with the Chun family of the four aristocratic families, and even killed the prodigy of the Chun family, Qin Pingan. The Chun family previously threatened to pull out Zhou Han's tendons and refine his soul. Now, this is interesting. Ha ha, the entire Qin family is probably sitting on pins and needles now. They never expected Zhou Han to be so powerful that he can already touch the power of the sovereign grade. That's right. What do you think will happen if Zhou Han finds out about the ruthless words they said previously? I'm really looking forward to this situation. Such discussions could be seen everywhere on Vermilion Bird Street. Clearly, Zhou Han had already become the most popular person. The topics on the streets and alleys were all about him. Brothers, look at how handsome I am with the same hairstyle as Zhou Han. Customers, the same outfit as Zhou Han's is officially on sale. Welcome to the shop. This is Zhou Han's HD poster with his autograph. It's a limited edition for 10,000 gold coins. Such voices were everywhere. It made Zhou Han very speechless. When had he ever signed it himself? This was completely infringement. However, with Zhou Han's identity, he naturally did not have the time to care about these people. For now, it was more important to hand in the mission. Zhou Han had just taken a few steps when he felt many powerful auras approaching him from all directions. Are they looking for trouble with me? Zhou Han's lips curled up. If someone wanted to snatch the sovereign weapon, it was not impossible to take the risk. After all, the temptation of a sovereign weapon was too great. Therefore, Zhou Han was not surprised by this situation at all. Good. Since you're here, all of you can stay. All kinds of powerful auras approached, and Zhou Han smiled. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of people constantly kneeling made Zhou Han a little dumbfounded. Weren't these people here to fight? It was not a good habit to kneel when they met. Clearly, Zhou Han underestimated his deterrence. With his powerful combat strength now, other than sovereign-grade experts, no ordinary person dared to provoke him. Wouldn't that be courting death? My son, Qin Pingan. No, that dog, Qin Pingan. I've long chased him out of the family and cut ties with him. Such a dog is heartless and bullies people. Everyone has the right to kill him. Therefore, in order to thank you for your kindness, I hope you can accept this small gift. The person in the lead was the head of the Qin family. He knelt on the ground and trembled. He had no choice but to cower. If they did not admit their mistake now, when Zhou Han found out about the arrogant words released by their Qin family, they did not know and did not dare to imagine the consequences. With Zhou Han's terrifying strength, it was easy for him to destroy the Qin family. Therefore, after the Qin family head received Zhou Han's return to the firmament imperial city, he made a prompt decision and immediately sent members of the entire clan to rush over to apologize, hoping to obtain Zhou Han's understanding. Hearing the other party's words, Zhou Han instantly knew that the Qin family had chickened out and was frightened by his powerful battle results. Sigh, boring. I thought we were going to fight. However, it's not a loss to have items delivered to my door for nothing, Zhou Han thought. He quickly regained his calm expression. All right, leave the gift and get lost. Zhou Han waved his hand and ignored it. After all, they were no longer on the same level. Yes, thank you, sir. Hearing Zhou Han's words, the Qin family head immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter would end here and Zhou Han would not find trouble with them again. Is he Zhou Han? He's so handsome. I love him. I'm willing to spend 1,000 years of my life in exchange for Zhou Han's night. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Zhou Han is so domineering, showing the charm of an expert. He killed the prodigy of the Qin family, but the head of the Qin family still knelt down and apologized. What kind of charm is this? This is the absolute authority brought about by extreme strength. That's right. The various factions of your firmament imperial city have all come and want to curry favor with Zhou Han. This is a peerless expert. I hope to become such a powerful existence and rise above power. In your dreams. There's everything in dreams. Such a sensational scene naturally attracted countless onlookers. Everyone admired Zhou Han's peerless charm excitedly. It was also a very happy thing to see such an expert. Soon, some large factions attacked. Sir Zhou Han, I'm the pavilion master of the Star Rain Pavilion. I want to invite you over as a guest. Everyone in the flower-shifting palace is looking forward to young Master Zhou's arrival. Young Master Zhou is indeed a dragon among men. I have 10 unmarried daughters, you understand. Soon, the representatives of these large factions attacked, wanting to rope Zhou Han in and build a good relationship with him. After all, such a young expert's future achievements were limitless. Only with a close connection to him would it be difficult not to take off. Let's talk about this later. I still have some things to deal with, Zhou Han said calmly. After putting the gift from the Qin family head into his spatial bag, he left directly and walked in the direction of the blind swordsman. Before he arrived, Zhou Han realized that the blind swordsman had already taken the initiative to welcome him, his face filled with shock and excitement. Zhou Han, you really shocked the world. I'm really blind. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked you to do any mission. Just awaken. During this period of time, the blind swordsman naturally heard a lot of Zhou Han's deeds. How could he dare to be arrogant now? After sensing Zhou Han's aura, he hurriedly took the initiative to welcome him. This was a basic respect for the strong. No, fortunately, I went to the South Sea 10,000 dragon ruins. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained such huge benefits. This is the item collected, Black Dragon's Breath. Check it. Zhou Han did not mind, and said with a smile as he handed the Black Dragon's Breath to the blind swordsman. There's no need to look. What I originally thought was an extremely difficult mission is not worth mentioning. The blind swordsman waved his hand and said, his attitude very humble. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the mission Special Second Awakening 1. As the mission is overdue, you cannot obtain the mission reward. The next test is completely unnecessary to you. Now enter the Heavenly Tao Palace and undergo your second awakening, the blind swordsman said. Congratulations on skipping the mission Second Awakening 2. Congratulations on skipping the mission Second Awakening 3. Congratulations on skipping the mission Second Awakening 4. Congratulations on skipping the mission Second Awakening 5. You have successfully completed the assessment of the Second Awakening and reached the standard of awakening. Through this Second Awakening crystal, go to the Heavenly Tao Palace and awaken according to the guidance information. After hearing the system notification, Zhou Han saw the blind swordsman take out a rainbow crystal. A dazzling light instantly filled this space. The various colors of light kept shining with blazing colors. An ancient and profound aura surged over. He could feel a large number of different types of power intertwining and colliding in the rainbow crystal. It was mysterious and changing endlessly. Is this the Second Awakening crystal? That's right. This rainbow crystal is also known as the Second Awakening crystal. It's the opportunity for your second awakening. I'll leave it to you now. Your strength will become stronger because of this. The blind swordsman said with a serious expression, reminiscent and sad. He still had many Second Awakening crystals on hand, but this crystal was the most special and magical. It was originally prepared for himself. But that day, he was blind and lost his fighting spirit. He no longer had the courage to face life. He kept falling into the endless darkness and licking his wounds alone. To be able to hand you over to such a peerless expert is considered your best outcome. The blind swordsman sighed and handed the rainbow crystal to Zhou Han. So you have such a story. On account of you handing the rainbow crystal to me, I've decided to help you. Hearing the blind swordsman's words, Zhou Han knew that he was a pitiful person. Since he had received benefits, Zhou Han wanted to see if he could help the blind swordsman once. Bring the remaining Second Awakening crystals over. I'll check them first. Zhou Han had some guesses, so he wanted to give it a try. Although the blind swordsman was a little puzzled, he did not ask further. A trace of hope still ignited in his heart. After all, Zhou Han was powerful and might really have a way to help him. Soon, more than 100 Second Awakening crystals appeared in front of Zhou Han. Then, Zhou Han activated the identification. He could actually see the Second Awakening class. In that case, he could choose a class suitable for the blind swordsman and let him regain his light and confidence. This Ghost Swordsman class seems to be not bad. Soon, Zhou Han discovered a good class that matched the attributes of the blind swordsman. Its growth potential was not bad. I'll enhance it first and see how effective it is. Yes, after enhancing, it became an Azura. There's also the all-seeing eye skill. In that case, he can completely see everything in the world again and have powerful strength. After enhancing it 5 times, Zhou Han realized that there was a new change in the class. This effect happened to be tailor-made for the blind swordsman. It was simply a perfect match. Extreme Mastery Azura. After Zhou Han enhanced it 10 times, the class changed again and it became even stronger. Wave Sight, Inaction Technique, Wave Divine Technique, Myriad Space, a very powerful skill. It made Zhou Han a little envious. However, at the thought that there was an even more awesome class waiting for him in his rainbow crystal, Zhou Han quickly felt relieved. You can awaken now. It won't disappoint you. Zhou Han handed the enhanced second awakening crystal to the blind swordsman and said with a smile, Is that true? Hearing Zhou Han's confident tone, the blind swordsman's body trembled and he could not speak properly. As expected, he definitely wouldn't believe anyone else. However, the person in front of him was Zhou Han, who had sovereign-grade strength. This was very convincing. That was why the blind swordsman was so excited and afraid. The greater the hope, the more unbearable the final disappointment. Boom. A few minutes later, the blind swordsman completed his second awakening. A loud roar shook the sky. I see it. I see light. Oh my God, is this the power of the Wave Sight? The blind swordsman, who had changed his class to Extreme Mastery, Azura, was extremely excited. He roared impudently to vent some of the frustration in his heart. Zhou Han looked at it for a while and left quietly. He had the demeanor of an expert who had hidden his achievements. Zhou Han, thank you. I'll never forget such great kindness, the blind swordsman said excitedly. Not only had he regained his light, but he had also discovered that the class Extreme Mastery, Azura, was extremely powerful and the combat strength it displayed was extraordinary. At this moment, Zhou Han was also holding the rainbow crystal. Through the system's guidance, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the void. In that case, he could enter the heavenly Dao Palace. Because of the special nature of this rainbow crystal, Zhou Han could not directly awaken a second time like the blind swordsman. Instead, it needed to be in a specific location in the heavenly Dao Hall to awaken. Although the process was very troublesome, Zhou Han felt that it was completely acceptable. Good things happen often. This meant even more that the awakened class would definitely not disappoint him. After all, in Zhou Han's impression, the heavenly Dao Palace had always been a very mysterious place. There were many secrets here, and there was a sense of transcendence. He had only entered once. It was still too difficult to explore such secrets. Clang. A light flashed, and Zhou Han's figure disappeared from the firmament Imperial City. In the next second, he appeared in a vast world. The world was vast and connected. All kinds of inexplicable forces filled the space. This time, it was a different feeling from the first time he entered Heavenly Dao Palace. Perhaps Zhou Han's strength and realm had increased a lot. Therefore, he could feel more mysterious auras. Especially in the depths of the hall of the Heavenly Dao Hall, a few incomparably powerful auras subconsciously emitted. It made Zhou Han feel a trace of pressure. The Heavenly Dao Palace is indeed not simple. No wonder they dare to name themselves after the Heavenly Dao. Without some strength, who would dare to be so arrogant? Zhou Han sighed in his heart. These auras were undoubtedly emitted by pseudo-sovereign-grade experts who had controlled the Sovereign Golden Rune. As long as he could use one Sovereign Golden Rune, even if he was a pseudo-sovereign-grade expert, when the number of Sovereign Golden Runes he used reached 99, he would complete the transformation and become a true Sovereign-grade expert. This process seemed to be quite simple, but in reality, it was very difficult to cultivate. The first was the difficulty of obtaining the Sovereign Golden Rune. There were very few ways to obtain it. Other than some special orders, there was only killing and fighting. Therefore, this process was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that he would become someone else's prey. Secondly, after obtaining the Sovereign Golden Rune, it was also troublesome to fuse or use the power inside. He could either rely on the Sovereign Artifact to fuse or cultivate a powerful cultivation technique. For example, the Sovereign Scripture that Zhou Han had cultivated was very difficult. Therefore, Zhou Han could feel the pressure of these experts from their auras. That meant that the other party controlled more sovereign golden runes than the 11 fused with the Dragon Spring sword. Of course, this was only strength on paper. No one knew his true combat strength. Zhou Han did not think too much about it. If others did not provoke him, he would not casually provoke the people from the Heavenly Tao Palace. He passed through a few palaces and arrived at a martial arts arena according to the system's guidance. Some members were gathered here. It seemed that they were all here to awaken. This kid, he actually dares to come to the Heavenly Tao Palace. As soon as Zhou Han arrived at the martial arts arena, he heard a few discordant voices. He turned to see a few young people walking over aggressively, looking accusing. Kid, you're quite bold. How dare you come to the Heavenly Tao Palace? The leader, Li Jui, narrowed his eyes, which erupted with a powerful, ferocious glint. Oh, why don't you dare to come to the Heavenly Tao Palace? Did I do anything? Zhou Han was a little puzzled. This seemed to be the first time he had met this guy. Why was he suddenly biting him like a mad dog? It was inexplicable. You're still pretending? Do you not dare to admit what you did? Li Jui said aggressively. Seeing Zhou Han's innocent expression, the anger in his heart intensified. However, the Heavenly Tao Palace was very special. Any attack was ineffective. Otherwise, he would have long taught Zhou Han a lesson. So he's a fool. Zhou Han shook his head and walked straight to the center of the martial arts arena. Using the rainbow crystal, he could complete his second awakening. Therefore, Zhou Han could not be bothered by him. What? How dare you? Not only did you profane my goddess, Xianyuan Ming, but you also dare to be so disrespectful to me? Why don't you find out what my status is in the Heavenly Tao Palace? Kid, let me tell you, you're finished. Veins popped out on Li Jui's face. He was extremely angry. His family controlled a lot of power in Heavenly Tao Hall. It could be said to be in a high position and had a powerful background. His talent was also among the top in the Heavenly Tao Palace, which was filled with geniuses. Therefore, he naturally felt a lot of superiority. This time, he was actually ignored by Zhou Han like this. It was very embarrassing. He had always lived in the Heavenly Tao Hall, which was a small world of its own. Therefore, he was not so sensitive to what was happening in the outside world. At least, Li Jui did not care much about the outside world. Therefore, Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance in the outside world was not known to him. Otherwise, no matter how bold he was, he would not dare to provoke Zhou Han. After all, controlling sovereign-grade power was on the same level as those with authority in the Heavenly Tao Palace. If he provoked such a person again, it would be no different from suicide. Unfortunately, Li Jui's pretentious nature would taste the consequences sooner or later. Clearly, he had encountered a tough opponent this time. Damn, isn't that Ninth Young Master? Why is he so angry? Who dares to provoke Ninth Young Master? He has no sense at all. Tisk, TSK. Look at his clothes. He looks like someone from the outside world. No wonder. He doesn't understand Ninth Young Master's powerful background. He deserves to be provoked. A guy from the outside world still dares to be so high profile. Who else can he be? It should be very interesting to teach such a country bumpkin a lesson. Li Jui's roar caused quite a commotion. Soon, it attracted many onlookers. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Tao Palace and had grown up in it for generations. He felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. He inexplicably rejected and looked down on people from the outside world. Therefore, all of them were gloating now and looking at Zhou Han playfully. They wished Li Jui could teach Zhou Han a lesson. Only then would it be satisfying. I saw this kid once before. His name is Zhou Han. This dog is really bold. He actually teased our goddess, Xianyuan Ming, in public. A certain brother in the crowd recognized Zhou Han at a glance and gritted his teeth. As for why he had such a deep impression, it was naturally because he had blasphemed Xianyuan Ming that he remembered it so clearly. What? What the hell did you say? Damn it, it's actually him. I'm so angry. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this pervert. How dare you profane the goddess? You're finished. Even Yeshu can't save you. Damn it. He still dares to come to the Heavenly Tao Palace. How arrogant. The goddess has so many suitors. One spit from each of them can drown him. As this enthusiastic crowd revealed the news, it was like a huge mountain thrown into the water, causing an uproar. A stone caused 1,000 waves, shocking everyone. Then, the crowd surged like boiling oil. They all expressed their intention to suppress Zhou Han and avenge the goddess. In that case, he might even gain the goddess's favor. No wonder Ninth Young Master is so anxious to show off and give Zhou Han powerful pressure. It turns out that he's also trying to obtain the goddess's attention. Of course, after all, as the goddess's #1 suitor, I have to be proactive about such things. Let's start moving too. As they chatted, many of Xian Yuanming's suitors had already surrounded him and looked at Zhou Han with ill intentions. Zhou Han, aren't you quite capable? The heavenly Dao Palace is my territory. Even if it's a dragon, you have to bow. Li Jui revealed a ferocious smile and was very smug. So many people surrounded him. Although the heavenly Dao Palace had a special mechanism and could not do anything to Zhou Han even if they attacked. However, at the very least, he could humiliate the other party ruthlessly. For example, he could slap and kick him a few times to make him feel humiliated. Heh, are you going to fight? Zhou Han's lips curled up as he said calmly. He reached out and pressed his sword. Stop, you're impudent. Who asked you to gather here and cause trouble? Spread out. Suddenly, a crisp voice filled with endless anger sounded. It was Xian Yuanming who walked over. She was still wearing her iconic tights, showing her perfect figure vividly. She was still so beautiful and moving, like a thorny rose that could not be touched from afar. She was high and mighty, making people worship her, especially her powerful aura and cold temperament. She had this extreme attraction that made people want to admire her. However, at this moment, Xian Yuanming's pretty face was murderous and she looked very unhappy. For some reason, she felt inexplicably frustrated when she saw Zhou Han surrounded by so many people. I didn't want to help him. It's mainly because it's too noisy here. This matter started because of me. I'm just stepping forward to maintain order so as not to affect the heavenly Dao Palace negatively. Yes, that's it. Soon, Xian Yuanming convinced herself and found a suitable reason to appear. Her beautiful eyes subconsciously swept across Zhou Han. However, she realized that Zhou Han was actually looking at her proud mountain peak with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Xian Yuanming glared angrily and retracted her gaze with a cold expression. On the surface, she looked calm and composed, but her heart was filled with endless shyness. She subconsciously thought of that day on the gravity track when she was molested by Zhou Han. That was the first time she had had that kind of contact with the opposite sex. The wonderful feeling was like an electric shock that lingered in her heart and lingered. During this period of time, these images had been appearing in his mind and could not dissipate, especially Zhou Han's handsome and naughty smile, which made Xian Yuanming very embarrassed and angry. He's indeed a pervert. Xian Yuanming hurriedly turned around, making the proud mountain leave Zhou Han's sight. Otherwise, this shyness was really unbearable. TSK. This girl is still so beautiful. Your cold temperament makes me want to tease you. Zhou Han thought with a smile, revealing a demonic smile. He had no choice. It was human nature. Such a peerless beauty, especially in her black tights, showed off her figure so much that he could not look away. Zhou Han was also an ordinary man. He could not help but take a few more glances and admire it very purely. Goddess, the goddess is here. Look at how kind the goddess is. Zhou Han blasphemed her, but she didn't mind. She was even worried that we would humiliate Zhou Han. I love it. It's getting more and more tempting. Soon, these people began to lick his boots, their eyes filled with obsession. Count yourself lucky. Li Jui snorted. Since Xian Yuanming had already spoken, it was naturally not good for him to attack again. But this isn't over. Just you wait. Then, he said ruthlessly and threateningly. That's right. Zhou Han is lucky. It's a pity that I didn't see Ninth Young Master attack. The surrounding crowd also felt a sense of pity. After all, Zhou Han had already become everyone's target. Therefore, they naturally wanted to see Zhou Han humiliated. Isn't this the opportunity? From the direction he's heading, he should be undergoing a second awakening. Coincidentally, as outstanding disciples of the heavenly Dao Palace, a group of us also awakened today. Therefore, it's a good opportunity to humiliate Zhou Han. Let him know that a person who came from nowhere is nothing in front of an outstanding disciple of our heavenly Dao Palace. Excited smiles appeared on everyone's faces again. As outstanding disciples of the heavenly Dao Palace, they were naturally filled with a sense of superiority. They were still very confident, in crushing Zhou Han. When Zhou Han walked over, a few disciples were already in place in advance. Their eyes revealed provocation. Very good. Everyone who has undergone the second awakening is here. I'll personally host this awakening assembly. A powerful voice sounded and floated above the martial arts arena. It was a resolute-looking middle-aged man with a blood-red aura lingering around him. A powerful pressure floated over his body, filled with a powerful aura. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. He immediately sensed that this middle-aged man was actually a pseudo-sovereign grade expert with 3 sovereign golden runes in his body. For such an expert to host an awakening banquet, either the pseudo-sovereign grade experts of the Heavenly Tao Palace were already common, or someone in this awakening session was in existence that the other party paid a lot of attention to. It was obvious that it was the latter. It's elderly Chia. He's actually personally presiding. Of course, Ninth Young Master is his biological brother. He's extremely talented and looks down on everyone. He has the bearing of an emperor. This awakening will definitely shock the world. I naturally won't miss such a great moment to witness a miracle. As a cry of surprise came from the crowd, they looked at Li Jui with great envy. If only they had such a pseudo-sovereign grade brother. Li Jui also saw Li Chia immediately with surprise in his eyes. Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely bloom with the most dazzling light this awakening and become the most beautiful person in the Heavenly Tao Palace. Create a great miracle and an unprecedented record. Brother, I won't disappoint you. Li Jui thought to himself. Powerful confidence surged out, and he had the conviction to win. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhou Han with a trace of mockery on his face. No matter how stunned this kid was, he would probably realize the difference between the two of them. He would definitely be so frightened that he would kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Therefore, Li Jui felt even more comfortable. All right, the awakening officially begins. After a few minutes of preparation, Li Chia slowly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 balls of mysterious light lit up in his hands, emitting a dazzling light. It enveloped the martial arts arena, and a huge crystal appeared from the empty space. There were all kinds of strange energy fluctuations on it. Many energies of different attributes kept intertwining and colliding on it. The rich elemental power shook one's heart. This huge crystal contains endless power. How much you can comprehend depends on your luck. Everyone, begin to awaken. With Li Chia's order, everyone came to the range of the huge crystal light and sat cross-legged to comprehend the power. Soon, everyone was immersed in their comprehension. Zhou Han did not take action immediately. Through the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, he could see that there were some strange energy vortexes above these people's heads that were constantly transmitting pure and powerful power. Interesting. The way the Heavenly Tao Palace awakens is completely different from the main world. Moreover, they didn't use the second awakening crystal. All their power comes from that huge crystal. Through observation, Zhou Han could tell the difference at a glance. These 2 awakening methods could be said to have their advantages and disadvantages, but combined, the benefits of the Heavenly Tao Palace's second awakening would be greater. This was because the power contained in the second awakening crystal obtained by ordinary people was definitely not as powerful as the power in that huge crystal. Therefore, the power such a person obtained from the huge crystal would definitely be more beneficial than an ordinary second awakening crystal. However, this was not very useful to someone like Zhou Han. This was because the rainbow crystal in his hand was a very special existence. Although it was not as big as the huge crystal, the energy contained in it was several times stronger than the huge crystal. In that case, if he used the huge crystal to awaken, it would be a huge loss. This place has a super powerful spiritual power array to increase spiritual power. It can unleash the greatest potential of the rainbow crystal in my hand. Zhou Han smiled and thought happily. Then, he took out the rainbow crystal. Let's enhance it as usual. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The rainbow crystal has been successfully enhanced 10 times and reached the enhancement upper limit. The new attribute description has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check. 10 white lights flashed and new attributes appeared. Zhou Han looked in. Is it such domineering power? Very good. All of you can forget about awakening. Seeing the description, Zhou Han's lips curled up. Not only could the enhanced rainbow crystal release powerful awakening power, but it could also even devour the surrounding awakened power. It was just so domineering. The awakened power around him was undoubtedly the huge crystal in the center of the martial arts arena. This way, if he swallowed all the awakened power in the huge crystal, then everyone present would definitely fail to awaken. A cold smile appeared in Zhou Han's eyes. Since these people did not like him and still tried to provoke him, he naturally felt no burden doing this. While he was thinking, a light suddenly soared into the sky from the martial arts arena. A huge light illuminated the entire venue and shone incomparably. Mysterious energy fluctuations kept rippling in this space with powerful power. Damn, is this a phenomenon? This awakened class will probably be very extraordinary. Awesome, it triggered a phenomenon. Who's so powerful? He has the potential to become a top expert. Who else could it be? Of course, it's our 9th young master. No wonder elderly Chie came personally. He's filled with confidence in this awakening. He's really a role model for us. 9th young master is indeed one of the top prodigies in the heavenly Tao Palace. It's understandable that his second awakening can cause such a huge commotion. I'm envious. After this awakening, he will definitely take off. From then on, no one can stop 9th young master's rise. Those onlookers who had not awakened were alarmed by the strange light around them. Their eyes were filled with envy and shock as they began to brag. Zhou Han also looked over. Many halos appeared above Li Jui's head and kept dancing around him. There was pure power that quickly entered Li Jui's body. Soon, his aura kept rising. Clearly, this power had brought great benefits to Li Jui. Although Li Jui's eyes were closed, he could not hide his smug smile at all. I'll let you experience the feeling of greater hope and disappointment. It must be very interesting. An inexplicable smile appeared on Zhou Han's face. Provoking him would definitely result in a heavy price. This was Zhou Han's life creed. Just as he was about to awaken an extremely powerful class, it was suddenly destroyed. How would this feel? It must be very satisfying. Zhou Han retracted his gaze and prepared to activate the enhanced rainbow crystal in his hand. According to the prompt method, he had to instill the attribute power he controlled into the crystal and cause the internal power to resonate before it was truly activated. The more types of attribute power were instilled, the stronger the effect. Zhou Han naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Currently, he had sword aura, blood energy, soul power, fire domain, lightning domain, and wind profundity in his body. He controlled 6 types of powers. Of course, there were other powers he could borrow, such as the water attribute of the divine trident and the dark attribute of the Black Dragon King set. Although they were not controlled by Zhou Han, it was still very easy for him to use them. Then, all kinds of energy poured out and surged into the rainbow crystal, causing a huge bang. The rainbow light bloomed, emitting a violent and dazzling light. It was beautiful. System prompt. You have successfully activated the power of the rainbow crystal. The second awakening has officially begun. Detected a spiritual power array around. The effect of the rainbow crystal has tripled. Detected that Zhou Han has other awakened powers. Do you want to devour this power? Devour. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han agreed without hesitation. In this situation, he would obtain a very pure and powerful awakened power. The more he obtained, the stronger the awakened class. Therefore, Zhou Han was filled with endless anticipation for the awakened class. Rainbow light. I didn't expect Zhou Han to cause such a commotion with his second awakening. It looks quite awesome. Damn, how is that possible? After all, it was a magical 7-colored light. It was difficult not to notice. The surrounding crowd was a little shocked. Although they refused to believe it, this truth was in front of them. It was impossible not to. From the potential he had displayed so far, Zhou Han's performance had surpassed most of the disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace. This made the surrounding disciples feel very complicated. At the same time, they were extremely unhappy and filled with jealousy. A person who had come from a poor and lowly place was even more talented than them. This was too heartbreaking. So what if it's a 7-colored light? Compared to our 9th young master, his talent is trash. That's right. He came from a remote place. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? The prodigies of my heavenly Tao Palace completely crushed him. They're on completely different levels. That's right. This kid is just lucky. In terms of talent, I'm the 9th young master. Soon, These people found their psychological balance. They could not compare to Zhou Han and immediately carried Li Jui out to suppress him. They were united against a common enemy and kept attacking Zhou Han indignantly. Little did they know that the Li Jui they were flattering was nothing in Zhou Han's eyes. No one else could brag so enthusiastically. Li Jui, who was extremely smug, seemed to have sensed the abnormality in the space. He hurriedly opened his eyes. You still want to steal my limelight? Seeing that Zhou Han was enveloped by the colorful light, it seemed that this phenomenon was even worse than what he had triggered. Li Jui was instantly furious. He felt that Zhou Han was really going against him in every aspect. Today, he had to become the most beautiful person in the heavenly Dao Palace. No one could ruin his powerful rise. Are you worthy of competing with me? Open your eyes and see. I'm the most talented. A small fry like you is destined to be stepped on by me. Li Jui roared in Zhou Han's direction. All kinds of powers surged into his body and absorbed the power of awakening even more quickly. However, this situation did not last long. His face turned pale. The rich energy vortex that had condensed above his head was actually slowly decreasing. At first, the reduction was quite slow, but later, it became faster and faster. The energy above his head completely dissipated in a moment. This energy seemed to be escaping him. It all passed by him without stopping. Damn, what's going on? What happened? Why did such a thing happen? Li Jui was completely dumbfounded. My awakening energy. Come back quickly. Li Jui shouted miserably, about to cry. However, no matter how he cried, it was useless. If these awakened energy dissipated, what was the point of awakening? He had wanted to awaken a powerful class and stun everyone, but it was completely hopeless now. Damn, my awakening energy has dissipated. What the hell? Is there a problem with the awakening crystal? Damn, it's like we've awakened. This is neither good nor bad. It's uncomfortable. If this happens, we'll all fail this awakening. Then, all the awakened disciples present realized that something was wrong. The incomparably rich awakening energy suddenly left them. This was the first time they had heard of such a situation. It was simply ridiculous. Damn, what's going on? A huge energy vortex is surging towards Zhou Han. Looking up, the awakening energy in the air was very rich, so rich that it seemed to have materialized. This energy was all swallowed by the rainbow light released by Zhou Han. He absorbed it crazily. Could Zhou Han have absorbed all the awakening energy? Damn it, it's most likely him. His talent can't compare to our heavenly Dao Palace disciples, so he used improper methods. Everyone, charge forward and teach him a lesson. Damn, I'm so angry. He's the one who made us fail to awaken. When everyone saw this, how could they tolerate it? All of them were furious and rushed toward Zhou Han, wanting to teach him a lesson. However, before he could approach, he was sent flying by the energy vortex. They could only watch helplessly as Zhou Han kept absorbing energy. Damn it! You snatched my awakening energy. I'll fight you to the death. Li Jui was extremely furious and prepared to rush up and fight to the death. Soon a shocking scene stopped him from wanting to attack. The clear sky instantly became gray and blank. The distant sky connected to the ground. In the depths of the sky, the phantom of an ancient and heavy bronze door appeared in the endless void. However, this phantom was only an outline. The color was very faint, and weak people could not detect the profundity at all. Although it was only a faint phantom, it still stunned everyone. The power was very unfamiliar. It was a powerful power he had never felt before. This time, the noisy martial arts arena instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the huge bronze door in the sky in a daze. They were so shocked that they forgot to settle scores with Zhou Han. Looks like the power of awakening is still not enough. Accelerate the devouring speed. Zhou Han also saw the huge bronze door lying in the sky and said emotionally. He could feel a faint connection coming from the bronze door. He guessed that this was most likely related to the class he was about to awaken. However, the color of the current bronze door was very faint and not clear enough. This meant that the power of awakening was not enough. He needed more power to make the bronze door clearer and transmit more mysterious power. Zhou Han had to establish a deeper connection with it. The connection he had established now was still too illusory, as if it would break at any time. This concerned the success of the awakening. Zhou Han did not hesitate and mobilized all his strength to constantly inject it into the rainbow crystal. Only then could the rainbow crystal's devouring ability become stronger. As expected, in the next moment, the huge crystal in the martial arts arena exploded with a bang. The powerful power inside surged out wantonly like a vast sea. They converged into the colorful light and lasted for half a minute before stopping. At this moment, the bronze door in the sky was finally incomparably clear, and its entire outline appeared. It was 10,000 feet long and covered the sky. It lay in the void, and a vast and ancient aura surged out, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. This is finally enough energy. The enhanced rainbow crystal is indeed incomparably domineering. Zhou Han smiled and was in a very good mood. He could feel that he had established a very close connection with the bronze door. At the same time, he confirmed that the secret of his second awakening was in the space behind the bronze door. Bronze door open. After completely fusing the rainbow crystal into his body, Zhou Han bathed in the rainbow light and slowly spoke. He could not wait to know what opportunities were waiting for him behind the bronze door. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze door shook greatly, resounding through the sky. Creak. Creak. Perhaps because it was too old and the bronze door had not been opened for countless years, it made such a friction sound. Not only Zhou Han, but everyone present looked up. They forgot about the dispute and stared fixedly at the bronze door. They were also very curious about the power hidden. Boom. A shocking bang sounded, and the roar of energy whistled wantonly. Finally, the huge bronze door opened, although it only opened a crack. However, that violent and vast power made everyone's pupils constrict and their hearts surge. Oh my God, this is too shocking. It's only the tip of the iceberg, but it's already so terrifying. What a tribute of power is this? It's ancient and empty, mysterious and unpredictable. As an outstanding disciple of the heavenly Tao Palace, I've actually never felt it before. If I'm not wrong, it's probably one of the top powers at the origin level. Hiss. Is it that powerful? Origin level power is like the black-yellow power, the reincarnation power, the yellow spring power, the chaotic power, the grand mist power, the primordial power, and so on. Although I've never seen them before, they all have the ability to destroy the world without exception. I wonder what power corresponds to inside this bronze door. A stone caused 1,000 waves. Origin level power was the extreme power in this world. Ordinary people would rarely see it, let alone control it. How terrifying will this power be once it's grasped? What? Zhou Han's luck is too heaven-defying. I can't accept this. Why does a person who came from a corner of the mountain have such a powerful opportunity? These people were completely jealous. Zhou Han did not know this. Even if he did, he would not take these clowns seriously. While everyone was discussing, the bronze door was still slowly opening. Because it was incomparably heavy, it naturally required an extremely powerful force to push it. The speed at which it opened was naturally extremely slow. Zhou Han was not in a hurry. He kept regulating the aura in his body and silently felt the power in the huge door. Excellent. This power is actually an extreme power on the same level as the reincarnation power. Zhou Han was delighted. He had used the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye before and knew better than anyone how powerful the reincarnation power was. The power inside the bronze door was on the same level as the reincarnation power. In that case, the class he awakened must be related to this extreme power. How could Zhou Han not be happy? The reincarnation power could only be activated by the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye. If the awakened class was different, it meant that he could control this power. If he could perfectly fuse with his body, the combat strength he could control would be even more terrifying. While Zhou Han was deep in thought, the bronze door had already opened more than half. An empty and violent aura kept surging and wreaking havoc with powerful destructive power. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound kept coming. There was a powerful resistant space around the heavenly Tao Palace. Under the surging aura here, as if unable to withstand the huge pressure, a large number of cracks instantly appeared in the space. This was only the power inside. It was restricted by the bronze door and could not really surge out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In a strange space deep in the heavenly Tao Palace. The spatial barrier I set up is shaken. An old man with white hair and a beard was meditating cross-legged when his eyes suddenly opened. His eyes shot out a sharp light, and he was a little shocked. As the fifth hall master of the Heavenly Tao Hall, he had personally set up these spatial barriers. They were the same as his mind. He could sense everything that happened above immediately. At this moment, the spatial barrier was severely damaged, making the fifth hall master extremely unhappy. The importance of the spatial barrier was self-evident. If it was damaged, wouldn't the Heavenly Tao Palace become a joke? I want to see who dares to touch the barrier of my Heavenly Tao Palace. The fifth palace master snorted coldly and sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, he flew out. What? The chaotic power. It's actually the chaotic power, which Almighty descended to my Heavenly Tao Palace. When the fifth hall master flew out of that strange space, he instantly sensed this empty and destructive energy. His expression immediately changed drastically, and a storm surged in his heart. As far as he knew, other than sovereign-grade experts, only pseudo-sovereign-grade experts could control this extreme power. All of them were extremely powerful existences with monstrous combat strength. Therefore, the fifth hall master immediately thought that a mighty figure had descended. Just as he was hesitating if he should look for the head hall master, many elders of the Heavenly Tao Palace flew over, their expressions filled with shock. Fifth hall master, were you also alarmed by this awakening? One of the elders asked. Awakening? The fifth hall master was a little puzzled. He had been in seclusion, so he did not know much about what had happened recently. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Yes, there was a second awakening event in the martial arts arena today. I really didn't expect such an earth-shattering scene to happen. The commotion it caused is unique in the history of the Heavenly Tao Palace. I've never seen such a magnificent scene in my life. Soon, the elder explained. The shock in his eyes was still there, and he was very excited. You're talking about the crack of the spatial barrier, the surging chaotic power. Is it all related to this awakening? The fifth hall master hurriedly asked. These words shocked him even more. It was not a certain Almighty who triggered the chaotic power, but because of the second awakening. He could not believe how terrifying this person's future achievements would be. Chaotic power? So that extreme power is the chaotic power. I've learned something today. Fifth Palace Master, that's indeed the case. After leaving the hall, we can see the huge bronze door in the sky, and the chaotic power is generated from it. Also, another elder explained. Before he could finish, there was a swish. The fifth palace master turned into a white light and flew out. He was very anxious. Since this had happened during the second awakening, and the place of awakening was in the Heavenly Tao Hall, didn't that mean that a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Palace would soon control the chaotic power? That was simply a great thing for the Heavenly Tao Palace. As long as they were nurtured, they would definitely become the top pseudo-sovereign. It was not impossible to even advance to the sovereign grade. Therefore, the fifth hall master's thoughts immediately became active, and he was very excited. The future Heavenly Tao Palace would definitely become stronger and reach a higher peak. Hiss! It's indeed the bronze door. What rich chaotic power! Void, destruction, berserk, fierce, gentle, warm, life, and various auras intertwine. Chaos is invisible and all-encompassing. Ha ha ha! My Heavenly Tao Palace is filled with talents. These disciples are really promising. With such talent, it's really a blessing from the heavens. The fifth palace master stared at the huge bronze door with a bright smile on his face. He was in an extremely comfortable mood. After controlling the chaotic power, it was difficult not to take off. Little Li is also at the scene? Yes, his brother, Li Jui, is awakening. It's about time. Could it be that the person who triggered the chaotic power was Li Jui? I think so. I've also tested his talent. He's considered first-rate. It's not an exaggeration to have such an opportunity. Just now, his gaze had been attracted by the bronze door, so the fifth hall master immediately ignored Li Qiye's existence. Now that he saw Li Qiye, he quickly deduced that there was a high chance that Li Jui had awakened the chaotic power. I've always thought highly of Li Jui. I didn't expect him to give me such a huge surprise this time. The fifth palace master stroked his beard and laughed heartily. No, what does fifth hall master have to do with Li Jui? Because these elders were not as fast as the fifth hall master, they rushed over and hurriedly replied when they heard the fifth hall master's words. Am I wrong? Didn't Li Jui awaken the chaotic power? The fifth hall master's expression froze in confusion. It's not Li Jui, it's... An elder replied and was about to say it, but he was interrupted by the fifth hall master. Don't say it first. Let me guess. The fifth hall master was in a good mood and was playing. In his opinion, since the disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace had awakened the chaotic power, it did not matter who it was. It's Sure Hao from the Sure family, right? It's not surprising that he has great potential now. No, fifth palace master, it is actually not even Sure Hao. Could that be Tang Heir with 10,000 soul rings? Yes, it must be him. Soon, the elder was interrupted again. The fifth hall master continued to guess. At this moment, this elder smiled but cursed in his heart. He was very unhappy to be interrupted. Fifth hall master, don't guess. You can't guess this person. His name is Zhou Han. It was when he awakened a second time that he triggered a phenomenon and summoned the bronze door. After the fifth hall master guessed many times and still did not guess correctly, this elder finally had a chance to speak and tell the true outcome. Who is Zhou Han? Which elder's disciple is he? Why haven't I heard of this person? The fifth hall master asked with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Fifth hall master. Actually, this Zhou Han is not a disciple of my heavenly Tao Palace. He came from the outside world, the elder said submissively, because it was obvious how disappointed and angry the fifth hall master would be next. What did you say? Say that again? As expected, the fifth hall master grabbed from afar. His violent strength instantly imprisoned this elder in the air, and he roared hysterically. He felt like a fool. He had been guessing there that the clown was actually him. The elder, who had been caught, felt very aggrieved. You were the one who wanted to guess, but now you were venting your anger on him. Fifth Palace Master, calm down. Now, we should adopt a countermeasure. How to deal with Zhou Han is the most important. The chaotic power must stay in my heavenly Tao Palace. That's right. It's not reassuring that an outsider got rid of it. Soon, the other elders began to plead and analyze the current situation. After all, it involved the chaotic power, this extreme power. The heavenly Tao Palace was naturally extremely envious. It was impossible for them not to have other thoughts. Hearing everyone's words, the fifth hall master's expression softened. Sigh, my huge heavenly Tao Palace is filled with talents. I didn't expect an outsider to awaken the chaotic power. What a bunch of disappointing things. The fifth hall master sighed. The problem now was how to treat Zhou Han. Should he threaten and lure the other party to join the heavenly Tao Palace? Or should he directly snatch it and deprive him of his strength? Neither method was optimal. They did not nurture Zhou Han personally. Their relationship was definitely not good. Not only would the success rate of snatching this power be low, but the chaotic power would also be greatly lost. If your disciples had worked hard, we wouldn't have fallen into such a dilemma. To deal with Zhou Han, I've decided. The fifth palace master was about to say his choice when there was a fluctuation in the void. The message made his expression change, and he was bewildered. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "Don't mention Zhou Han again. Let nature take its course." What? Fifth hall master, did we hear wrongly? Zhou Han has obtained the chaotic power. We can't let him slip away like this. Not only did he awaken in the territory of my heavenly Tao Palace, but he also snatched the awakening power of other disciples. Not to mention that he blew up the huge awakening crystal. These elders suspected that they had heard wrongly. The usually domineering fifth hall master actually said such a thing, making them a little dumbfounded. They hurriedly reminded him. This was the chaotic power. It was a pity to watch it pass by. All right, I've made up my mind. This matter is decided. Get lost. The fifth hall master's expression turned cold as he waved his hand impatiently. Just now, he had received a voice transmission from the head hall master, telling him not to provoke Zhou Han or curry favor with him. He would let nature take its course and remain neutral. The various factions Zhou Han has connections with are not ones we can provoke. These were the words of the head hall master. It shocked the fifth hall master and filled him with shock. He did not expect Zhou Han to have such a powerful background. Even our heavenly Tao Palace can't afford to offend it. Could it be related to a sovereign? The fifth hall master muttered to himself, constantly guessing. At this moment, above the martial arts arena, the pressure brought by the huge bronze door kept multiplying as it opened. Is it finally going to open completely? With an earth-shattering roar, the entire bronze door was completely opened. The chaotic power was already as rich as water. It surged endlessly there. Without the obstruction of the huge door, they completely wreaked havoc and surged over, as if they wanted to destroy this world. However, Before this power could vent, Zhou Han's entire body emitted a rainbow light. After fusing with the rainbow crystal, he had absolute control over the awakened power. The chaotic power instantly found a breakthrough. It did not want to be bound like this. It rushed over crazily, wanting to destroy Zhou Han, who had established a close connection. In that case, it would obtain freedom and be free to do whatever it wanted. Zhou Han's expression was calm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he pointed from afar and said indifferently, "Power, submit to me." At the same time, the immense power in his body was constantly surging. Zhou Han knew that the next battle would definitely be very difficult. However, he was prepared. Boom! In a flash, the chaotic power had already hit Zhou Han's body. Like world-destroying lightning, a violent collision sounded. As soon as they collided, Zhou Han was sent flying. System prompt: You have been attacked by the chaotic power. Only by successfully subduing and fusing the chaotic power will your second awakening be considered successful. Chaotic power? What powerful strength! Zhou Han patted the dust off his body and said with emotion. He had not been in such a sorry state in a long time. The difficulty of his second awakening was indeed extraordinary. This was thanks to the terrifying effect of the rainbow crystal enhancement. It was precisely because of this difficulty that the awakened class was even more exciting. Before Zhou Han could be prepared, the chaotic power continued to attack crazily. It seemed that it was going against Zhou Han. After all, only by killing Zhou Han could it obtain freedom. Naturally, it did not hold back and did not give Zhou Han any chance to catch his breath. The chaotic power was vast and void. It transformed into tens of thousands of invisible hands that grabbed at Zhou Han. Every attack was in microseconds. Most of the people present could not see what was happening. The chaotic power was indeed difficult to deal with, and it was extremely fast. After taking the initiative, it kept suppressing Zhou Han, especially the effect of sending him flying. Even releasing skills would be interrupted. However, the chaotic power did not have a carrier after all, and could not unleash its true strength. Zhou Han looked to be at a disadvantage and only had some light injuries. Under his powerful recovery ability, he quickly recovered. This feeling was still a little aggrieving. Can I deal with you? After a period of stalemate, Zhou Han finally found an opportunity. With a cold smile, he directly used the new skill after fusion. Sword Dao, proud 9 heavens. The Sword Dao is like a long night. My heart is like iron that will never be destroyed. Slash. As Zhou Han shouted angrily, 9 shocking sword lights soared into the sky. Every sword aura had 100 times the damage increase. Coupled with the various attack power increases in battle, with multiple layers, how much power could the Sword Dao, proud of the 9 heavens, unleash? The terrifying damage was unimaginable. 9 sword lights surged out almost at the same time, triggering the forced hit effect. No matter how fast the chaotic power was, it could not dodge and suffered all the damage. In an instant, the energy ball formed by the chaotic power was shattered by the sword aura. Get over here. Zhou Han naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. A violent wind surged out, forming a shocking storm vortex. It swept all the scattered chaotic power over. System prompt: Congratulations, you have successfully subdued the chaotic power. Now, please begin the fusion. After fusion, you can awaken the corresponding class. After coming into contact with the chaotic power, a notification came from the system. Zhou Han immediately mobilized the energy in his body and wrapped it around the chaotic power. The 7-colored light erupted from his body in an even more dazzling manner. Oh my God! Zhou Han is absorbing such a powerful energy. Once it completely fuses, how terrifying will it be? I really didn't expect his talent to be so powerful. The commotion caused by his second awakening has completely crushed the limelight of our heavenly Dao Palace. Sigh? It's really annoying. No one in the huge heavenly Dao Palace can compare to Zhou Han. That's right. I originally hoped that 9th young master could soar into the sky. I didn't expect that not only did he not, but his awakening energy was also plundered by Zhou Han, causing his second awakening to end in failure. That's right. Everyone present has failed to awaken. Everyone present was very indignant, but they were very helpless and did not have any effective methods to target Zhou Han. On the side, Li Jui had recovered from the shock just now. His eyes were filled with endless anger and hatred. Because of Zhou Han, his awakening failed. His chance to soar was lost just like that. Seeing Zhou Han become the focus of attention, Li Jui's feelings could be imagined. Mine. This powerful energy was originally mine. How hateful, how hateful. Li Jui's face was distorted with hatred as he roared hysterically. Then, he looked at Li Qiye and said aggrievedly, "Brother, you have to stand up for me. This Zhou Han snatched my opportunity. I can't let him awaken successfully." Li Qiye's expression was indifferent as he stared at Zhou Han, who was bathed in the seven-colored light. No one knew what he was thinking. This power is not ordinary. If I secretly do something, I won't be able to destroy Zhou Han's awakening. I have to use most of my strength to destroy it. Hearing Li Jui's words, he came back to his senses and spoke calmly. "What? Brother, you're a pseudo-sovereign grade expert. Do you have to go through so much trouble?" Li Jui was a little puzzled. "You might not know this, but the power Zhou Han awakened is called the chaotic power. It's one of the top powers in the world. How can it be so easy to deal with such power? The fifth hall master sent me a voice transmission just now and warned me not to disturb Zhou Han." Li Qiye explained with a smile. Therefore, once he attacked openly, he would go against the orders of the fifth hall master. This was also the reason why he had not attacked. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Palace are protecting Zhou Han. This goal is obvious. They hope to tie a genius like Zhou Han to the Heavenly Dao Palace for their use. Li Qiye analyzed. Only this guess was reasonable. After all, geniuses were either recruited or destroyed. This was the usual style of large factions. What? Do the higher-ups want to protect Zhou Han? Is there a way to deal with him? I've suffered such humiliation today. I'm so unwilling to swallow my anger like this. Li Jui panicked and said quickly, Hee, don't be anxious. We can't touch Zhou Han on the surface, but we can attack secretly. This is chaotic power. If it can be used by me, no one will be my match at the pseudo-sovereign grade. It's not impossible to look at the sovereign grade. So, how can I let it go so easily? Li Qiye said with a smile. The huge improvement brought by the chaotic power was self-evident and made one's eyes turn red. He believed that there were many people who shared his thoughts. That's great. Zhou Han, you're dead. Brother, what are your plans? Li Jui asked. I have to prepare well during this period of time. I have to find that special Dharma treasure and deprive Zhou Han of his chaotic power. Li Qiye's eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he smiled cruelly. Although the brothers looked at each other and could see the sinister smile in each other's eyes, their figures gradually retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Similarly, some people in the surrounding crowd had different expressions. Their eyes revealed an inexplicable light as they kept transmitting relevant information. No one could resist this strong temptation to the chaotic power, not even pseudo-sovereign grade experts. At this moment, Zhou Han did not know this. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. He was fusing with the chaotic power with all his might. As soon as this void power entered its body, it displayed its endless destructive power. The aura of various elements kept evolving in his body. In an instant, Zhou Han seemed to be able to feel that he had some deep understanding of the various elements. This was a never-before-seen experience. For example, he had never controlled ice, wood, and other powers before. However, now, his mind suddenly had an understanding of these powers. Although he could not reach a profound control realm, this was also very surprising. He could easily use this energy and learn relevant skills. Is this the profundity of chaotic power? It's ethereal, but it's all-encompassing. When every type of energy fuses, chaos appears. When the chaotic power breaks down, it represents all the attribute energies. Before fusing the chaotic power, the words had already appeared on the virtual interface. At first, Zhou Han did not understand. Now that he had fused and finally experienced it personally, and sensed this profundity, he understood the true meaning. In other words, Zhou Han could now use all attribute powers. After controlling the chaotic power, he would control everything, and its power was even more terrifying. This feeling was very comfortable. In that case, he could learn many powerful skills that he could not learn previously and could increase his combat strength in all aspects. While Zhou Han was feeling joy after the chaotic power was subdued, it quickly fused, and the seven-colored light became even more dazzling. A few minutes later, the entire fusion process was finally completed. System prompt. Congratulations, you have fused with the chaotic power and successfully completed the second awakening. You have obtained a new class, Chaos Sword Lord. The attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check. With the notification, a colorful sword light subconsciously surged out of Zhou Han's body, turning into thousands of small sword shadows that surrounded his body. Waves of light flowed and were incomparably magical, but there was a fierce and violent power hidden in this beauty. Every sword shadow contained endless destructive power. With a thought, Zhou Han could easily insta-kill a supreme-grade expert without using a skill. The domineering aura was revealed, making the already handsome Zhou Han even more attractive. At this moment, Xianyuan Meng, who had been silently watching Zhou Han awaken, was already unable to take her eyes off him. It rippled, and she did not realize that she had lost her composure at all. He had no choice. This was the charm of a peerless expert. Zhou Han, who had an outstanding temperament, had fused with the chaotic power, causing his domineering temperament to have an additional trace of emptiness and ethereality. All the women present were excited, and their eyes were red. Zhou Han naturally sensed these fiery and impulsive gazes. He smiled and ignored them. After all, someone as outstanding as him was already used to such gazes. At this moment, he was more interested in how strong the new class, the Chaos Sword Lord, could make him. Thinking of this, he could not wait to open the virtual interface. The data had been updated, and the relevant descriptions were obvious. Zhou Han looked over and took a closer look. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Health, 22 billion. Attack, 700 million. Defense, 550 million. Soul power, 95 million. Talent, infinite enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Myriad Life and Death, True Damage. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Purgatory Wailing, Divine. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. Attack power increased by 10 million. Fashion, Space-Time Illusion. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King. Open and see the details. Soul, 9 Flame Qilin. Sword Heart, Indestructible Sword Heart. Sword Bone, Glazed Sword Bone. Damn, my HP, attack, and defense have more than tripled. Zhou Han was delighted as soon as he saw the basic attributes. He knew that the effect of the enhancement would be very powerful after all. However, the values on the interface still exceeded his imagination. After the second awakening, it was different. At the moment, his HP had already exceeded more than 20 billion. Previously, his HP was only slightly more than 10 billion. The increase was very great. Zhou Han was in a good mood and hurriedly looked down. This is an additional talent. Soon, he discovered the change in talent. There was an additional talent, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. System, is this a talent that comes with the second awakening? Zhou Han chanted in his heart. It is a talent of the Chaos Sword Lord class. It's impossible for a new talent to appear in an ordinary second awakening. Only in a special second awakening does it have a certain chance of appearing. Clearly, the Chaos Sword Lord is such a special existence. It controls the powerful chaotic power. As the Lord of Myriad Swords, you can nurture powerful sword servants for your own use. Hearing the system's answer, Zhou Han could no longer hide the joy on his face. The Chaos Sword Lord class was even more awesome than he had imagined. It could awaken a second talent. After all, an additional talent would naturally bring stronger combat strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Han hurriedly opened the details and checked the description of this talent. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Type, Talent. Description, the exclusive talent of the special class Chaos Sword Lord. As the powerful lord of myriad swords, you can bestow your strength to the chosen sword servants. Through nurturing, as the strength of the sword servants continues to increase, the sword lord can also obtain an increase in strength. Effect: the sword lord will let the sword servant inherit a powerful class by giving it a class template. Current class templates that can be granted: Sword Emperor of Adjudication, Limitless Sword Saint, Blood Abyss Sword Demon, Extreme Shadow Sword Sect, Dark Sword Shadow, Peerless Sword Maiden, Proud World Sword Venerable, Thunder Hell Sword Soul, Blood Rage Berserker, Dark Lord, Wind Sword Hero, and so on. Attention! There can be 2 sword servants at the beginning. To obtain more sword servants, a certain number of Sword Lord medals are required to unlock them. Tisk, TSK. This talent is interesting. After reading the description, Zhou Han found it a little funny. To put it bluntly, this talent was to nurture his own people and make his forces stronger. This nurtured sword servants could also feedback his strength to Zhou Han. In that case, both sides could obtain huge benefits. Therefore, if Zhou Han had more sword servants, he would obtain more power. It could increase his strength faster. As for how much power there was in the strength of these classes, Zhou Han did not know at the moment. He had to try to find out. Now that he was in the Heavenly Dao Palace, he naturally could not try. These classes naturally had to be given to people he trusted. That's all for now. Let's see if the skill has changed. Zhou Han muttered to himself. He closed the talent interface and opened the skill interface. Soon, all kinds of skills appeared. Zhou Han naturally ignored his original skills. His gaze stopped on the new skills. They were marked with the words exclusive skill. There were a total of 3 skills. The first was called the Chaos Myriad Forms Technique. It was a passive skill. Any attribute energy used would automatically transform into chaotic power and cause a destructive attack on the enemy. When attacked by the enemy, it could transform the other party's energy into the one where he had the highest attribute resistance. So all my future attacks will be tacitly acknowledged as chaotic power? After detecting the effect of the Chaos Myriad Forms Technique, this skill was a little powerful. Zhou Han was delighted and very satisfied. Compared to ordinary attributes, the chaotic power was the combination of these attribute energies. The power released was naturally incomparably powerful. With such a passive effect, Zhou Han's combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, after being attacked, it could automatically transform into the energy with the highest resistance to his attributes. For example, because the current Zhou Han was the Wind Sword Demon previously, his wind resistance was the strongest. Therefore, after the enemy target caused damage to Zhou Han, no matter what attribute the energy was, it would be converted to the wind attribute. It also increased his defense quite a bit. Let's enhance it as usual. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The skill Chaos Myriad Forms Technique has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check. 10 white lights flashed, and Zhou Han checked the attributes again. Chaos Myriad Forms Technique, plus 10. Grade, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Type, Enhancement Passive Skill. Description: the chaotic power is a power that has existed since the beginning of the universe. It is illusory and all-encompassing. It can undergo endless evolution. It is the collection of all basic powers. Effect 1. The control level of the chaotic power is directly increased to the domain realm, and it will grow by a trace every day until it reaches the taboo realm. Effect 2. Any attribute energy you use will automatically transform into the chaotic power, and the damage caused will increase by an additional 10 times. Effect 3. Any attribute energy attack you receive will automatically transform into the attribute power with the strongest attribute resistance. It will also weaken the power by 40%. This is awesome. I can use the Chaos Domain now. Sensing the power in his body surge violently, Zhou Han said excitedly. After enhancement, he felt a new level of control. Although the chaotic power was strong, the power it could unleash and the damage it caused were also very related to the realm of control. With the same power, profound meaning was definitely incomparable to the domain. Most importantly, the enhanced Chaos Myriad Forms technique could also increase his control realm every day. It was only a matter of time before Zhou Han reached the taboo realm. Retracting his gaze, Zhou Han looked at the second exclusive skill. Very good. Pseudo-sovereign grade again. Zhou Han smiled. But when he thought of the power of the Chaos Sword Lord, a pseudo-sovereign grade skill was also very reasonable. Otherwise, it would be letting down the title of the Chaos Sword Lord. He glanced at it slightly. It was an auxiliary skill. The specific effect was related to the Sword Servant and could obtain a powerful buff effect. Zhou Han still enhanced it 10 times as usual. After all, the enhancement was free. It would be a waste not to use it. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The skill Sword Dominator has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han focused. Sword Dominator plus 10. Grade, Pseudo-Sovereign grade. Type, Buff skill. Description: the Lord of Myriad Swords rules the fate of all swords in the world. Wherever the sword goes, it represents a supreme will. The sword servants under you will bathe in the glory of the Lord of Myriad Swords, and their sword technique attainments will increase crazily. Effect 1. After activating the skill, all the sword servants under you will obtain 10% of all your attributes, skill effects, equipment, and Dharma treasure special effects for half an hour. Cooldown 1 hour. Effect 2. With yourself as the center, an area of 1,000 meters will be enveloped by extreme sword intent. The sword aura damage caused by friendly units will increase by 100 times, and their comprehension of sword intent will increase by 30 times. Duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. As expected of a pseudo-sovereign grade item. After enhancing it, the effect was simply heaven-defying. Being able to inherit 10% of Zhou Han's strength would be very terrifying. The sword servants under him could completely jump to the top of the supreme grade. Moreover, they could use some of Zhou Han's skills, Dharma treasures, and the special effects of his equipment. It was very reasonable for them to be able to resist a 9-star supreme grade expert, right? Effect 2 was sword intent comprehension and sword aura damage increase. Increasing comprehension by 30 times was completely beneficial to talented people in the Sword Dao. It was simply a huge gift. With this auxiliary skill, Zhou Han's teammates would become even stronger. Although he didn't really need teammates, sometimes it was quite interesting to let his lackeys attack without needing to do it themselves. The last skill was an active skill. Chaos, Eternal Sword plus 10. Grade, Pseudo-Sovereign grade. Type, Damage skill. Description: as the sure kill skill of the Chaos Sword Lord, it has an unprecedented shocking sword intent. With the belief that it will definitely win, it slashes out a heaven-defying sword at the enemy. My thoughts will break the sky, my name will cut through the ages, and my sword will become eternal. There's nothing that can't be resolved with 1 strike. If there is, then 2 strikes. Effect: after releasing the skill, an area of 5,000 kilometers will be enveloped by the Chaos Sword Aura. All enemy targets within the range will be killed. The killing effect ignores resurrection, invincibility, and other states. There was very little description of the skill, but the less, the more terrifying it was. As expected of the Chaos Sword Lord's sure kill skill. It's indeed awesome. Zhou Han was also amazed. The range of the Chaos, Eternal Sword, was so large and far that it could be said to be the strongest among his many skills. Within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, it was simply terrifying. Moreover, it had a killing effect and ignored resurrection and invincibility. It's all thanks to the rainbow crystal and the huge awakening energy provided by the huge crystal of the heavenly Dao Palace. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened such a powerful class at all. All 3 skills were terrifying, making Zhou Han's current combat strength soar greatly. He felt the power and vastness of his body and was very happy. Congratulations, Master, for completely controlling the chaotic power. The day of becoming the sovereign is not far. Little Sovereign said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration and pride. Only such a powerful master was worth following. As the Lord of Myriad Swords, the extreme sword intent is constantly surging. I can unleash greater power too. Master, I'm simply too lucky to be able to follow you in battle. As a sovereign artifact, it could naturally sense the huge sword intent. Under the wash of this sword intent, it became even stronger. When he did not control the Dragon Spring Sword previously, he had thought very highly of Zhou Han. However, Zhou Han's growth speed shocked him again and again. This time, it was even more terrifying. Not only had he become the lord of myriad swords, but he also controlled the chaotic power. The combination of extreme sword intent and the chaotic power was destined to become a sovereign. Therefore, little sovereign and Koizumi were very happy. Once Zhou Han became a sovereign, they would be honored and have great honor. They could also advance to a stronger level. The path to becoming a sovereign is so difficult. With the enhancement of the chaotic power, I'm more confident. However, it's still far from enough. I have to accumulate more resources next. Hearing his lackeys bragging to Koizumi, Zhou Han knew that he was already very awesome at this moment, but he was not blinded by this joy. He could not be too arrogant now. Keeping a low profile and developing was the way to go. After all, after the earth-shattering battle in the Myriad Dragon Ruins, he would definitely receive more attention. There was no lack of sovereign-grade experts spying in the dark. No one knew what these sovereigns were thinking or what their plans were. Therefore, what Zhou Han had to do now was to continue to develop steadily and increase his strength. As for becoming a sovereign, he could not bite off more than he could chew for the time being. Master, you're so far-sighted. We're too arrogant. Seeing Zhou Han's calm expression, the little sovereign continued to brag. Therefore, with Master's temperament, it's difficult not to achieve something. His future achievements are limitless. Koizumi also licked his boots. He was not arrogant like the sovereign artifact at all. Those who did not know would think that he was a bootlicker. All right, that's enough. Zhou Han stopped them. If they continued to brag like this, he was really going to get arrogant. After completing the second awakening, Zhou Han gained a lot. Now that everything was settled, it was time to leave. As for him destroying the huge awakening crystal of the Heavenly Dao Palace and causing such a commotion, the Heavenly Dao Palace actually did not send anyone over to ask. Zhou Han felt a little strange, but he did not think too much about it. The other party did not come over to negotiate, which saved him the trouble. Zhou Han stood up and was about to leave when a graceful figure walked over, emitting a familiar fragrance. After all, they had been intimate before. It was obvious that it was Xianyuan Meng. What's the matter? Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xianyuan Meng's proud mountain peak. Sensing Zhou Han's gaze, Xianyuan Meng was a little embarrassed and angry. She said in a bad tone, "Humph, don't you know that you're already in trouble? Why are you still so dishonest? Why do you say that? Are you looking for me for revenge? You volunteered for me to touch you last time. You can't go back on your word," Zhou Han said with a naughty smile. It was not even voluntary, but Xianyuan Meng had begged him. However, Zhou Han still said it very tactfully. "You don't mention that matter again. Forget it all. Forget it completely." As expected, Xianyuan Meng was like an angry cat, embarrassed and angry. It was mainly because she had not forgotten it and thought of everything that had happened that day from time to time. Now that he had hit the nail on the head, she felt ashamed and angry. Okay. I'll stop talking. Why are you looking for me? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." When Zhou Han saw Xianyuan Meng's expression, he knew that if he continued to tease her, she would really explode, so he asked on second thought, "Don't you have any sense of crisis? Do you know how sensational the chaotic power you awaken will be? Who knows how many people in the Heavenly Dao Palace are envious? There's no lack of pseudo-sovereign-grade experts. Because the chaotic power is powerful, it's worth these super experts taking the risk." Xianyuan Meng also put away her embarrassment and anger and said solemnly. For some reason, she was inexplicably worried about Zhou Han's situation. "Oh, so that's what happened. That's it. I wondered what it was. Why are you so serious?" Zhou Han smiled indifferently, not taking it seriously at all. He had expected this situation long ago, but before snatching his things, he had to weigh his own weight. "Yes, aren't you afraid?" Zhou Han's indifferent reaction stunned Xianyuan Meng. However, she seemed to react quickly. Keep pretending. When you heard that a pseudo-sovereign-grade expert wanted to attack you, you must be very flustered now. You still pretended that nothing had happened. You're so prideful." Clearly, Xianyuan Meng's understanding of Zhou Han's strength was still limited to their previous contact. At that time, Zhou Han was level 50 and had undergone a combat strength assessment. His combat strength was very weak, so Xianyuan Meng naturally could feel Zhou Han's aura. Therefore, in her mind, even if Zhou Han had improved, how much could he improve in such a short period of time? Facing a supreme-grade expert, They could probably easily crush Zhou Han, let alone a powerful pseudo-sovereign grade expert. Even if Zhou Han had awakened a powerful class and obtained the chaotic power, his control would definitely be very unfamiliar and he would need time to train. Therefore, before he grew up, he was still very weak. This was also the reason why Xianyuan Meng rushed over to remind Zhou Han. All right, if you think so, I have no choice, Zhou Han said indifferently. He had no intention of proving his strength. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, it was because they were in the heavenly Dao Palace now. There were still many disciples watching. If he exposed his strength in advance, wouldn't he be studied by others? If the other party used some special targeting methods, it would also cause some trouble. I was right. Why are you still pretending? Seeing that Zhou Han seemed to be reasonable, Xianyuan Meng said smugly. She had finally gotten back at him and could deal a blow to his arrogance. Yes, you're right. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhou Han did not waste any time. Now that he had a lot of things to do, he did not have time to delay. Are you sure you want to leave the Heavenly Dao Palace now? Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Dao Palace is the safest place for you at the moment. These people won't dare to attack you rashly. Once they leave, it's exactly what they want. They've already set up an inescapable net. They're just waiting for you to appear. Xianyuan Meng hurriedly stopped him and quickly said the pros and cons, hoping to make Zhou Han retreat. Is that really the case? Very good. They're sending me resources. On the contrary, when Zhou Han heard this, not only was he not afraid, but he was delighted. He liked being surrounded the most. Now was the time to be short of resources. At the thought that after killing it, there would be a large number of supreme enhancement points, skill books, and equipment dropped, he was very excited. After all, with equipment combination and skill combination, as long as there were many skill books and equipment, he could fuse high-quality skills and equipment with outstanding effects. There were also supreme enhancement points. He had many items that were still waiting to be enhanced. They were seriously missing. Of course, he was happy that someone would give him resources. Hey, Zhou Han, are you scared silly? The people who will attack you are at least supreme grade and even pseudo-sovereign grade. Their powerful combat strength is beyond your imagination. Behave now and stay in the Heavenly Dao Palace. As long as you admit defeat and apologize to me, I'll provide you with resources to increase your cultivation speed even faster. Xianyuan Meng smiled slyly and revealed her true goal. She would first make Zhou Han feel afraid before lowering his head in front of her. In that case, she could take revenge on Zhou Han for bullying her previously. What? You can't bear to. Do you want to keep me with you? I'm sorry. Although you're beautiful, I can't give up the entire forest for a tree. Zhou Han smiled and teased. If you continue to spout nonsense, I really won't help you. Xianyuan Meng said unhappily. I didn't ask for your help. I can easily resolve it, Zhou Han said helplessly. With that, he turned around and walked towards the spatial passageway of the Heavenly Dao Hall. It was connected to the main world outside, similar to a teleportation gate. Originally, Zhou Han could chant in his heart and directly leave Heavenly Dao Hall. However, he was afraid that the people from the Heavenly Dao Palace would not be able to find him if they wanted to deal with him. That was why he had chosen to leave through the portal. You're bragging. Let's see how you can beg me when you encounter danger later, Xianyuan Meng said coquettishly. She hesitated for a moment before following Zhou Han into the teleportation portal. Soon, some people in the crowd saw Zhou Han leave. Their eyes flickered, and they hurriedly transmitted relevant information. Zhou Han has already left the Heavenly Dao Palace and is preparing to attack. Deal with it secretly and don't leave any evidence. Xianyuan Meng is following. Just imprison her. Don't hurt him, or the consequences will be very serious. Hehe. This chaotic power is not something you can have. There were indeed many people with thoughts. Many people began to make arrangements when Zhou Han awakened. Although there was the order of the Fifth Hall Master, it was obvious that in the face of the extreme temptation of the chaotic power, they could not care less. As long as they acted in secret and were not caught with obvious proof, there was no need to worry at all. Flash! Flash! Two white lights floated past. Zhou Han and Xianyuan Meng appeared in a quiet valley one after another. Birds chirped and flowers were fragrant, filled with peace and serenity. The path was secluded and the stream was deep. He did not expect the place he teleported out to be so beautiful and refreshing. However, The auspiciousness was only on the surface. In the depths, there was hidden killing intent. Many powerful auras were transmitted, although they were hidden very well. Under Zhou Han's reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, there was nowhere to hide. What a pity. Such elegant scenery will soon be filled with blood. I really can't be happy. Zhou Han sighed. Now you're afraid? It's too late. This portal is one way. It's impossible for you to leave now. This space has been sealed, and several mysterious arrays have been set up. If I'm right, those people are hidden deep in the valley. Xianyuan Meng's pretty face was solemn as she frowned. There were a few powerful auras among them. Even if she used a powerful Dharma treasure, it would be very difficult to deal with. Why did you follow me? Could it be that you like me? A smile appeared on Zhou Han's face. After experiencing so many things, he was no longer a virgin. How could he not understand that Xianyuan Meng was worried about him? I haven't settled the scores with you yet. I don't want you to die like this. Xianyuan Meng blushed and quibbled. Zhou Han touched his chin and looked at her with a faint smile. After all, he was handsome and had a unique temperament. It was reasonable for Xianyuan Meng to like him, right? What are you looking at? That's what it's like. Believe it or not. Sensing Zhou Han's questioning gaze, Xianyuan Meng's aura weakened. Sensing that her lie had been exposed, she hurriedly turned her head away and continued to quibble. Is that so? Zhou Han smiled evilly, even more certain that Xianyuan Meng was interested in him. He leaned closer and was about to kiss her forcefully. Suddenly, birds flew and insects scattered. Countless animals screamed. In the forest, several shocking sword lights flew over. With a whistling sound that tore through the air, it shot over like a bolt of lightning in the quiet valley. Then a few impudent voices sounded. If you don't want to die, take the initiative to hand over the chaotic power. As long as we absorb your chaotic power, we can consider letting you off. Be sensible and cooperate obediently. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A few people flew out from the depths of the valley, their words filled with threat. They had long been hiding, but when they saw that Zhou Han actually had the mood to flirt there, and the target was the publicly acknowledged goddess of the heavenly Tao Palace, these people naturally could not sit still. They were very unhappy and did not wait for an opportunity to attack. Zhou Han, be careful. Xianyuan Meng had already closed her eyes shyly when she sensed Zhou Han's approach just now. Therefore, when she sensed the sharp killing intent, she was already very slow. She was about to save him when the enemy's sword aura was already inches away. Don't worry, watch me. Zhou Han blinked at Xianyuan Meng, revealing a reassuring gaze. Then, he turned around and his expression turned cold. The domineering aura on Zhou Han's body soared into the sky and shouted, "As the Lord of Myriad Swords, how dare you use a sword in front of me? All of you, and yourselves." Originally, when they heard Zhou Han's words, those people snorted with a trace of mockery on their faces. However, soon, they could not laugh anymore. This was because the few sword auras that were attacking Zhou Han suddenly changed directions. The target of the assassination was actually them. This scene was very strange, making this group of people a little stunned. This was not the end. Suddenly, the swords in their hands cracked and struggled uneasily. Soon, a ferocious sword aura erupted. The targets of the attack were actually their owners. Damn, what happened? My peerless sword seems to be out of control. Something's wrong with my fire Qilin sword too. It actually wants to kill me. I didn't expect to die on my own sword one day. It's Zhou Han. Zhou Han must be behind this. Miserable cries sounded from 6 of these people who cultivated sword techniques. However, they were caught off guard and killed by their most trusted sword. They were completely unprepared. This way of dying was simply too aggrieved. End yourselves. Just now, everyone had been mocking him. Now it sounded like suicide. Everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. This method shocked many people. How did you do it? Xianyuan Meng was also shocked, her beautiful eyes flickering with confusion. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. He could actually command the other party's sword for his own use. It was unbelievable. How is it? Am I handsome? Zhou Han smiled smugly. Seeing Xianyuan Meng's shocked and cute appearance, he felt very comfortable. After all, she had underestimated him just now. Now that she had been slapped in the face, it was quite interesting. What method did you use? Xianyuan Meng ignored Zhou Han's narcissism and continued to ask. You haven't answered. Am I handsome? If I don't tell you, I won't tell you. Zhou Han refused to let go. He felt that it was quite fun to tease a beauty like her. You are handsome. All right. Xianyuan Meng's beautiful eyes turned white as she said helplessly. Hearing Xianyuan Meng's answer, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. It's actually very simple. Because I'm the Lord of Myriad Swords, these swords naturally have to listen to my orders. What? It's that simple. I didn't expect you to awaken such a powerful class. I have no choice. I'm that outstanding. I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Xianyuan Meng. The two of them were flirting. On the other side, the experts of the Heavenly Dao Palace were a little afraid. They had wrongly underestimated Zhou Han's strength. Before Zhou Han could attack, 6 Supreme-grade Sword Dao experts were killed just like that. Actually, everyone, you don't have to be too worried. Zhou Han must be a little special in sword technique. That's why such a strange situation happened. His true strength is probably only at the Supreme grade. With so many Supreme grade experts present, why would we be afraid of not being able to subdue him? As long as we successfully subdue him, we can absorb the chaotic power in his body. I promise that as long as we contribute, everyone will get a share. The sinister man standing in the middle said loudly. He was Zhou Han, a guardian of the Heavenly Dao Palace. He was powerful and the mastermind of the operation. As expected, hearing Zhou Han's guidance, the hearts of the dozen or so people present burned. After all, even if he obtained a trace of the chaotic power, be it smelting it into a weapon or instilling it into a Dharma treasure, they would all receive a powerful increase. This was also the reason why they took the risk. Guardian Zhou is right. No matter how strong Zhou Han is, can he reach the pseudo-sovereign grade? There are more than 10 of us present. He won't be able to deal with us at all. You're right. Needless to say, we can't return empty-handed. Moreover, we have no way out. Brother, charge. Attack together. Soon, under Zhou Han's encouragement, everyone reached an agreement and forgot their fears. Illusion technique. I'll restrict his mental strength. Very good. Watch my dark abyss prison and see how I trap him. The rest, charge in 4 directions and attack. Yes, my storm pear blossom needles will block his movements. Activate the blood-drinking array. Activate. After all, they were all disciples of the Heavenly Dao Palace. After interacting for a long time, their cooperation was indeed orderly. If Zhou Han was really an ordinary 9-star Supreme grade, there was a high chance that he would suffer. Unfortunately, he had 11 sovereign golden runes and super combat strength. He was a pseudo-sovereign grade expert. In his eyes, it was just fancy but useless. Zhou Han, can you deal with these? Facing more than 10 Supreme grade experts, Xianyuan Meng asked nervously. Although Zhou Han was the Lord of Myriad Swords, the remaining people did not use swords and had all kinds of attributes. In that case, it would not have a special suppressive effect. Moreover, the other party's cooperation was so skilled that the power he could unleash was not lower than the lowest pseudo-sovereign grade expert. How difficult is that? Even if there are 10 million people, I'll kill them with a single strike. Zhou Han laughed, not caring at all. Zhou Han, you can't be careless. The leader is a guardian of the Heavenly Dao Palace. His name is Zhou Han. His combat strength is infinitely close to the pseudo-sovereign grade. You have to be careful. Seeing Zhou Han's indifferent smile, Xianyuan Meng was furious. She was very worried and hurriedly reminded him. At the same time, she also activated a powerful defensive Dharma treasure and prepared to save Zhou Han at the critical moment. Zhou Han did not say anything else, not to mention approaching the pseudo-sovereign grade. So what if a pseudo-sovereign grade came? Zhou Han, you're dead today. You killed 6 of my brothers. I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Zhou Han revealed a ferocious smile and said fiercely. Although he was very happy that a few people were missing to split the chaotic power, he would definitely not show it. After all, this could win people over. These lackeys would still be useful in the future. What a close brotherhood. In that case, go down and accompany them neatly. Zhou Han said expressionlessly and pointed. The terrifying sword aura in the sky suddenly surged like a tide. Extreme mastery, sword Dao quintessence. Die all of you, as the cold and emotionless voice, the extreme sword Dao, and the absolute control of the chaos sword lord. Countless sword auras were especially violent. Zhou Han tapped gently, and sword lights filled the sky at lightning speed. drowning Zhou Han and the others. System prompt. You have successfully killed the 8-star Supreme Grade by Xiaochun. You have obtained 10,000 Supreme Grade enhancement points. An item has dropped. You have successfully killed the 9-star Supreme Grade Han Laoli. You have obtained 20,000 Supreme Grade enhancement points and dropped an item. You have successfully killed the 8-star Supreme Grade Zui Aofeng. You have obtained 30,000 Supreme Grade enhancement points and dropped an item. After being annihilated by countless sword lights, information about killing kept refreshing on the combat interface. Zhou Han was not surprised by this outcome. All of this happened in a few milliseconds. The speed of their destruction stunned Xianyuan Meng, and a mighty wave surged in her heart. She was extremely shocked. It was unbelievable what it had seen. They were all wiped out just like that. How did this happen? Xianyuan Meng kept muttering to herself. If not for the fact that she knew Zui Aofeng, she would even suspect that he was a top 9-star Supreme Being expert. In an instant, more than 10 Supreme Grade experts were easily slaughtered by Zhou Han. Zhou Han activated the wind and swept it forcefully, putting all the items that dropped into his bag. Not bad. I got 150,000 Supreme Enhancement points. Zhou Han counted his gains and was still very satisfied. He only checked the Supreme Grade quality and could not be bothered to look at the rest. After all, even dogs did not use quality below the Supreme Grade. There were 3 skill books, 7 equipment and weapons, and 2 Dharma treasures. Including the 6 sword cultivators who had been killed at the beginning, the enemy had more than 20 Supreme Grade experts in total. This time, the drop rate was a little low. Fortunately, he had the Supreme Enhancement points. This was the most important. Zhou Han, how did you cultivate? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Seeing that Zhou Han had finished packing, Xianyuan Meng could not help but ask curiously. After all, after interacting with Zhou Han some time ago, she could feel that he was still a weak chicken. In just a short period of time, he had already reached a powerful realm that even she could not compare to. This was a little ridiculous. Hee, I have something more powerful. Do you want to see it? Zhou Han's lips curled up as he said with a smile. What's better? You don't think you can tease me just because you're strong. Seeing the naughty smile on Zhou Han's face, Xianyuan Meng blushed and said angrily, What teasing? I'm talking about a more powerful sword technique. What are you thinking? Zhou Han flicked Xianyuan Meng's forehead and said speechlessly. He was indeed talking about this. The extreme mastery, Sword Dao Quintessence was indeed very strong, but among all Zhou Han's skills, his output could not enter the top 3. Therefore, what he said was naturally skills like Chaos, Eternal Sword, and Dragon Abyss, 7 stars Fury Slash. Could you be thinking about something sexual? Zhou Han teased. Seeing Xianyuan Meng's blushing expression, he immediately understood. No, how can I be that kind of person? You're thinking too much. Xianyuan Meng hurriedly quibbled, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhou Han only smiled and did not say anything. He did not expect the cold Xianyuan Meng to have such a cute side. Since you have nothing else to say, I'll leave first. Also, don't let your guard down after this crisis. After all, the temptation of the chaotic power is too great. These people from the Heavenly Dao Palace won't let this go. The next time we'll definitely be attacked by pseudo-sovereign grade experts. Then, Xianyuan Meng recovered and said solemnly. Although Zhou Han was powerful and had reached the pseudo-sovereign grade in her opinion. However, there were still some pseudo-sovereign grade experts in the Heavenly Dao Palace. Most of them were old antiques who had been famous for a long time. This time, Guardian Zhua had set up an ambush. These people were very likely spying in the dark. At the same time, they could use this to test Zhou Han's true strength. After all, they had lived for so long. They had to be cautious. If they weren't too confident, they wouldn't act rashly. Therefore, once these pseudo-sovereign grade experts were sufficiently prepared, that was the time to really attack Zhou Han. That was why Xianyuan Meng reminded him like this. She could not help with such a level. Don't worry, my things are not so easy to snatch. I've always been the one snatching others' shares. Zhou Han said domineeringly, a calm smile on his face. With 11 sovereign golden runes and having awakened a powerful class like the Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han's combat strength was no longer the same as before. He was not so easy to deal with. You do like me. It's my fault for being too handsome. Thank you for your concern and willingness to face danger with me. Although this danger doesn't pressure me at all, I'm still grateful. Zhou Han said seriously. Although Xianyuan Meng did not help much, this action made his heart warm, so he said such words. I don't care about you. I'm just filled with righteousness and can't stand numbers bullying people. Don't think too much about it. Xianyuan Meng hurriedly denied it. For some reason, when she heard Zhou Han say this, she felt a different kind of joy and sweetness. Could it be that she had really fallen in love with him? Was it just because of that touch? The thought appeared in her mind and flustered her. Unprecedented feelings filled the letter. Xianyuan Meng hurriedly bade farewell. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be even shyer. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I haven't thanked you properly. Seeing that Xianyuan Meng was a little flustered, Zhou Han smiled evilly and pulled her into his arms. You. Xianyuan Meng let out a delicate cry. Sensing Zhou Han's mature manly aura at close range, she panicked even more. This was the second time she had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. The first time was some time ago. Of course, the target was also Zhou Han. Reward, a fragrant kiss. Zhou Han said with a smile. Before Xianyuan Meng could react, he had already bitten her soft lips and wantonly tasted the fragrance and sweetness. Her lips were full and very supple. They were smooth and indescribably wonderful. Xianyuan Meng struggled a little. However, she quickly liked this exciting feeling. After all, she also liked Zhou Han in her heart, so she was still very happy to be treated like this. You still say you don't like me. Look at your expression. Seeing that Xianyuan Meng's eyes were closed and she looked extraordinary, Zhou Han thought to himself. He indeed felt a sense of accomplishment in conquering such a beauty. Then, Zhou Han's gaze swept across the tights on Xianyuan Meng, vividly showing her incomparably graceful figure. The moving arc was completely outlined, filled with a huge impact that made one unable to look away. It made Zhou Han subconsciously think of the touch on the gravity track that day. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up as he reached out. I'll leave first. Feeling offended, Xianyuan Meng woke up with a start. A force came from nowhere and pushed Zhou Han away. Then she fled in a panic, looking very sorry. Looks like it will take some time to completely conquer it. Feeling the remaining heat in his hand, Zhou Han said with a smile. He did not chase up. Xianyuan Meng must be very shy now. If he went over now, the other party would definitely be angry out of humiliation and it would backfire. Zhou Han still understood this. After reminiscing, Zhou Han shook off the charm in his mind. System prompt. You have a new friend message. Please check it in time. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han opened the friend panel. Han, how was your second awakening? We bought a villa in the Firmament Imperial City. From now on, it's our place to rest. Everything is set up. If you come back, just come over. The coordinates are XXX. It was a message from Han Qinxue. When Zhou Han went to find the blind swordsman to submit the awakening mission, the two women were both sleeping soundly. Because he was overworked, Zhou Han did not wake them up at that time. It seemed that he had rested well now. Han Qinxue was indeed very mature and capable. She was very considerate and dealt with the matter in an orderly manner, making Zhou Han very worried. After all, there would be a period of time in the Firmament Imperial City where Zhou Han would stop, so some daily life was still very necessary. Qinxue, I've already completed my awakening. I'll be back soon. Zhou Han replied. Okay, we'll wait for you. He closed the chat interface and opened the map. He looked at his current location. He was not very far from the Firmament Imperial City. After entering the coordinates, Zhou Han rode the wind through the navigation and rushed towards the Firmament Imperial City. The current Zhou Han's strength had greatly increased, so he was naturally much faster. In a few minutes, he easily flew to the Firmament Imperial City. In a certain palace in the Heavenly Dao Palace. Master, the 20-odd supreme-grade experts led by Guardian Zhuo were all killed without exception. A black shadow looked at the old man in the head hall and reported respectfully. Yes, I didn't expect Zhou Han to have some ability. The old man stroked his long beard with a trace of surprise in his expression. However, that was all. After all, he was an elder of the Heavenly Dao Hall and a pseudo-sovereign-grade expert. Regarding this, he naturally did not take it too seriously. In his opinion, Zhou Han was just a grasshopper stronger than an ant and was nothing to worry about. Continue to investigate and collect information about Zhou Han. In a few days, when I master my divine technique, it will be time to seize the chaotic power the old man said domineeringly. He did not take Zhou Han seriously. What he was most worried about was that a stronger pseudo-sovereign-grade expert would beat him to it and take the chaotic energy for himself. They were his greatest competitors. Therefore, he had to master the divine technique and increase his combat strength to be foolproof. Yes, master. Once a pseudo-sovereign-grade expert deals with Zhou Han, I'll report to you immediately. With that, the black shadow turned into a black light and dissipated into the air. The old man nodded, very assured of the black shadow's detection ability. The same situation happened in Heavenly Dao Hall. It concerned the chaotic power. Everyone paid a lot of attention to Zhou Han's movements. These experts all had deep foundations. It was not a problem to nurture a group of people who were good at reconnaissance. Of course, although these investigators were hidden very well, they had no privacy at all under Zhou Han's reincarnation, Heaven's Eye. However, Zhou Han did not touch them. After all, he could not wait for the enemy to come looking for him and give him supreme enhancement points. Therefore, this was considered entrapment. As expected, Zhou Han is indeed something. I just found out that he defeated the Heaven Lord Phantom, who had 5 sovereign golden runes. What? So strong? Let's withdraw from this competition. Fortunately, I didn't impulsively kill Zhou Han. Otherwise, I would have ended up like Guardians 1 now. Soon, some people found information about Zhou Han. After all, during this period of time, Zhou Han had caused an earth-shattering commotion. There was no need to investigate this information seriously. Any passerby knew Zhou Han's reputation. After knowing Zhou Han's strength, many people retreated. They could not resist such power at all. At the same time, as soon as Zhou Han's battle ended, Li Qia also obtained information. Interesting. Zhou Han, you gave me many surprises. Not only is your chaotic power about to be absorbed by me, but I'll also gladly accept the sovereign golden runes. Li Qia stood quietly with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with a controlled smile. The reason why he was so confident was that he had 10 sovereign golden runes. At 100 years old, he had obtained the position of Elder of the Heavenly Dao Hall. His powerful strength crushed many seniors. He was talented and peerless. Strength and status were all reasons for his arrogance. Brother, that's great. Once you obtain the chaotic power and absorb a portion of Zhou Han's sovereign golden runes, your strength will increase greatly. Even the position of the 9 Hall Masters can be occupied, Li Jui said excitedly. Killing Zhou Han made him feel good. At that time, when Li Qia became the 9th Hall Master, his status would also rise. This day can't be too far away, Li Qia calmly said. In his opinion, everything was very simple. By the way, I just saw people from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace visiting our Heavenly Dao Palace. Guess what happened? Li Jui smiled mysteriously. Oh, the Cloud Void Sacred Palace is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from our Heavenly Dao Palace. Why are they here? Brother, you might not know this. It's like this. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor announced to the world and invited all the heroes in the world. I heard that he wants to choose a good husband for his precious daughter. I wonder what the daughter of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor looks like, but that's not the point. Even if she's very shabby, she's the only daughter of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor. As long as she builds a relationship with the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, it's difficult not to take off. I see. Li Qia rubbed his chin and pondered. Brother, you're not married yet. You're not more than 200 years old. You completely meet the standards of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor to choose a husband. This is a huge opportunity. Once you become the son-in-law of your Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, you'll have a huge number of resources. At that time, with your talent, even a sovereign-grade expert will have a chance, Li Jui said excitedly, constantly egging him on. That's right, it's indeed a good opportunity. Let's contact the people from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace now. Li Qia's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light as great ambition kept spreading in his body. According to the navigation, Zhou Han found the location of his villa. It was beside a mountain and a river. The environment was quiet, and there was a green lake, decorating this quietness with a different kind of vitality. Around the lake, there were plum blossoms blooming, secluded orchids, lush and tall bamboo forests, and elegant and fragrant chrysanthemums. Good Lord, these plants were originally growing in different seasons. However, with a special array formation enveloping them, they displayed their beauty at the same time. It was really a feast for the eyes and breathtaking. Is this the villa I'm going to live in? Qin Xue is really capable to find such a good place. Zhou Han smiled to himself. It was as if he had entered a garden. The elegant fragrance made him feel especially comfortable. Sensing the auras of Han Qin Xue and Bai Ling Long, Zhou Han did not stop and walked over. Han, you're back. You've worked hard outside. I just made abalone soup. Try it and see how it tastes. Han Qin Xue smiled charmingly. When she saw Zhou Han return, she became brighter. I didn't expect you to know how to make soup, Zhou Han said curiously. Of course. For you. I've been learning how to cook recently, Han Qin Xue said sweetly, her eyes filled with love. Zhou Han took the soup bowl and drank it in one gulp. How does it taste? Smooth, refreshing, plump, and juicy. Qin Xue, you're getting more and more capable. Zhou Han smacked his lips, reminiscing. It's good that you know. Hearing Zhou Han's praise, Han Qin Xue smiled proudly. Her smile was like a flower, and she was very happy. For the sake of the person she loved, she was willing to change. No matter how much she sacrificed, it was worth it. Han, I also prepared milk for you. It's very smooth. You can't favor one over the other. You have to share everything. Bai Linglong also said coquettishly. Of course not. I, Zhou Han, am such a fraternal person with a noble personality. After eating and drinking his fill, he naturally wanted. The two women's charming gazes kept sweeping across Zhou Han's body. The hint was very obvious. Han, with such beautiful scenery and the company of the flowers, shouldn't we leave some beautiful memories? Bai Linglong exhaled and leaned over. Han, it's getting late. Let's wash up in the lake. Han Qin Xue also suggested. She smiled sweetly, looking infinitely charming and beautiful. It had a more mature charm, like a ripe peach. It was plump and juicy and incomparably wonderful. Oh, is there anything unique about this lake? Zhou Han hugged Han Qin Xue's slender waist and pulled her into his arms, asking curiously. This lake is called the Moonlight Lake. Under the moonlight, the lake water can absorb the essence of the moonlight. Not only can it nourish your face, but it can also increase the quality of your body and nurture your soul. The temperature of the lake is similar to a human's temperature. It will also feel very comfortable inside. Han Qin Xue explained with a smile, talking frankly about these characteristics. When Zhou Han heard this Moonlight Lake was indeed very magical. It was similar to a hot spring, but it was much larger than a hot spring. It was very wide and could go all out. By the way, how did you get this villa? Zhou Han asked the question in his heart. When he was outside, he felt that the scenery here was beautiful. When he entered, the various scenes surprised him even more. There were also many powerful defensive arrays. It was very difficult to buy such a villa with money. Zhou Han did not think that Han Qin Xue had such an ability. There must be something involved. Actually, this villa was originally owned by the Firmament Saint Emperor. After it was built, it has never been lived in. I don't know where he found out that we were buying a villa, but he specially sent guards to sell this villa to us. He doesn't mean anything else. The villa is empty anyway. Why don't you give it to someone in need and hope to befriend a genius young man like you? Han Qin Xue hurriedly explained. After Zhou Han returned just now, she had been thinking about something bitter. Therefore, she forgot to tell Zhou Han about the source of the villa immediately. Oh, the Firmament Saint Emperor. Zhou Han's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The Firmament Saint Emperor was naturally the controller of the Firmament Imperial City. Not only did he have powerful strength, but he also controlled a terrifying faction team behind him. His power was shocking, and everything within tens of thousands of miles was under his rule. After reaching the pseudo-sovereign grade, Zhou Han also knew that there would be some subgrades among the pseudo-sovereign grade. They were all divided according to the number of sovereign golden runes they controlled. Those who controlled less than 20 sovereign golden runes could only be called ordinary pseudo-sovereign experts. Controlling 20 to 50 sovereign golden runes was known as the Saint Lord. Controlling 50 to 80 sovereign golden runes was known as the Saint King. Those who controlled 80 to 99 sovereign golden runes were called Saint Emperors. It could be seen how awesome the Saint Emperor was. He had at least controlled 80 sovereign golden runes and was infinitely close to the sovereign grade. Clearly, the Firmament Saint Emperor was such a super expert. However, I felt that it was not good to casually accept gifts from others, so I used 10 supreme grade equipment to exchange. Han, are you angry that I took matters into my own hands? Han Qin Xue said nervously when she saw that Zhou Han did not speak. She also knew that the Firmament Saint Emperor must have given such a villa to Zhou Han. However, she did not want Zhou Han to owe her a favor, so she took this method. Yes, you did well. I didn't expect myself to be so in the limelight. Even the Firmament Saint Emperor is paying attention to me. Sensing Han Qinshua's worry, Zhou Han smiled and patted her head, comforting her. It was just 10 supreme equipment. He still had a lot of them and did not take them seriously at all. However, even though he did this, Zhou Han knew that he still owed a favor. To Saint Emperor experts, supreme-grade equipment was no different from trash. With Zhou Han's eyesight, he could easily see many pseudo-sovereign-grade array formations and many high-quality materials in this villa. It was not something supreme-grade equipment could exchange for at all. However, Zhou Han did not say this out loud to prevent Han Qinshu from blaming herself. After all, what she did was very right, but her horizons were limited. Actually, even without the villa, once the Firmament Saint Emperor noticed Zhou Han, he would definitely have more contact in the future. As long as Zhou Han was within his sphere of influence, it was only a matter of time before such a thing happened. After all, Zhou Han's performance was too heaven-defying. It was too difficult not to be noticed. He would deal with whatever came his way. It was useless for Zhou Han to think too much. Then, under the moonlight, ripples appeared in the moonlight lake. The moon's essence was constantly condensing, adding a different charm to the quiet night. Zhou Han's gaze swept across the two women. The more he looked at the beauties under the moon, the more excited he became. Soon, they took off their clothes and laughed and played in Moonlight Lake. Han, by Linglong, was like a pure white water lotus in the lake. She could not stand the cold wind and was shy. Her eyes were gentle and filled with love as she hooked her finger at Zhou Han. Demoness, watch how I... Zhou Han smiled evilly and jumped into the lake. Then, the water light surged, and the waves slapped the shore, sweeping up 1,000 piles of snow. The moonlight tonight seemed especially gentle. From time to time, it hid in the clouds, as if shy. Happy times were always so short. Soon, the sun rose in the east, and the light of dawn shone on the world. Everything was so peaceful. In the afternoon, the two women woke up slowly. Their faces were red, and they smiled happily. Their beautiful eyes were looking forward to it as they looked at Zhou Han gently. By the way, how has Xiangning been recently? Zhou Han asked while eating. He had not contacted her for some time and did not know how she was. Moreover, Zhou Han was quite busy and did not have much time to send chat messages. After awakening last time, she was about to return. However, the mage temple she was in discovered a mystic realm. Because she's quite talented, the higher-ups of the mage temple gave her a spot to enter the trial. Han Qinshu said with a smile. What kind of mystic realm? Zhou Han frowned and asked in a low voice. If it was an unknown mystic realm, no one knew if there was great danger inside. I'm not sure what kind of mystic realm it is. I know you're worried about Xiangning's safety, but don't worry. I've traded those supreme-grade equipment, including Dharma treasures, to her. Coupled with her powerful defense of the earth element, her life-saving ability is not ordinary. After Han Qinshu said this, she laughed at Zhou Han's worries. Zhou Han had chosen those equipment that were suitable for Han Xiangning's class. Moreover, they had all been enhanced 10 times. The combat strength they could unleash could not be underestimated. After all, he had to take good care of his woman. Han, don't forget to plunder that netherworld ghost emperor and the bone dragon. After dinner, Bai Linglong reminded him. She knew that the bone dragon had the undying characteristics of the undead race. As long as Zhou Han could successfully plunder it, they would be even more at ease when wandering outside. Although Zhou Han's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger, they knew that the stronger he was and the higher the level he came into contact with, the weaker they would feel. Therefore, every time Zhou Han wandered outside, they were like wives, worried that something would happen to their husband. Linglong, thank goodness you mentioned this. Otherwise, I would have almost forgotten about the netherworld ghost emperor. Zhou Han slapped his head and said with a smile. After all, the current netherworld ghost emperor was too weak in Zhou Han's eyes. He could kill him with a breath. When he captured the netherworld ghost emperor back then, it was mainly for the strange skills on him. This ability to sense the target's aura and descend near the target was indeed very good. Zhou Han felt that it would have a miraculous effect at the critical moment. Back then, he did not succeed in plundering from the netherworld ghost emperor. That was why he kept him in captivity and slowly plundered him until he obtained that strange skill. After all, the title of #1 prodigy is only emperor grade. Its effect is extremely limited. It can only be plundered 3 times a day, and the success rate is not very high. Zhou Han sighed in his heart. Although the description of the title was not written, Zhou Han could clearly feel that the success rate of plundering a powerful target was very low. Even if he succeeded, the quality of the items he obtained was very poor. Therefore, the title of #1 prodigy was a little useless now. It was tasteless and a pity to abandon it. If only I could increase the quality of the title. Then the power I can unleash would correspond to the increase. Zhou Han said emotionally. Thinking of this, he opened the system and searched for information about similar items, but he still found nothing. Finally, he asked in the God-Slaying Hall's guild group. After all, the members of the group were the strongest group in the entire zone after the server merged. If they could not obtain them, there would really be none. System prompt. You have a new friend message. Please check it in time. Seeing that it was a message from Zhou Huang, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He opened the message. As expected, it did not disappoint him. It was a silver card. Divine Grade Title Card. Grade, 3-star Divine Grade. Type, Special Item Card. Description, a card with a mysterious power that has a unique effect on items like titles. The drop rate is extremely low. It's a very rare item. If you can drop it, it means that your luck is extraordinary. Effect, after using the title, the original quality of the title will advance to the 3-star Divine Grade. Attention, the quality of the original title is not lower than the Emperor Grade. Otherwise, this effect will not take effect. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Han's face. As expected of Zhou Huang, he did not disappoint him. After the zones were combined, the current regions were integrated into 100 zones. There were many people. However, no one had such an item when Zhou Han searched for relevant information, but Zhou Huang had one. His luck was really unparalleled. Han, you found a tool to increase your title? Han Qinxue asked curiously when she saw the smile on Zhou Han's face. Zhou Han had also told Han Qinxue just now. After all, she was also a player. If they searched together, it would be more efficient. That's right. Zhou Huang traded this to me. Zhou Han nodded. Looks like the effects of these members you nurtured are beginning to show. They can help you now, Han Qinxue said. Previously, she was still a little puzzled by Zhou Han nurturing the guild members like this. Now, he finally understood that no matter how powerful an individual was, their energy was effective. As long as those extra resources could help nurture his faction, it would be a sure profit. As expected of the man I love. He's so ambitious and has a good plan. The two women looked at him in admiration. Ahem, Zhou Han coughed. This bragging made him a little embarrassed. Let's activate the enhancement first and see what changes will happen. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt. You have activated the talent. Infinite Enhancement. 3-star Divine Grade. Divine Grade Title Card. You have successfully enhanced it 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han looked over again. He took in the new attribute description. Divine Grade Title Card plus 10. Grade, 3-star Divine Grade. Type, Special Item Card. Description, a card with a mysterious power that has a unique effect on items like titles. The drop rate is extremely low. It's a very rare item. If you can drop it, it means that your luck is extraordinary. Effect, after using the title, the original quality of the title will directly advance to 2-star Supreme Grade. Attention, the quality of the original title is not lower than the Emperor Grade. Otherwise, this effect will not take effect. Very good, Supreme Grade. Zhou Han was delighted and felt very comfortable. Supreme Grade and Divine Grade were not on the same level. Therefore, the effect of the increase naturally soared. Boss, are you satisfied with this card? I only have one. Soon, Zhou Huang discovered the news and asked. I'm very satisfied. You're considerate. Why didn't you use this card yourself? Did it just drop? Zhou Han replied. No, it's been dropped for a while because the restrictions can only be used by titles that are not lower than Emperor Grade. I don't have a title of this quality, so I've been saving it. I didn't know you needed such a prop. Otherwise, I would have taken it out long ago, Zhou Huang explained. Zhou Han nodded to show that he understood. It was not easy for players of the God-Fiend continent to obtain titles, and titles could not be traded. Therefore, An emperor-grade title was already extremely high quality to most players. All right, you've made a great contribution and are worth a heavy reward. Zhou Han said, it's only right to do things for boss. You've sacrificed so much for us. This is what we should do. There's no need for a reward. Oh Huang hurriedly said humbly. Is that so? I'm prepared to reward you with a supreme-grade accessory. It's a pity that you don't want it. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled. What? A supreme-grade accessory? Boss, I want it. I was just pretending. Don't take it seriously. Oh Huang's eyes lit up, and he immediately wailed. It was supreme-grade, and it was a piece of very rare accessory equipment. If he didn't want it, he would really be a fool. All right, stop howling. Who told you to be so pretentious? I've sent this equipment to the guild group. Go and collect it yourself. Zhou Han said angrily. Thank you, boss. Oh Huang was very excited and hurriedly went to the group to collect the goods. Xiaoyan, awesome. This is a supreme-grade accessory. I'm so envious. Go to all, boss. What else do you need? We'll find it immediately. Daimei, boss, please instruct us as much as you want. Don't stand on ceremony. Yangmi, we also want to contribute. In an instant, the members hurriedly took the initiative to request permission. One by one, they stood up and expressed their loyalty and value. This was because when they saw Oh Huang receive the equipment, everyone instantly knew that Oh Huang had handed over what Zhou Han needed to obtain such a generous reward. This time, the crowd was excited and everyone was very envious. After all, that was supreme-grade equipment. To them, it was an extremely rare existence. Everyone wanted it. This was also the outcome Zhou Han wanted to see. He could also take this opportunity to mobilize the enthusiasm of the members. After all, their combat strength had increased, and they could bear greater responsibility. For example, some rare items could allow the group members to start collecting equipment advancement, skill mutation, various special auxiliary effects, and other items. Zhou Han had many supreme-grade equipment on hand, so he was not afraid that there would be no reward. As long as they contributed, they would be rewarded. Han, leave the guild to me. I'll definitely help you manage it well and obtain more resources that are useful to you. Han Qinxue said with a smile. After all, she was still very experienced in management. Zhou Han's online mall, Myriad Treasure Tower, was still managed by Han Qinxue. As Zhou Han's woman, her heart ached when she saw that he was especially busy. She wanted to take the initiative to bear more responsibility. Yes, it's been hard on you, Qinxue. Zhou Han stroked Han Qinxue's soft hair and smiled gently. He had built the god-slaying hall himself, so there was naturally a lot of room for improvement in the future. Moreover, there were many talents inside. For example, Xiaoyan, Lu Benwei, Oh Huang, Go Tuo, Kai Shuquan, and the others had huge potential. Coupled with the resources provided by Zhou Han, these people had already stood out. Therefore, in time, they could reach a higher level and play a greater role. Not only was Zhou Han relieved to leave it to Han Qinxue to manage, but he was also assured, Han, I can do it too. I've decided to form a team in the Firmament Imperial City to be in charge of collecting information. For example, information about some rare resources, enemies, mystic realms, and so on. They will definitely help you in the future. Bai Linglong also took the initiative to volunteer. She also wanted to make some contributions. Otherwise, if she idled around all day, she would look like a vase. Only a beautiful and capable woman could obtain a man's favor longer. Clearly, Bai Linglong was very aware of this. In that case, she could occupy a more important position in Zhou Han's heart. I'm so lucky to have good women like you to share my burdens. Zhou Han hugged the two women and was a little touched. However, do you have any relevant experience in the establishment and nurturing of such a faction? Zhou Han said seriously. Since Bai Linglong had this thought, he also hoped that she could do better. After all, information gathering could not be ignored. Although I don't have experience, I can ask my father for guidance. I have to keep thinking and learning myself, Bai Linglong said with a smile, her eyes filled with firm confidence. City Lord Bai? Zhou Han nodded. If he had Bai Wuhan's help, it would indeed be easier to form an intelligence organization. After interacting with Bai Linglong during this period of time, Zhou Han naturally knew that Bai Wuhan was not just the city lord of Blue Thunder City. He had a powerful background. As for why he had been living in Blue Thunder City, Zhou Han guessed that the other party was very likely also about to complete a special mission of a sovereign. Of course, This was only a guess and had no basis. None of this was important. At least for the time being, Bai Wuhan was not hostile to Zhou Han and was even filled with kindness. Yes, my father has always thought highly of you. If you have time, you can meet and talk. Bai Linglong hugged Zhou Han's arm and smiled happily. Well, of course. After all, he had obtained Bai Wuhan's precious daughter. If they met, Zhou Han would feel a little awkward. Zhou Han wanted to refuse, but seeing Bai Linglong's expectant gaze, he still agreed. Anyway, he would agree first. He would see how it went. It was not like they would meet immediately. Han, thank you. Then I'll start preparing now. Although Bai Linglong could not bear to part with Zhou Han, for the sake of a better future, now was not the time to be intimate. Yes, it's good to prepare early. By the way, to form a faction, your strength has to increase. Otherwise, how can you convince the crowd? Don't I have the equipment you gave me? Equipment is just an external force. Your own strength is true strength. Han, do you have a way to increase my stamina? Of course. Zhou Han smiled calmly. He could see what effect the Chaos Sword Lord's talent, the Heaven Vault Sword Servant, could unleash. Zhou Han was filled with anticipation. Firstly, Bai Linglong also cultivated the Sword Dao and perfectly matched the class template activated in the Heaven Vault Sword Servant, unleashing even more powerful strength. Secondly, Bai Linglong was the woman he loved and could increase his strength. Zhou Han naturally thought of the person closest to him immediately. Therefore, Zhou Han gave one of the only 2 sword servant spots to Bai Linglong without hesitation. Han, really? Give it to me. Bai Linglong's eyes lit up, and she was as gentle as water. She naturally believed Zhou Han's words, which was why she was so excited. Okay, don't be anxious. I have some related classes here. I'll give you a simple introduction and see which one you're interested in. Zhou Han stroked Bai Linglong's little head and said with a smile. Current class templates that can be granted: Sword Emperor of Adjudication, Limitless Sword Saint, Blood Abyss Sword Demon, Extreme Shadow Sword Sect, Dark Sword Shadow, Peerless Sword Maiden, Proud World Sword Venerable, Thunder Hell Sword Soul, Blood Rage Berserker, Dark Lord, Wind Sword Hero, and so on. Zhou Han roughly explained the relevant attributes. Han, Peerless Sword Maiden. This is the class. When Zhou Han had just introduced the Peerless Sword Maiden, Bai Linglong made her choice before he could finish. Is this class any different from my original one? Bai Linglong asked curiously. She had made the choice because it was familiar. After all, what was right was what mattered. Although the names are similar, this class is much stronger than yours. Try it yourself and you'll know, Zhou Han explained with a smile. He could see the attributes of the class template and compare them to Bai Linglong's current attributes. They completely exceeded her previous class. Yes, I'll listen to you. Bai Linglong followed Zhou Han's instructions and placed her jade-like hand in his. She quietly closed her eyes and mobilized the sword intent in her body. At the same time, Zhou Han also activated the sword aura that contained the chaotic power and surged into Bai Linglong's body. The two of them were in a wonderful state. If he wanted to bind a sword servant, he had to obtain the other party's agreement. If he forcefully bound a sword servant, it would cause damage to the target and affect their potential. It would not be beneficial to their future development. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Heaven Vault Sword Servant. You are looking for a suitable candidate to become the target of the sword servant. Please wait. Not long after the notification, 7-colored light immediately shone. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the sword servant and given the class template of the Peerless Sword Maiden. Bai Linglong let out a delicate cry. Pure power attacked, and she felt an energy she had never felt before constantly filling her body. It constantly nourished and modified her body. Is this the true power of the Peerless Sword Maiden? Bai Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It was immediately covered by great joy. She knew that all this change was because of this class. You're shocked by that. After you become my sword servant, you can still use 10% of my strength. Experience it yourself. Zhou Han's lips curled up as he said proudly. He also released the buff skill of the Sword Dominator. In an instant, a rich sword light enveloped Bai Linglong. Under the influence of the sword owner, the power obtained by the sword servant was even stronger. Moreover, it could use Zhou Han's skills, equipment, and Dharma treasure special effects. What? 10% strength. Then wouldn't I instantly become a supreme grade expert? As expected, When she heard Zhou Han's words, Bai Linglong was even more dumbfounded. One had to know how strong Zhou Han was. Even with 10% of his strength, she could easily beat up a top 9-star supreme grade expert. How could she not be shocked and happy? Before this, Bai Linglong was only at the emperor grade. Coupled with the equipment Zhou Han gave her, she could unleash the strength of a top divine grade expert. She did not dare to hope for supreme grade strength. Now, she had directly completed a huge leap and soared into the sky, reaching the level of a top supreme grade expert. This was something that she did not even dare to think of in the past, but it had actually happened just like that. Oh my god, Han, you're too powerful. Han Qinxue also revealed an extremely envious gaze. Unfortunately, she was not a sword cultivator. Moreover, the Seraph class could bring powerful auxiliary abilities. Otherwise, she would have changed her class. This is the ability I obtained after my second awakening. It's called the Chaos Sword Lord. Wherever my sword points, all the swords in the world are at my disposal, Zhou Han said with a smile. The domineering aura on his body subconsciously appeared. It made the two women even more infatuated. Such a man was perfect. They were overjoyed and a little moist. Zhou Han scanned Bai Linglong's body. Soon, after she fused with her power, a new attribute appeared. Of course, her current attributes were the data displayed without using Zhou Han's strength. Her combat strength had already reached the 3-star supreme grade and taken a powerful leap. Han, thank you. After completely absorbing this pure power, the surprise in Bai Linglong's eyes could no longer be hidden. She passionately kissed him, her love surging. Her delicate body leaned over and leaned into Zhou Han's arms. Her eyes were coquettish, mainly to thank Zhou Han. All right, business is more important now. I'll comfort you tonight. How could Zhou Han not know what she wanted to do? Yes, all right, I'll leave first. Knowing that Zhou Han still had something to deal with, Bai Linglong did not pester him. Zhou Han nodded and chatted with Han Qinxue about the guild for a while. Han, our guild only has a virtual guild group now. We don't have a specific headquarters. In that case, it can sometimes cause a lot of inconvenience. Therefore, we have to build a headquarters base as a place for the members of the God-Slaying Hall to stay. Han Qinxue suggested. She had discovered this problem when she took the initiative to manage the guild just now. Qinxue, you're very considerate. Zhou Han praised. His personal energy was limited. Only by brainstorming could he consider everything more comprehensively. Coincidentally, there's a suitable place for us to build the God-Slaying Hall headquarters base. It's also very convenient. As Zhou Han spoke, he sent the coordinates of the Blood Soul Hall to Han Qinxue. The Blood Soul Hall had been destroyed by Zhou Han not long ago, although many buildings were affected by the powerful energy. However, at least there was an outline. As long as he was above the ruins, it would be even easier to modify it. Moreover, there were many defensive arrays in the Blood Soul Hall. These were all good things. After all, array formations were very troublesome to set up. They needed to find a profound array master and also consumed a lot of time. The Blood Soul Hall originally occupied enough space to expand in the future. Therefore, it completely met the standards of a headquarters base. Zhou Han was also very satisfied with this. Han, is this the coordinate? I still need to investigate the exact implementation plan on the spot before making a decision. Han Qinxue said. Yes, thank you for coming. Zhou Han said gently. I'll leave then. After the kiss, Han Qinxue did not waste any time. Since she had taken over the guild, she naturally wanted to achieve results and share Zhou Han's worries. Zhou Han was also very supportive of what the two women wanted to do. After all, they were all thinking for him. Use the Divine Grade title card. The target is the #1 prodigy. Zhou Han chanted. A light flashed and the card slowly disappeared. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. System prompt. You have successfully used Divine Grade title card +10. Your title, #1 prodigy, has successfully advanced to 2-star supreme grade. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check. Zhou Han looked over. The relevant description appeared on the paper. Godfiend Nightmare +10. Grade, 2-star supreme. Type, title item. Description, a special title that contains a powerful nightmare power. This nightmare power has a terrifying plundering ability. This is a power that even the Godfiends are incomparably terrified of. Basic attributes. In combat, increases HP by 100%, attack power by 50%, and defense by 30%. Special attributes. Nightmare power. After releasing the nightmare power, it can plunder the target. The items plundered include equipment, talent, luck, talent, characteristics, items, attribute points, and so on. Description. There are 10 opportunities to plunder every day. You can only plunder a single target each time. The unused plundering count cannot be accumulated. The number of plunders will automatically be reset at midnight every day. The success rate of plundering is 60%. After the plunder fails, the next plunder will have a random increase in success rate. Nightmare power. As expected, after the title advanced to the supreme grade, the effect increased savagely. After reading the description, Zhou Han was delighted. The advanced title was Godfiend Nightmare, and it retained the effect of plunder. It was filled with nightmare power, although this power could not compare to the chaotic power and reincarnation power. However, with the effect of plunder, it meant that the nightmare power was also extremely powerful. The effect of the enhancement was also obvious. First, his basic attributes were greatly enhanced. Then, the number of times he plundered the special attributes became 10, and the success rate increased slightly. In short, it was the enhanced version of the number 1 prodigy. Then let's start plundering now. Zhou Han smiled and looked at the imprisoned Netherworld Ghost Emperor, his eyes gradually softening. Let go of me, you demon. I was wrong. I shouldn't have troubled you. Let me go, please. Seeing Zhou Han slowly walking over, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor said with a trembling voice. During this period of time, he had simply collapsed in time. Moreover, the feeling of being plundered was very painful. He regretted provoking an expert like Zhou Han. Huh? Let you go? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Didn't you want to kill me? Since there's such a decision, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. Zhou Han said coldly without a trace of emotion. It was impossible to pity the enemy. Activate the plunder effect of the nightmare power. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt. You have activated the power of nightmares. The target of plunder is the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Begin plundering. At the same time, a ghostly light condensed in the air and entered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body. He heard violent wails and screams. System prompt. You have plundered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Unfortunately, the plundering has failed. The remaining number of plunders that day is 9. The success rate of the next plunder will increase by 8%. Please do not be discouraged and work harder. He did not expect it to fail on the first try, but Zhou Han was not too surprised. After all, a 60% success rate was not high. Fortunately, after the plunder failed, the success rate of the next plunder would increase a little. In that case, as long as it continued to accumulate, he would eventually succeed in plundering. Therefore, Zhou Han was not very worried. Then, Zhou Han activated the second plunder and still failed. However, this time, the success rate was randomly increased by 20%. Then the success rate of the next plunder would be 90%. This probability was very high. Sure enough, on the third plunder, it finally worked. System prompt. You have plundered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered 10% of the target's defense. The plundered attribute points have automatically fused into your body. The target will permanently lose this attribute value. The remaining number of times you can plunder today is 7. Ah, you demon, my body. What did you do to me? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor roared miserably. He felt that he had lost a lot of energy in his body and suddenly became weak. However, Zhou Han ignored it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's 10% defense was nearly 1,000,000. The effect of plunder is stronger. Previously, I plundered a fixed value, but now, I'm actually plundering a percentage. After tasting the sweetness, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. The percentage benefits were naturally much higher than the fixed value. Therefore, Zhou Han began to plunder crazily. System prompt. You have plundered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered 10% of the target's defense. The plundered attribute points have automatically fused into your body. The target will permanently lose this attribute value. The remaining number of times you can plunder today is 6. This is the last chance to plunder today. After a wave of plundering, the gains were very powerful. Zhou Han's attribute points had also increased a little, and he was not in a good mood. After all, it was very annoying that the skill he wanted the most had not come out. System prompt. You have plundered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the target skill, Ghost Shadow Descent. The plunder skill will automatically be stored in your spatial bag in the form of a skill book. The target will permanently lose this skill. The remaining number of times you can plunder today is 0. You cannot plunder anymore. Please wait for the system to reset at midnight tomorrow. Just as Zhou Han was complaining, he also used the last number of plunders. Ghost Shadow Descent. Yes, this is the skill I want. Zhou Han had already planned to give up and plunder tomorrow. I didn't expect it to come out for the last time. Can you believe it? Zhou Han specially opened the spatial bag and took a look to confirm that there was no mistake. Little Bone, find a place to deal with this guy. Don't ruin the environment here. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was no longer valuable. His most important skill, Ghost Shadow Descent, had already been successfully plundered, so there was no need for him to continue living in this world. Yes, Master. After Little Bone was summoned, it grabbed the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and ran out of the villa. After all, there were mountains and rivers here. Zhou Han did not want to see anything bloody. Because he had seen the description of the Ghost Shadow Descent previously, Zhou Han did not look at it anymore and directly activated Enhancement. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. 1-star Supreme Grade Skill, Ghost Shadow Descent. You have successfully enhanced it 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check the exact description. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han focused. Ghost Shadow Descent plus 10. Grade, 1-star Supreme. Type, Support Skill. Description, a mysterious cultivation technique created by the Ghost Weep Sovereign. It has an incomparably mysterious effect. It is the perfect combination of dark power and spatial power. It turns the body into a phantom and feels the aura of the nearby target. Then, it crosses space and reaches the goal of teleporting to the vicinity of the target. Effect. You can sense the aura of the target within 1,000,000 meters and teleport to a range of about 500 meters, with an error of less than 100 meters, thereby achieving the miraculous effect of appearing anywhere. The cooldown is 8 hours. The teleportation process cannot be interrupted. Restriction, limited to ghostly cultivators and dark element cultivators. Description, this skill book is limited to time. Please learn it within an hour. A smile appeared on Zhou Han's lips. This skill was the effect he wanted. The teleportation distance was 1,000,000 meters. Although it was not very far, in view of this strange teleportation effect, it was worth it. After all, this skill was much more useful than a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman could only teleport to known coordinates, and the Ghost Shadow Descent skill could teleport to unknown coordinates. As long as he sensed the aura, he could teleport. The process of casting teleportation would not be interrupted. It could be said to be the best choice to travel, hunt down targets, or even escape. As long as one's defense was strong, one could completely teleport away in front of the enemy. It was just that arrogant. System prompt. You have an unlearned skill book detected. Do you want to learn it? Learn. Zhou Han nodded. The restrictions could only be cultivated by the dark elements. But to Zhou Han, who had control of the chaotic power, it did not affect him at all and was directly ignored. After agreeing, the skill book turned into a ghostly light and fused into Zhou Han's body. His comprehension of space became even clearer. Zhou Han closed his eyes and focused, spreading his divine sense. His perception of aura was much sharper than before. He could even hear all kinds of noisy voices on the streets and alleys of the Firmament Imperial City clearly. He felt the changes brought about by learning the Ghost Shadow Descent. Just as Zhou Han was about to retract his divine sense, the discussion of the guards of the Black Tortoise sect accidentally attracted his attention. Lieutenant, the people who came to the palace this morning seem to be from foreign races. All of them have fierce auras. It seems that they have a powerful background, one of the guards asked softly, filled with curiosity. You're really ignorant. They're all from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Your cultivation level is too low. It's normal that you can't sense their true aura, the lieutenant said. So it's the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Their strength is not inferior to our Firmament Imperial City. No wonder they have an extraordinary aura. However, why are the people from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace here in the Firmament Imperial City? The guard asked again because the two forces did not have much interaction. It said that the flying serpent Saint Emperor wants to choose a good husband for his only daughter, so he sincerely invited the heroes of the various races. Not only the Firmament Imperial City, but the other foreign races will also be invited. After a competition, the 10 strongest prodigies will be selected. In the end, it will depend on who can win the heart of the flying serpent princess. The lieutenant spoke frankly. Clearly, he was very enthusiastic about such things. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough in front of a true expert. Otherwise, he could have participated in this marriage recruitment. Tisk, TSK. It's really tempting. The guard also drooled, filled with anticipation. After all, he could both marry the beauty and obtain great power. This was considered reaching the peak of his life. All right, such a beautiful thing is not something we can hope for. Look at what's guarding your door. The lieutenant scolded jokingly when he saw the guard's lecherous expression. Zhou Han retracted his divine sense, and his expression changed. He could feel the turmoil in his heart. Flying serpent Saint Emperor, cloud void sacred palace. Zhou Han muttered to himself. Zhener, is that you? Ever since that day when he had sex with Ao Zhan, Zhou Han had no longer seen Ao Zhan when he returned to his house in Blue Thunder City. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air and could not be investigated at all. Thinking of this, he blamed himself. If he had not spent the entire night with Song Yushan, instead, if he had come back earlier to find Ao Zhan, he would not have been unable to find any news about her. No matter what, now that there's possible news about Zhener, I have to verify it myself. Zhou Han immediately made a decision. Anyway, this time, he couldn't miss it. He had to find Ao Zhan and tell her how sorry he was. Moreover, the information about Ao Zhan previously was from the Flying Serpent Princess. It was very compatible with the current situation. As a super expert at the Saint Emperor grade, if the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor took Ao Zhan away, he could completely do it quietly. Zhou Han instantly made a decision. Just as he was about to go out, he acutely heard the commotion outside the villa. Who is it? Tell me your name or die. He roared angrily. At this moment, he was very unhappy. If anyone dared to provoke him, he did not mind showing his ferocity. Young hero Zhou, don't kill me. I'm here on the orders of the Firmament Saint Emperor to invite you to participate in the palace event. As I was afraid of disturbing you, I waited outside the villa. The person was a guard and immediately peed his pants. He knelt on the ground and trembled as he spoke quickly. This was because Zhou Han had long flown over. At this moment, he stood in front of him and revealed a powerful pressure that a small guard like him could not withstand. Get up. Hearing his intentions, Zhou Han retracted his pressure and said indifferently, lead the way. Thank you, young hero Zhou. Please follow me. The guard stood up in a sorry state. He still had lingering fears and could not speak properly. However, Zhou Han agreeing to go to the palace to attend the banquet so readily was beyond the guard's expectations. After all, young experts had their own arrogance. It was not easy to invite them. He was already prepared to fail. He did not expect to complete the mission given by the Firmament Saint Emperor so easily. When the time came, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Although he had been frightened half to death just now, he had already forgotten about it. This time, he had made a killing. Zhou Han nodded and did not say anything. Coincidentally, he was going to look for the people from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and ask some questions. With the recommendation of the Firmament Saint Emperor, things would go even smoother. In a few minutes, a towering palace appeared in front of him. It stood proudly with a majestic aura. With Zhou Han's eyesight, he could see countless transparent barriers enveloping the air. A powerful force was constantly surging. Its powerful defense was obvious. The entire palace was dazzling and golden, like a golden wave in space. It was a spectacular sight. In the golden light, traces of purple aura appeared, auspicious and peaceful. Zhou Han was indeed a little shocked, but that was all. After all, he had seen the Xinyuan Hall before. Therefore, although this firmament palace was also very spectacular, it was still lacking in aura. What it lacked was the invincible dominance of a sovereign-grade expert. Young hero Zhou is indeed bold. The guard praised in his heart. He had also brought many peerless experts to the palace. They all expressed their shock. This was the first time they had seen someone as indifferent as Zhou Han. Do you see that? That's Zhou Han. His battle results are outstanding, and he's famous in the world. He's an existence we look up to. After passing through the Black Tortoise sect, the lieutenant said emotionally, his eyes filled with endless admiration. That's right. He's powerful and handsome. Only someone like Zhou Han can obtain the heart of the Flying Serpent Princess. The guard also said emotionally, his eyes filled with envy. After passing through the various checkpoints of the palace, they finally arrived. Zhou Han focused and looked over. The plaque of the palace had the words Heavenly Martial Hall written in gold. It had an extraordinary aura. Young hero Zhou, in front of you is the palace of the banquet, Heavenly Martial Hall. Only peerless experts are qualified to enter. The guard spoke respectfully. He had no right to enter the palace of the banquet. Yes, thank you. Zhou Han nodded and walked in. With a flash of light, he was already in the void. The space of the Heavenly Martial Hall was self-contained. A purple aura surrounded it, and starlight was dazzling. It was very strange. Among them, many experts had already arrived. Hero Zhou, welcome to my palace. Seeing is better than hearing. As expected of a hero, a hearty and dignified voice came from the end of the hall. Zhou Han looked up. On the main seat of the hall was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. His aura was gentle, mixed with a trace of the domineering aura of an emperor. Around him, there was a powerful aura. Inexplicably invisible energy kept surging. The other party's identity was obvious. He was the Firmament Saint Emperor. Saint Emperor, you flatter me. Zhou Han cupped his hands and said with a smile. Since the Firmament Saint Emperor had expressed goodwill, Zhou Han would not put on airs. You're neither arrogant nor rash. Your future is promising. The Firmament Saint Emperor praised. Then, he began to introduce. Everyone saw it today. This is Zhou Han, who has recently become famous in the world. He challenged the heroes of the world in the 10,000 dragon ruins alone. The people present were all from the various large factions in the Firmament Imperial City. Many people had naturally heard of Zhou Han. However, very few people saw Zhou Han's appearance. Soon, it shocked everyone present. Is he Zhou Han? Oh my God, why is he so young? He's so powerful. Many experts of the older generation can't reach his level. How did he cultivate? Zhou Han is my idol. I'm really happy to see him today. Men should be like Zhou Han. They should carry a 3-foot-long sword and fight if they're not convinced. How domineering is he? Damn, he's too handsome. Looks like my title as the most handsome man in the Imperial City is going to change. Sigh. Since I'm pregnant, why am I cold? Could it be that the Saint Emperor invited Zhou Han to participate in the marriage recruitment of the Flying Serpent Princess? That should be it. This is a little awkward. If Zhou Han makes a move, we'll be complete foils. We have no chance at all. That's right. Be it looks or strength, we're far inferior to him. In the crowd, because of Zhou Han's arrival, everyone immediately communicated enthusiastically to express their shock in this way. Some admired Zhou Han's powerful strength, admired his handsome appearance, and admired his domineeringness. Anyway, most people worshipped him. This was the treatment a top expert should receive. However, there were naturally some geniuses who were unconvinced. For example, in the crowd, Yi Chen stood out. There was a smile on his face the entire time, looking as gentle as water, giving off a huge sense of intimacy. However, he was extremely unhappy. Today, the Firmament Saint Emperor had gathered everyone for the banquet. Yi Chen was well informed, so he naturally knew better than anyone. That was to choose young talents from the Firmament Imperial City and go to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace to participate in the marriage recruitment of the Flying Serpent Princess. Zhou Han was also invited, which meant that the Firmament Saint Emperor also had the intention of letting Zhou Han go. This was simply terrible for Yi Chen. He naturally had the idea of relying on the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor. Only then would he be able to develop better. As the strongest prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Chen did not take anyone present seriously at all. However, Zhou Han was different. The pressure he gave off was too strong. This was a powerful competitor. Hearing the praise of the prodigies, Zhou Han's expression was calm. After all, his rank had long surpassed these people, so he was naturally calm. Like a college student facing praise from a group of elementary school students, would you feel joy? After a moment of shock, the Firmament Saint Emperor stood up from the throne and pressed his hands down. Everyone immediately fell silent. You are all peerless geniuses of my Firmament Imperial City. You are all gathered here today. I'm sure everyone knows why I summoned you. Then I'll get straight to the point. The firmament Saint Emperor slowly walked down from the end of the stairs. The envoy of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace came to visit this morning. Soon, the firmament Saint Emperor told him the entire story. Zhou Han pondered. When he entered, he had already guessed this situation. After all, everyone present was very young. Even the older ones were only 100 years old. This was considered very young in the Godfiend continent. So you're really going on a blind date. I wonder if Princess Flying Serpent will like me. Someone laughed. Come on, go back and look in the mirror before you say that. Even I'm not absolutely sure. I'm someone the Flying Serpent Princess will never get. Hearing the news of the marriage recruitment, the atmosphere clearly became cheerful. Many people had only come to join in the fun. They knew that there was still a gap between them and a true prodigy, and that they could not fight for it at all. They were just cheering blindly. This felt a little sad, but the reality was just so cruel. Of course, go to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. I'm prepared to choose 3 of the most outstanding prodigies from among you to strengthen my firmament imperial city, the firmament Saint Emperor said. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to participate. That would be too many people, and it would be difficult to arrange for the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. The other was to be fair. If he wanted to obtain a spot, he had to rely on his strength. After all, not only were the prodigies of the firmament imperial city going to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace this time, but the other large factions were also participating. Therefore, he naturally could not make up the numbers. Otherwise, wouldn't he be laughed at by the other factions? Only by choosing the most outstanding prodigies could he represent the firmament imperial city. Zhou Han, I hope you can also participate in the marriage recruitment of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and let the other factions see how graceful the prodigies of my firmament imperial city are. The firmament Saint Emperor looked at Zhou Han and said solemnly. He naturally had the highest expectations of Zhou Han. After all, Blue Thunder City, where Zhou Han was previously, was also ruled by the firmament imperial city. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Han was a part of the firmament imperial city. Therefore, if Zhou Han married the Flying Serpent Princess, it would mean that the firmament imperial city would have a marriage alliance with the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. It would be a strong alliance, and their relationship would be extraordinary. The rule of the firmament Saint Emperor would be even more stable. Therefore, Zhou Han was a key part and had shocking strength. If he went to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, the probability of success would increase exponentially. Of course, the choice is yours. I won't force it. However, once it's done, there will definitely be a generous gift. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Zhou Han and waited for his choice. Especially the top prodigies in the firmament imperial city. They were inexplicably nervous. After all, Zhou Han's decision would have a huge impact. They would face a powerful competitor. Before making a decision, can I see the envoy of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace? Zhou Han did not promise immediately and asked. He desperately wanted to find out if the current Flying Serpent Princess was Zhou. That was why he asked. Unfortunately, the envoy of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace has already left, the firmament Saint Emperor said. Is there a portrait of the princess? Zhou Han asked. There's no portrait. Just as Zhou Han was a little disappointed, the firmament Saint Emperor continued. There's a video sealed in a jade slip. Don't worry, that Flying Serpent Princess is as beautiful as a fairy. She's definitely worthy of your handsomeness. The firmament Saint Emperor stroked his beard and laughed, thinking that Zhou Han wanted to see the other party's looks before making a decision. After all, everyone loved beauty, especially a peerless genius like Zhou Han. He had to be devastatingly beautiful to be worthy of him. Zhou Han took the jade slip and hurriedly mobilized his divine sense to check. In the huge palace surrounded by clouds, there was a beautiful figure. She was slender and elegant like a quiet orchid. Just the back view was filled with a huge attraction that made one unable to look away. She paced quietly among the white clouds as if she had something on her mind. One could feel the loneliness on her back. Suddenly, the girl looked back, and Zhou Han could see her exact appearance. Clang! Zhou Han was shocked. The jade slip fell to the ground, but he was not shocked by the other party's soul-stirring beauty. It was because the girl in front of him was Zhou. Her eyes seemed to be angry and resentful. A hint of sadness spread in them, making Zhou Han's heart ache. After not seeing her for a while, Zhou was even more mature than before. She had a different charm than before. Zhou Han, how is it? Are you satisfied? Your reaction is too big. The Firmament Saint Emperor said with a smile, but a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although Zhou was devastatingly beautiful, with Zhou Han's temperament, he would not lose his composure like this. There was definitely something strange, but the Firmament Saint Emperor did not ask further. I agreed to participate in this marriage recruitment. Zhou Han quickly calmed down and said. Finally, there was news of Zhou. He naturally did not hesitate and instantly thought of everything about being with Zhou. At that time, she was so innocent and filled with a different kind of temptation. She had long left a mark in Zhou Han's heart. Zhou Han swore to spend his life protecting such a pure girl. Very good. Whether my firmament imperial city can shine depends on you. The Firmament Saint Emperor was overjoyed. With Zhou Han's participation, he could be at ease. System prompt. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden mission. Marry the princess. The mission-related description has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. There's actually a mission. This was something Zhou Han did not expect. It was a double blessing. With that in mind, he quickly opened the mission panel and read. Marry the princess. Type. Hidden mission. Description. Go to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and suppress everyone in the marriage recruitment meeting. Marry the Flying Serpent Princess, Zhou, in an invincible manner. Mission duration, unlimited. Mission location, Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Mission reward. Depending on the degree of completion, the more beautiful the completion, the more shock it will bring, and the greater the reward. Attention! If the mission fails, 99% of your kidney strength will be deducted. No matter what, Zhou Han had to find Zhou. This was considered a side mission that he could complete easily. Although the punishment for failing the mission is a little ruthless, I'm determined to get Zhou. If my wife is snatched away by someone else, I deserve such punishment. Seeing the consequences of failing the mission, Zhou Han was not surprised. On the contrary, he agreed. It was mainly because of the confidence brought by his strength. Therefore, Zhou Han would definitely be able to complete the mission. Because I'm going to choose 3 people to go, therefore, there's going to be a simple test to screen the right people. Zhou Han, your spot has been internally decided. There's no need to participate in such a test. The Firmament Saint Emperor said with a smile, giving Zhou Han enough face. His strength and talent were completely worth such attention. When Zhou Han heard this, he naturally refused. He had a mission now. If this internal decision affected the final reward of the mission, the gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, with a huge shock, the rewards would be even more generous. He would definitely not miss such an opportunity. Your Majesty, that's not good. Aren't you making others feel estranged by making such a decision? If it affects your prestige, I'll feel uneasy. Therefore, I've decided to participate in this test and use my powerful strength to obtain the name openly. What do you think? Zhou Han said uprightly. Ha ha ha, you're so meticulous and thoughtful. Very good. Since you don't mind, I naturally agree. The Firmament Saint Emperor stroked his beard and laughed, even more satisfied with Zhou Han's performance. Although this prestige was dispensable to the Firmament Saint Emperor, it was indeed very rare for Zhou Han to consider it for him. Such a peerless genius actually had such a calm temperament. His future achievements were not inferior to his. Then, the Firmament Saint Emperor clapped his hands. A golden vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the palace, and violent power quickly surged inside. Everyone felt the sharpness and subconsciously retreated, emptying the center. The golden vortex lasted for a few seconds, then a burly figure appeared. He was dressed in dark blue armor, holding a dark purple shield in his left hand and the dragon-slaying spear in his right. His aura was majestic, like a god of war. He stood proudly in the hall, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. It made the expressions of everyone present change drastically, and they felt extremely strong pressure. Although the Firmament Saint Emperor's aura was powerful, he had restrained it completely, so he naturally did not feel the pressure. However, the burly man in front of him did not restrain his aura. It all surged out. Therefore, everyone present was instantly shocked. The moment the burly man appeared in the palace, Zhou Han narrowed his eyes. The other party was indeed a super expert. From the aura he sensed, it was judged to be at the pseudo-sovereign grade. As for how many sovereign-grade golden words he controlled, Zhou Han did not check. System prompt. A pseudo-sovereign-grade existence has an extremely sharp perception of attribute appraisal. If there is no grudge, it is recommended to carefully activate the relevant appraisal skill. Otherwise, it will be treated as a provocation and bring unnecessary trouble. Just as Zhou Han was about to secretly appraise it, a notification sounded in his mind. Is that so? I understand. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. He had no conflict with the burly man at the moment. In that case, there was no reason to investigate. Looks like I have to obtain an even more awesome detection skill in the future and investigate silently. As he was thinking, the Firmament Saint Emperor's voice sounded again. Let me introduce you. The Order Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, is my right-hand man. Hearing the introduction of the Firmament Saint Emperor, Meng Tian stepped forward. The powerful aura on his body revealed even more strength. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I'll preside over the entire test process for this marriage recruitment. Meng Tian cupped his hands at the Firmament Saint Emperor, then turned around and said to all the young talents present, in order to obtain the heart of the Flying Serpent Princess, looks and strength are indispensable. Therefore, the content of the test naturally revolves around these two aspects. I'll start with looks. As soon as he said that, most of the people present were in despair. They knew their looks. With that, before anyone could react, Meng Tian began to choose. As expected, the elimination rate was very high. More than 100 people present were eliminated in an instant. General Meng, don't eliminate me. Take a good look. I'm a high-quality man. Her Highness will definitely fall in love with me. Tian Yiming wailed. He was the first to be eliminated and felt that he had missed 100 million soul crystals. I'm just a little fat. It's only 500 caddies. Give me a chance. I'll lose weight now. A disciple of a large sect cried and begged. For experts, it was still very easy to lose weight. This was because the cultivation technique he cultivated was mainly for defense, so he was also eliminated. Zhou Han was speechless. This was really an era where looks mattered. However, he was handsome and suppressed everyone. He also had the attitude of watching a good show. After all, the spots for the selection represented the face of the Firmament Imperial City. Therefore, he had to be handsome and strong. Otherwise, wouldn't he be laughed at by other forces for not having a decent talent in the Firmament Imperial City? Regarding this, Zhou Han also understood very well the reason why such selection rules were set. After a round of selection, a total of 10 people, including Zhou Han, stood out. They were all handsome and handsome. They stood there like beautiful scenery. The eliminated prodigies had nothing to say because he was indeed very handsome. Of course, the most handsome person was Zhou Han. From the outside, he looked like a modest gentleman and was as gentle as jade. He belonged to the level where men fell silent and women cried. However, on closer inspection, one could feel his domineering temperament. This was the confidence and indifference unique to peerless experts. It was precisely because of this temperament and his handsome face that Zhou Han's charm was admirable. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries and entering the second stage to compete for 3 spots. As Meng Tian spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Zhou Han. Zhou Han's powerful strength was without suspense, so he was actually only competing for 2 spots. General Meng, please tell me what we should do. One of the prodigies hurriedly asked, eager to try. It's simple. All you have to do is attack me. I'll choose the 3 strongest according to the power you feed back. Meng Tian walked to the center and added with a smile. Remember, everyone has 3 chances to attack. Use all your strength. Don't be afraid of hurting me. As he spoke, a violent aura surged out of Meng Tian's body. The blue aura kept condensing and quickly formed a light barrier. There was a powerful force on the light barrier that was constantly circulating and flickering with a powerful luster. It was obvious that this defense was no small matter. It was easier said than done to shake it. Let's wait for our enemies to tire themselves out and restrain them with silence. Meng Tian's cultivation has improved a lot again. The Firmament Saint Emperor revealed a satisfied smile when he saw this. As for why he wanted this method, it was because he felt that most of these prodigies were very close in strength. If these prodigies fought each other to decide the spots, it might cause some damage and consume a lot of energy. In that case, even if he arrived at the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, his condition would not be the best, and he would be in a weak position. That was why the Firmament Saint Emperor had sent Meng Tian to be in charge of the test. In that case, many problems could be resolved. May I ask if Dharma treasures and weapons can be used? Another prodigy asked. Of course you can. That's not all. Some secret skills and sealed power can be used. Show me all your strongest methods. He knew that these prodigies more or less had powerful trump cards and their own opportunities. Therefore, it was very normal for some sealed ancient powers, inheritances of mighty figures, powerful Dharma treasures, and so on to have these. Then I'll go first. Among the 10 people, Jun Moxie stood up with his head held high, taking the lead with a faint smile on his face. The eliminated prodigies did not leave. Seeing that Jun Moxie was going to be the first to attack, everyone was looking forward to it. After all, his talent was publicly acknowledged to be powerful in the Firmament Imperial City. Because he had obtained the guidance of the ancient Phoenix, he had also obtained the title of Phoenix Chick. The Phoenix is about to take action. I'm looking forward to his performance. That's right. The Phoenix Chick has top supreme grade combat strength. If he uses all kinds of powerful secret techniques, it's simply unimaginable. Although General Meng Tian's combat strength is shocking, it's only an energy barrier. In my opinion, this is no pressure on the Phoenix at all. Shoo, be quiet. The Phoenix Chick is about to attack. As everyone discussed, Jun Moxie had already accumulated his strength. His aura had already risen to its peak. At the same time, he summoned a huge hammer that flashed with lightning. Thunder, Heaven Ascension Cultivation, Heaven Collapsing Purple Gold Hammer. In the blink of an eye, Jun Moxie roared angrily and used all his strength to smash the hammer at Meng Tian's blue light barrier. His aura was fierce, fast, accurate, and ruthless. What? Suddenly, he felt a huge rebound, shocking Jun Moxie. When he looked again, the powerful energy of the purple gold hammer had already dissipated into the air the moment it touched the light barrier, as if it had never appeared. What? What a divine power. What happened just now? It was too fast. Even an 8-star supreme grade expert like me didn't see it clearly. Everyone also realized this situation. Their expressions changed and their hearts were in turmoil. There's no ripple on the light barrier? The Phoenix Chick is too lousy. It's actually unworthy fame. To think that I was his fan before. He's really useless. Even I can do it. You trash. How useless. To think that I became as famous as you as the Crouching Dragon. How embarrassing. Move. Let me do it. He pushed Jun Moxie away, his face filled with confidence. After all, he was known as the Crouching Dragon and was ranked at the top among the many prodigies. This was also the source of his confidence. I have a sword that is invincible when unsheathed. Purple lightning, mystic true flame, 9 heavens hanging sword, shocking change. The Crouching Dragon has attacked. It should be safe this time. That's right. After all, it's a Crouching Dragon. It's never disappointed anyone. His sword technique is even more unfathomable. Look, he's even triggered the mystic true flame. Watch carefully. Let's see how he shows off. The surrounding crowd cheered. Clearly, they thought very highly of Lingtian's performance. After all, they could feel the power of this shocking sword light from afar. Lingtian was also a young man. Hearing everyone's praise, he revealed a smug smile. However, in the next second, his smile stiffened. The violent sword aura hit Meng Tian's light barrier like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was silent. He felt an incomparably vast aura. He was very weak and powerless in the face of such energy. What's going on? General Meng's light barrier is already so powerful? What level is he? Damn. So it's not that the Phoenix Chick is too trashy, but that General Meng has reached a height we can't reach. This defense is too shocking. As expected of the right-hand man of the Firmament Saint Emperor, just a light barrier is enough to stump the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. After seeing all of this, everyone understood that this was caused by the huge difference in strength. The Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick did not have to look at each other automatically to see the bitter smile in each other's eyes. They originally thought that even if they could not defeat Meng Tian, they could still break through his light barrier. However, it was obvious that they were too whimsical and knew nothing about power. Keep attacking. Don't waste time. Although you can't break through my defense, I can clearly sense the strength of your strength. I'll also use this to choose the candidates. Seeing the scene suddenly fall silent, Meng Tian crossed his arms and smiled calmly. He had expected this situation. Although prodigies were awesome, they needed time to grow because they were still young. Now that these people had not completely grown up, they were naturally nothing to worry about. Then, a few prodigies launched violent attacks and kept greeting Meng Tian. The latter did not move and was calm. A single thought can reach the sky. The God Fiend is fearless. Light and darkness intertwined and blasted the light barrier. Impressive. That's Lin Feng. He actually left a ripple on Meng Tian's light barrier. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Lin Feng's one-thought God Fiend has already reached the realm of perfection. How terrifying. Everyone erupted in violent cheers and exclamations. This was because this was the only case of success so far. This was the first time someone could leave a ripple on the Meng Tian light barrier. Not to mention a ripple, even the sound of the others' attacks was negligible. Yichen looked at Lin Feng as if he did not take him seriously. Instead, he looked at Zhou Han, who had yet to attack. This was his true competitor. Heh, it's my turn to attack. Zhou Han, you have to watch carefully. Yichen thought. During this period of time, Zhou Han was in the limelight and became a topic of discussion on the streets and alleys. Yi Chun prided himself as the #1 prodigy in the firmament imperial city. Because of Zhou Han's appearance, everything changed. The difference in his heart was obvious. It was impossible to say that he did not have resentment. Therefore, he also wanted to use today's test to prove his powerful talent and strength again. In that case, undo the seal. From today onwards, I'll become the focus of the firmament imperial city again. Yichen thought excitedly in his heart. His blood was boiling, and the power in his body was constantly rumbling. The seal on his body instantly broke. Azura Martial God, World King Fist. In a few microseconds, the violent power had already been completely stimulated. With a furious roar, the extreme attack speed directly struck Meng Tian's light barrier. Boom! A shocking bang resounded in the huge palace. Originally, everyone was still shocked by Lin Feng's one-thought God Fiend. This time, everyone looked over in unison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibration echoed for a long time. Everyone saw Yi Chun bathed in red light, like a martial god. Oh my god! Yi Chun opened the seal. The red light is his famous ultimate skill, Azura Martial God, World King Fist. The power of the Azura Martial God is indeed extremely powerful. I didn't expect Yi Chun's strength to be so terrifying. I always thought that he was only a little stronger than me. He is indeed 100 million points stronger. This simply far exceeds us prodigies. I have to admit it. Yi Chun was too low-key previously. If not for such a test this time, he would definitely have hidden his strength. He's really a role model for us. With a punch, everyone was shocked. As prodigies, at this moment, they knew how big the gap between them and Yi Chun was. This was the power of a peerless genius. It was as powerful as a breakthrough and exceeded several levels. Yi Chun, right? You're not bad. As expected of the Qilin of the Yi family. The prodigies were shocked. This was nothing. Even the powerful Meng Tian looked surprised. Meng Tian was naturally very satisfied with this. This was the first time he had praised it like this. Clearly, he could clearly feel Yi Chun's powerful combat strength. He had great potential. Thank you for your praise, General. I'm sorry. I didn't do well enough. I have to work harder. Yi Chun felt a little smug, but he said humbly, the path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. If you can realize this, your future achievements will definitely be above mine. Hearing Yi Chun's words, Meng Tian's eyes were filled with even more admiration. Although Yi Chun still did not break the light barrier, Meng Tian could clearly feel the commotion and violent power. Yi Chun had already stepped into the pseudo-sovereign grade. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration for Meng Tian to say such words. Yi Chun was not even 100 years old yet. He had more room for development in the future. Impressive. He obtained General Meng's recognition. I'm so envious. Of course, Brother Chun is powerful and so humble and polite. I admire him too much. Now, only Zhou Han hasn't attacked. I wonder how he will perform. I'm really looking forward to it. That's right. It's really satisfying to watch the battle between the top prodigies. Everyone's gaze kept sweeping across Yi Chun and Zhou Han. Everyone subconsciously began to compare the two of them in their hearts. Between Yi Chun and Zhou Han, who was stronger? Yi Chun, who had been praised, slowly turned his gaze to Zhou Han again. He looked forward to seeing surprise and even shock on Zhou Han's face. However, Yi Chun was disappointed. Zhou Han's expression remained indifferent. This made Yi Chun furious. Continue pretending. You were just lucky that you could successfully kill the phantom of the Heaven Lord. Otherwise, Yi Chun, would definitely be the one who became famous. His expression quickly changed for a while before he quickly regained his faint smile and walked towards Zhou Han. Zhou Han, you're the only one who hasn't attacked yet. Shouldn't you show us? After all, we didn't see you fight the crowd alone that day. What a pity. It's our honor to be able to admire your elegance today, Yi Chun said with a smile. On the surface, it looked like a compliment, raising Zhou Han to an extremely high position. In fact, if the combat strength Zhou Han displayed after attacking was not as powerful as Yi Chun, Zhou Han would lose all his face and become a laughingstock. Yi Chun would also use this opportunity to gain more fame and regain the title of the #1 prodigy in the Firmament Imperial City. Oh, is it my turn? Zhou Han yawned. Looking at these weaklings' performance, he was about to fall asleep. Zhou Han could naturally hear a trace of provocation in Yi Chun's words. In that case, he would slap him in the face with his actions. It was only satisfying to slap his face. How dare you show off with such little strength? Do you know the story of the frog in a well? Zhou Han attacked mercilessly. Since Yi Chun was hostile to him, Zhou Han naturally would not care about his reputation. His words were filled with mockery. What? The frog in a well? You? Yi Chun's expression changed drastically, turning ashen. Endless anger surged in his heart. He was such a proud person. No one had ever dared to say such things to his face. Zhou Han was the first. One could imagine how angry he was now. Tisk, TSK. Looks like you know a lot. You said you were a frog at the bottom of a well? Not me. Zhou Han continued to attack. Previously, when he saw Yi Chun's hypocritical and pretentious appearance, he was also a little unhappy. Zhou Han's goal was that he could show off, but he could only show off himself. No one else could think of showing off in front of him. This was definitely not allowed. Zhou Han, I'll remember you. Cut the crap. A sharp tongue can't solve the problem. Show me your strength and prove that you're stronger than me. Yi Chun's anger surged as he tried his best to restrain his emotions. If he were not in the Sky Marshal Hall now, but in the territory of the Azure Sky Saint Emperor, how could he tolerate that? He might have attacked long ago. All right, watch and learn. Watch how I shatter this light barrier. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said indifferently, his domineering aura leaking. Almost as soon as Zhou Han said this, the onlookers immediately caused an uproar, making them a little stunned. Zhou Han's arrogant words were like a bolt from the blue striking them, causing them to be extremely shocked. Break General Meng's light barrier? Did I effing hear wrongly? Can he really do it? How much strength is needed? Yes, brother. You didn't hear wrong. I heard it too. Don't take such words seriously. If you take them seriously, you'll lose. That's right. You can see that there's a strong smell of gunpowder between Yi Chun and Zhou Han. At this moment, you have to brag and suppress your opponent in terms of aura first. That's true. What a joke. I actually took it seriously just now. This Zhou Han is obviously bragging. After all, for someone as powerful as Yi Chun to use such a terrifying attack, not to mention breaking General Meng's light barrier, not even a crack appeared. It can be seen how powerful the defense of the light barrier is. Show me. Even if Zhou Han is stronger than Yi Chun, he won't be much stronger. Therefore, it's impossible for him to break the light barrier. Moreover, Zhou Han might not be stronger than Yi Chun. As everyone discussed, Lin Feng also came over and expressed his opinion. As someone who had attacked the light barrier 3 times, he naturally had the right to speak. Everyone's analysis makes sense. The defense of the light shield is beyond imagination, and it can reflect a portion of the damage. Therefore, Zhou Han being able to create a crack is already his limit, let alone shatter it. You'll know the exact situation soon, Lin Feng said firmly. Brother Feng makes sense. Let's wait for Zhou Han to be slapped in the face. I really didn't expect an expert like Zhou Han to brag so shamelessly. That's right. Brother Han's image in my heart is slowly collapsing. Previously, I heard that he fought against everyone alone and had the heroic aura of a hero. Now it seems to be disappointing. Zhou Han is preparing to attack. I want to see if he's really as awesome as the rumors say. Soon, the discussion gradually became softer. Everyone held their breaths and watched Zhou Han's next performance. Yi Chun, who was standing at the side, was already overjoyed. He did not expect Zhou Han to take the initiative to show off and say that he would break the light barrier. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Thinking of this, Yi Chun prepared to mock him. However, a cold snort sounded with great displeasure. "Umph, young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's better to be down to earth. I've heard of your deeds. Your potential can be said to be unique. But that's not a reason for your arrogance." Hearing Zhou Han say that he wanted to break his defensive light barrier, Meng Tian naturally snorted. He was even a little angry, mainly because he also thought very highly of Zhou Han. But this bragging personality was really not something a true expert should have. As a senior, there was a feeling of disappointment. This was also the reason why Meng Tian's tone was unhappy. He was already calling Zhou Han young man. "General Meng, you think I'm bragging too? Then don't let your guard down next." Zhou Han's expression froze as he reminded him. The power in his body was also quickly mobilized. Since he did not believe it, it was useless to say so much. He would use powerful strength to dispel his doubts. "That's good too. I'll let you know how far you're from a true expert." Thinking of this, Meng Tian quietly transferred more energy from his body into the blue light barrier. The light flickered even more dazzlingly, and the energy circulating on it became faster. One could vaguely hear a whistling sound. Zhou Han was the closest, so he could naturally feel that the defense of the light barrier had increased by Meng Tian. However, he did not care. In the face of true damage, even a trillion defense was useless. "Great Dark Sky, break!" Zhou Han shouted and directly used the exclusive skill of the Black Dragon King's set, Great Dark Sky. As for why he used this skill, firstly, he did not want to expose his strength too much. Secondly, after this skill was enhanced, not only was it powerful, but it was also dazzling in effect, causing a very sensational scene. In that case, the reward for completing the hidden mission would naturally be more generous. Roar! A shocking dragon roar sounded. At the same time, the entire hall was enveloped by black energy and fell into endless darkness. In a microsecond, endless dark power condensed into a 1,000-foot-long hand that floated in the air. With a thought, Zhou Han waved it down like 100 million tons and slapped it fiercely at Meng Tian. Panic came from everyone, frightened by the sudden change. Crack, crack, crack. By the time they had just adapted to the darkness, they heard a huge tremor, then a shattering sound that kept ringing in their ears. The power of darkness slowly disappeared, and light reappeared in the hall. The scene that appeared in front of them brought great shock because Meng Tian's blue light barrier had already disappeared. Why don't I see the blue light barrier? Did Zhou Han break it? After all, they had heard extraordinary movements and shattering sounds in the darkness just now. That was why they had such a guess. Most likely, when that dark energy swept over just now, I felt like I had fallen into an endless abyss. It was very difficult to even breathe. "This is the first time I've felt such terrifying power," one of the prodigies said with a pale face. He still had lingering fears. Although we didn't see Zhou Han break the light barrier with our own eyes, it's completely possible with the power he displayed just now. Zhou Han is indeed a famous man. To think that I thought he was bragging just now. I'm really ashamed. Sigh, our level is still too low. Our understanding of strength is not enough. The difference between us and Zhou Han is simply worlds apart. It's precisely because of this difference that our horizons are not wide enough. With just a simple attack, Zhou Han's heaven-defying strength was too shocking. Most of the people present were already deeply convinced. In their shock, everyone was filled with emotions. The geniuses of the Firmament Imperial City were gathered, but no one broke the light barrier. Instead, it was broken by Zhou Han. The huge Firmament Imperial City was really ashamed. At this moment, Meng Tian, who was in the center of the hall, was also filled with shock. It was like a sea that could not calm down for a long time. He looked at Zhou Han expressionlessly, a trace of fear flashing across his eyes. He never expected Zhou Han to really do it. Not only did he do it, but he also did it in such a domineering way. If one noticed Meng Tian's previous position, one would discover that he was more than 2 meters away from the spot he had occupied previously. In other words, Under Zhou Han's attack, Meng Tian was actually forced back 3 steps. Only against experts of the same level would he feel such pressure. Zhou Han, I originally thought that the shock you brought was enough. I still misjudged you. It can even shake the Saint Lord level Meng Tian. What a surprise. The firmament Saint Emperor, who was sitting high on the throne, narrowed his eyes. The moment they fought just now, he naturally could not escape his eyes. It was also because of this that he was a little surprised. Meng Tian was his right-hand man. His combat strength was very powerful. He controlled 20 sovereign golden runes and stepped into the Saint Lord realm. Zhou Han was only an ordinary pseudo-sovereign expert, but he could pose a threat to Meng Tian. His combat strength was simply extraordinarily terrifying. Thinking of this, the firmament Saint Emperor also revealed a gratified smile. The stronger Zhou Han appeared, the better for the firmament Imperial City. After all, Zhou Han was considered a member of the firmament Imperial City. When he did things outside, he represented the firmament Imperial City. After being silent for a while, Meng Tian retracted his thoughts and looked at Zhou Han deeply with a smile. He no longer considered himself a senior and directly treated Zhou Han as a peer. His strength was completely worthy. Then, Meng Tian prepared to announce the final spot for this test. No, that's impossible. I don't believe this outcome. Then a hurried voice interrupted Meng Tian. It was Yi Chun who questioned. His expression was extremely ugly. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Zhou Han. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han's performance shocked the entire venue. Not only was he not suppressed, but he was even more arrogant. Yi Chun's provocative words naturally made him a clown, losing all face. At that time, we were all in darkness. Who knows if the light barrier was broken or if General Meng took the initiative to retreat. Yi Chun was a little carried away. After saying this, he regretted his impulsiveness. Didn't he mean that Meng Tian was playing favorites? This time, he had offended a Saint Lord. The gains did not make up for the losses. Are you questioning my fairness? As expected, Meng Tian's expression turned cold. He suppressed his anger and asked coldly, I just don't believe that Zhou Han is so powerful. After all, we're in a dark state. I don't see anything specific. Therefore, I hope to compete with Zhou Han and see how strong he is. Yi Chun's body trembled. Facing the powerful pressure, he resisted with all his might. There was no taking back what he had said. The fact that he had offended Meng Tian could not be changed. In that case, Yi Chun might as well say his plan. As long as he defeated Zhou Han in a head-on battle, not only could he save his face, but the firmament Saint Emperor would also see him in a different light. In that case, he would also turn the tables. Is that so? Are you sure you want to fight Zhou Han? Meng Tian was no longer angry. Instead, she revealed a strange smile. Wasn't he courting death? This was the first time he had heard such a suicidal request. Yes, I want to challenge him not only for this test, but also for the title of the #1 prodigy in the firmament Imperial City. Zhou Han, do you dare to accept my challenge? Yi Chun said firmly, staring at Zhou Han aggressively. You're too weak. You're not worthy of being my opponent. Zhou Han turned his head away, looking uninterested. The current Zhou Han could crush such trash with one hand. It was meaningless. What did you say? Yi Chun's expression changed drastically. It was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. Why? Not only are you weak, but you're also deaf. Zhou Han said with a faint smile. You're very good. Yi Chun was furious, but he had to endure it. If Zhou Han did not agree to his challenge, he would not have had a chance to turn the tables at all. Therefore, he had to think of a way to make Zhou Han agree to the challenge. Some time ago, I happened to detect a mystic realm, and there was an ownerless sovereign golden rune inside. As long as you agree to my challenge and defeat me, this key to the mystic realm will belong to you. Yi Chun took out a jade slip and handed it over. It recorded some basic information about the mystic realm. He had only obtained the mystic realm key by chance. After sensing the aura of the sovereign golden rune, he had been preparing during this period of time. The sovereign golden rune was extremely tempting to pseudo-sovereign grade experts. Moreover, it was ownerless. After obtaining it, he could directly use it. That was why Yi Chun thought of such a method. He did not believe that Zhou Han would not agree. This was because Yi Chun was a little confident that Zhou Han would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, this mystic realm key still belonged to him. Oh, sovereign golden rune. Zhou Han checked the jade slip recorded. That was indeed the case. Since you like to be tortured so much, I'll reluctantly help you. Zhou Han felt very helpless about Yi Chen's actions. Of course, Zhou Han was only saying that. Yi Chen was naturally very confident in his strength, so he did this. At the same time, he did not know Zhou Han's true strength. It was mainly because he knew nothing about true power that this happened. The sovereign golden rune was indeed very tempting. Not to mention Zhou Han. Even the Saint Lord grade Meng Tian beside him flickered. He was very envious of Zhou Han's providence. This was simply a free gift. Take it easy. Don't kill him, Meng Tian said telepathically. He knew Zhou Han's strength very well. It was too easy to crush it. On the contrary, it was especially difficult not to kill it. It tested Zhou Han's control of strength. If it was a little stronger, Yi Chen would have been reduced to ashes. Don't worry, he doesn't have much hatred for me. Moreover, he hasn't given me his mystic realm key, so I'll be very gentle. Zhou Han smiled and replied via voice transmission. Meng Tian nodded and did not say anything else. He was not looking forward to the next battle because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. There was no suspense. It was boring. As expected, you agreed. Watch how I toy with you next. This time, I'll trample you under my feet and show the world who's the #1 person among the younger generation of the firmament imperial city. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Han had finally agreed. It was time to show his true skills. Interesting. The battle between the two strongest people in the younger generation of the firmament imperial city will probably be very exciting. Actually, I also wonder if Zhou Han really broke General Meng's blue light barrier. After all, I can't see anything clearly in the darkness. However, I'm not as brave as Yi Chen to question him in person. That's right. Now is the time to see who's the true #1 prodigy. Oh my god! Look, Yi Chen has opened another seal. His aura instantly rose, and a huge red light completely wrapped around him. I know. This is 10 times the power of the World King Fist. It's a powerful profundity controlled by the Azura martial god, and Yi Chen broke the seal. This power was naturally inherited. Hiss. No wonder he dared to challenge Zhou Han, and even took out the sovereign golden rune as a bet. So this is the source of his powerful confidence. As the #1 family, the Yi family's foundation is indeed extraordinary. Amidst the furious roar, the airflow around Yi Chen quickly spun and roared. A dazzling red light soared into the sky. After undoing the second seal, his figure completely changed. If he was thin before, he was incomparably powerful now. His explosive muscles kept bulging as he stood proudly in the hall, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Therefore, the surrounding crowd was quickly attracted by such a shocking scene and erupted in exclamations. The seal on Yi Chen's body was not a secret. From the moment he was born, a phenomenon had descended from the sky, shaking the entire firmament imperial city. The power of the Azura martial god had been perfectly inherited. No one knew what kind of existence the Azura martial god was. Some said he was at the Saint Emperor level, while others said he was at the Great Sovereign grade. In any case, he was incomparably powerful. System prompt. You have accepted Yi Chen's one-on-one request. You are currently in a special one-on-one scene. The skills and fluctuations released will not cause any damage to your surroundings. In order to prevent killing the other party or being killed by the other party, you can set a minimum HP percentage. Once you encounter a fatal attack, your HP will be fixed at the lowest HP set. Until one side takes the initiative to admit defeat, the one-on-one scene will automatically be removed. After hearing this, Zhou Han instantly understood that he could not be killed in a one-on-one battle because there was a minimum health limit. Please set the lowest HP. Then set 1% HP. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. Anyway, it was fine as long as he could not die. This way, he could go all out and not worry about accidentally killing Yi Chen. Zhou Han, aren't you going to attack? Yi Chen had already completely adapted to the power of the second layer of the seal, and a calm smile returned to his face. You'd better attack first. I'm afraid you won't have any experience once I attack. Zhou Han said calmly. After all, Yi Chen had given him such a precious gift. He had to experience it no matter what. Although Yi Chen's second seal was powerful, Zhou Han sensed that it should be at the level of 6 or 7 sovereign golden runes. This was an extremely powerful combat strength to others, but to Zhou Han, it posed no threat at all. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Azura martial god. Proud heaven triple collapse. Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous gaze, like an ancient dire beast waking up. The fist light soared, and a destructive aura quickly poured out. A fist more than 10 meters long kept changing in space. A blood-red aura surged crazily and bombarded Zhou Han. Is that all? Too weak. Spread out, Zhou Han shouted and pointed his finger forward. A surging chaotic power surged from his body and spewed out. It was so fast that in 1,000th of a second, it had already collided with Yi Chen's fist light. The fist light in the air cracked inch by inch. The red aura quickly disappeared into the air without a trace, as if it had never existed. This is... A vast wave swept over. It was the unique pressure of chaotic power. Yi Chen instantly felt as if he was at the bottom of the sea. The huge pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Before he could panic, this vast energy fluctuation sent him flying. What happened? I just blinked and saw Yi Chen fly out. I didn't even blink, let alone blink, but I still don't know what happened. I know there's an afterimage moving. This is too fast. Did any big shot explain what happened? Let me explain. Zhou Han pointed gently with his finger and easily destroyed Yi Chen's proud heaven triple collapse. Then, that energy was not affected at all. It directly sent Yi Chen's powerful body, which had unsealed 2 layers, flying without any ability to resist. As the strongest among this group of prodigies, Lin Feng said. Although he could not see clearly, he still had to pretend. Looks like Zhou Han did break Meng Tian's blue light barrier. There's no doubt about it. The difference in strength between Yi Chen and Zhou Han is too great. If not for Zhou Han showing mercy, he might have been insta-killed now. Sigh? Poor Yi Chen. He's a genius anywhere. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Han. That's right. Yi Chen looks so tragic now. He's suppressed on the wall of the hall, and there are countless sword auras facing him. Let me ask you, are you touched? I'm not touched. Zhou Han activated his super powerful chaotic power. Yi Chen could not block it at all. Under the huge pressure, his body seemed to be frozen on the wall of the palace. How could this strength? Why has it exceeded me so much? Yi Chen was extremely shocked. He had actually been defeated so easily by Zhou Han in a head-on confrontation. Now, he kept struggling on the wall, but facing the vast pressure, it was very difficult for him to move. It filled him with humiliation. It was embarrassing. How is it? Are you convinced? Zhou Han asked with a smile, mobilizing countless sword auras around Yi Chen. As long as he gave the order, these sword auras would bombard him. Although they could not kill Yi Chen, the pain caused was not good. I can't accept this. Let me tell you, don't be too smug. How can I, Yi Chen, be defeated so easily? I'm invincible. The Azura martial god has given me strength. The 3rd seal has been opened. Yi Chen roared at the sky. A strong sense of powerlessness and great humiliation spread in his heart. The mockery on Zhou Han's face hurt him deeply. This was because such a smile was often displayed by him when facing his opponent. He should be the mocker. Now, he had become the one being mocked. What a painful realization. Therefore, he opened the 3rd seal without hesitation, even though removing the seal would cause great damage to his body. However, he could not care less anymore. He could not lose this battle, so he had to use his strongest trump card. That's interesting. I'll give you a chance to show your strongest strength. Zhou Han could have crippled Yi Chen when he undid the 3rd seal. However, he did not do so. Since he was going to shock, then, he would let Yi Chen use his greatest trump card. Then, Zhou Han would defeat him head-on and make him lose completely. Only then could everyone be convinced and break Yi Chen's psychological defense. Very good. I hope you can continue to be so calm next. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking roar came from Yi Chen's body. A violent power surged out and directly repelled the chaotic power. After the pressure on his body was lifted, Yi Chen finally regained his freedom, his face shining with excitement. Azura Divine Spear. The dignity of an Azura is inviolable. After removing the 3rd seal, Yi Chen's aura clearly became even more violent. He held a blood-red spear in his hand, and bloody power kept surging on it. He stabbed his spear forward. A blood light arrived first. Then a huge blood vortex swept over with an invincible and shocking aura. Space instantly collapsed under this stab, forming endless nothingness. Awesome. This is a top-grade pseudo-sovereign-grade weapon. What terrifying blood power. I didn't expect Yi Chun to have such shocking power after unlocking the third seal. At this level, Zhou Han only needs to use the Dragon Spring Sword to suppress it. That's right. It depends on Zhou Han's control of the sovereign artifact. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will win. As everyone discussed, Zhou Han attacked. However, he did not use the Dragon Spring Sword. Instead, he summoned the Little Sovereign because the Azura Divine Spear was also focused on killing and blood energy. The Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter happened to use the corresponding attributes to prove that it was satisfying to break through. A mere Azura Divine Spear dares to be impudent in front of me. Master, watch how I destroy it. Little Sovereign said domineeringly. After being enhanced at 50 times and stained with the Sovereign's blood, he had the right to be so arrogant. Without wasting any time, the Little Sovereign erupted with a rich aura of slaughter. 1,000 feet of blood-red sword aura soared into the sky and began a frontal battle. Ha ha ha! Zhou Han, where's your sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword? A mere supreme-grade weapon dares to fight my pseudo-sovereign-grade Azura Divine Spear head-on. What a joke! Watch how I teach you a lesson this time. Seeing this, Yi Chun smiled proudly, because, under normal circumstances, there would definitely be a long period of time to synchronize when obtaining a new sovereign artifact. After all, sovereign artifacts were all conscious. It was not easy to reach a tacit understanding with them. That was why Yi Chun dared to be so arrogant. He was certain that Zhou Han would not use the Dragon Spring Sword. Then, the pseudo-sovereign-grade Azura Spear was naturally invincible. Do you think it's an ordinary supreme-grade item? Zhou Han's lips curled up slightly, and he did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, two blood-red auras had already intertwined, erupting with earth-shattering energy vibrations. The aftershock of the tremor rippled in the air for a long time. Hiss! This commotion doesn't seem to be an ordinary supreme-grade weapon. Isn't that still a supreme-grade weapon? He has no chance of winning against a pseudo-sovereign-grade weapon. Zhou Han lost this round. That's right. Zhou Han is a little arrogant. I don't believe he doesn't have a pseudo-sovereign-grade weapon and actually sent a supreme-grade weapon into the arena. This damage isn't great. It's extremely insulting. He's just playing, but this supreme-grade weapon will probably be destroyed by the Azura Divine Spear. From the light effect emitted by the sovereign blood, everyone recognized at a glance that this was a supreme-grade item. As for how many stars it was unknown. However, this was not important. In such a battle between pseudo-sovereign-grade experts, even a 9-star supreme-grade weapon was no different from cannon fodder. That was why the surrounding crowd was so shocked and a little puzzled by Zhou Han's actions. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Your weapon has already been destroyed by my Azura Divine Spear. The huge roar in the air had already stopped. There was only one weapon in the blazing bloodlight. Although Yi Chun could not see the exact situation inside, it was obvious that his Azura Divine Spear had obtained the final victory. At this moment, Yi Chun's face was filled with pride. He had finally regained some face. The power of the third seal was indeed extraordinary. Azura Divine Spear. Attack Zhou Han with your strongest attack now. Spear Dragon. Kill. Yi Chun roared, but there was no scene of the Azura Divine Spear attacking. Spear Dragon. Kill. There was still no reaction. At this moment, Yi Chun also sensed that something was wrong. The power of the Azura Martial God was still surging in his body. It was impossible for the Azura Divine Spear not to listen to him. Then there was only one outcome. Could it be? Yi Chun's face turned pale. He did not dare to imagine. Don't waste your effort. Your Azura Divine Spear has long been destroyed. Zhou Han's cold voice sounded, annihilating Yi Chun's last illusion. The red light dissipated, and the outline of the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter slowly appeared. The Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, which could fight the Sovereign Artifact head-on, could easily destroy a pseudo-sovereign-grade weapon. Damn, this is awesome. Yi Chun's Azura Divine Spear actually lost. Zhou Han is simply too fierce. Unbelievable. Even after opening 3 layers of the seal, Yi Chun is no match for him. He lost completely. Everyone was shocked by the power of the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Impossible. How can this be? Yi Chun was stunned on the spot, his eyes lost as he muttered to himself. Shock and disappointment intertwined in his eyes, and his mood was very complicated. He could feel that Zhou Han could easily defeat him without using all his strength. This difference in strength was really despairing. A powerful power surged over, and the chaotic power surged out again, turning into a huge hand that pressed Yi Chun to the ground, unable to move. Are you convinced now? Zhou Han said lazily. You're not convinced, right? I'll beat you until you're convinced. Zhou Han had always convinced others with virtue. I lost. When he said this, Yi Chun's face was ashen, as if he had aged 1,000 years. System prompt. The one-on-one battle has ended. Congratulations on winning. Special environment has been removed. As Yi Chun admitted defeat, the notification came immediately. All the equipment in the hall had been destroyed by the terrifying shock wave just now. Now, they automatically returned to their original state. All right, hand over the Mystic Realm key. Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly asked for it. If not for the Sovereign Golden Rune, he would not have bothered with Yi Chun's challenge. You beat me this time. I admit I was inferior. I'll definitely find you to fight again in the future to save face. At that time, I'll definitely win. After experiencing frustration, Yi Chun quickly adjusted. After all, he still had a few layers of the Azura Martial God seal in his body that had not been opened. As the more seals were opened, he believed that he would become even stronger. At that time, he would definitely get back at them and wash away today's humiliation. Zhou Han took the Mystic Realm key from Yi Chun and smiled calmly, not taking it to heart at all. Yes, I'll wait for your challenge. But as you know, my appearance fee is very high. If there's no bet that moves me, I won't care about you. Zhou Han said with a smile, eager for Yi Chun to send more good things over. Yi Chun. All right, everyone knows the outcome of this selection. Zhou Han, Yi Chun, and Lin Feng will represent the Firmament Imperial City to participate in the marriage recruitment event of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Then, Meng Tian announced the final spot. Everyone had seen it for themselves. Although Lin Feng's performance was not stunning enough, he was not something ordinary prodigies present could compare to. Yi Chun was several levels higher than Lin Feng, and Zhou Han was a few levels higher than him. The three of them were all at a disadvantage. This was the difference between peerless geniuses. No one was surprised. Very good. The reputation of my Firmament Imperial City will depend on the three of you to protect it. The Firmament Saint Emperor stroked his beard and laughed. Although it was the three of them, his gaze only stopped on Zhou Han. Zhou Han's performance was indeed dazzling. He was too stunning. Even the Firmament Saint Emperor's attitude subconsciously became even more polite. Then when are we leaving? Zhou Han asked. In order to see Ao Jin again, he could not wait a moment. You look like you can't wait. How about this? Let's gather in the palace tomorrow morning and directly activate the special teleportation array to go to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. The itinerary was originally scheduled to be in 3 days, but Zhou Han's performance made the Firmament Saint Emperor directly adjust the time and give Zhou Han enough face. After all, the combat strength Zhou Han had displayed now could completely threaten a Saint Lord expert with 20 sovereign golden runes. Such a peerless talent had to at least maintain a harmonious relationship, let alone rope him in. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Zhou Han cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, the prodigies left one after another. After returning, Zhou Han checked the description of the Mystic Realm key and learned some general information. This was just a divine grade 1. There was nothing too outstanding about it, as long as it was used to open the Mystic Realm. This Mystic Realm was called the Snow Eagle Tomb. It was the place where an expert called the Snow Eagle City Lord was buried. There was a sovereign golden rune inside that could be obtained directly. Once he obtained it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. It was not easy to obtain the sovereign golden rune at the pseudo-sovereign grade. Therefore, under normal circumstances, those with more sovereign golden runes would directly crush opponents with less combat strength than them. Very good. The coordinates of this Snow Eagle Tomb are not very far from me. It's less than 10,000 miles. In that case, I'll take back the sovereign golden rune now. Zhou Han muttered to himself. With the feather rock flying ship around, there was no problem at all. Now that the skill, rock flying 10,000 miles, had cooled down, it could be used. As for why he had to get the sovereign golden rune now, Zhou Han was worried that Yi Chun had a backup plan. If he stayed in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace for too long, and Yi Chun took the other sovereign golden runes, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, the description said that there were 5 such Mystic Realm keys. As long as he obtained any one of them, he could open the mystic realm door. This meant that there was a possibility of being intercepted in advance, and the possibility was not small. Zhou Han's expression was a little ugly. Under normal circumstances, the mystic realm keys were unique, but this Snow Eagle tomb did not follow the routine. It was a little speechless to have 5 at once. In order to avoid any trouble, the most important thing was to obtain the sovereign golden rune as soon as possible. Moreover, Zhou Han also needed to increase his strength. After all, who knew what would happen during the trip to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace? Therefore, the sooner he obtained the sovereign golden rune, the better. Enhance the mystic realm key 10 times. Thinking of this, he summoned the Pung Feather Flying Ship and enhanced it. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The 9-star Divine Grade Mystic Realm key has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The new attributes have been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please check the attributes. 10 white lights flashed, and a new description slowly appeared. Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. Mystic Realm key plus 10. Grade: 9-star Divine Grade. Type: Special Item. Description: a magical key with a trace of special power. It is the exclusive key to open the mystic realm, the Snow Eagle tomb. There are a total of 5 keys. With any of them, you can open the cemetery door. Therefore, to obtain the secret inside, not only do you have to be powerful, but you also have to be faster. Special Effect 1. You can check the various terrains in the Snow Eagle tomb, the distribution of wild monsters, the arrangement of arrays, and other situations. Do a comprehensive investigation. Special Effect 2. In the Snow Eagle tomb, the benefits obtained from killing will increase by 10 times. Special Effect 3. Perception of the sovereign golden rune in the cemetery has increased by 30 times. Mystic Realm Wild Monster. The lowest quality wild monsters are all above 5-star Supreme Grade. If your strength is too trashy, it is recommended not to court death easily. Kill Drop, Star Moon Wrist Guard, Proud Frost Longbow, Rainbow War Boots, Nether Cold Shield. Coordinates: XXX. Description: after use, this item will exist for 5 hours. After 5 hours, it will automatically disappear. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. He never expected the special effects after this enhancement to be so powerful. Not only did they have 3 special effects, but there were many of them. Moreover, they could play a good role in the effect that appeared. One had to know that it would take a lot of time to find the sovereign golden rune in the huge mystic realm. However, now that he had control of the terrain and his perception of the sovereign golden rune had increased, these could allow Zhou Han to quickly locate the location of the sovereign golden rune and obtain it in the shortest time. Not bad. The benefits can still increase by 10 times. Zhou Han was delighted and bloomed with a happy smile. Although this benefit was only limited to the benefits of killing, which meant that the sovereign golden rune he obtained could not enjoy 10 times the benefits. Zhou Han did not have such extravagant hopes. With these 10 times the killing benefits, he could obtain more supreme enhancement points. It was also very happy. Enter the coordinates of the Snow Eagle tomb and begin to locate it. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt: your coordinates have been received. The map is navigating for you. This time, the entire distance is 8,392 miles in a straight line. I've planned 9 optimal routes for you. Please pay attention. Zhou Han did not check. After knowing his destination, he directly activated Rock Flying 10,000 miles. There was no need to plan a route at all. Phew! A violent windstorm attacked. As the huge golden wings of the Pung Feather Flying Ship vibrated, it soared up. Its extreme speed caused the space to tremble violently, whining. Who dares to? When they passed by the no-fly area above a sect, a furious voice sounded. However, when they saw the imposing Zhou Han on the flying ship, they could not say the remaining arrogant words. You have a problem with that. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and said coldly, how can I have any objections? Seeing you flying over is really an honor to my humble dwelling. It's a great honor for our sect. What I mean is that I really neglected my duty as the sect master by not coming out to welcome you. Sensing the huge pressure, the sect's heart trembled as he said in a panic. He had to admit defeat. If Zhou Han was in a bad mood and destroyed their sect with a finger, how could he reason? Senior, Why don't you come down and rest for a while to teach our sect's female disciples? The sect master continued to speak humbly, his expression filled with flattery. Zhou Han was speechless. This guy is too crazy. Am I such an indecent person? Although he was a little tempted, he had something important to do now, so Zhou Han did not consider it for the time being. However, he secretly memorized the coordinates of this sect. He had no other intentions. He just liked to be a teacher. It was not impossible to teach them some cultivation skills. After all, he was such a kind and understanding person. Of course, this was only a small interlude. Along the way, a few such incidents followed. After all, Zhou Han did not follow the route planned on the map and disturbed the air control of other sections. It was not strange for such a situation to happen. However, when these people from the sect saw Zhou Han's powerful aura, they were all instantly terrified. Zhou Han did not argue with them. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching your destination. This navigation has ended. The Snow Eagle Tomb is a dangerous mystic realm. Please be safe. Good luck. What appeared in front of him was a withered forest. There were several layers of fallen leaves as if they were telling of endless sorrow. The cold wind attacked, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. The mist that filled the forest made this space even more oppressive and oppressive. The partridge's clear resentment lingered for a long time, circling above the forest. Roar! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently under Zhou Han's feet. A roar broke out from the ground, and a sharp, white-boned stick darted out from under Zhou Han. Everything happened too suddenly, in just a dozen microseconds. How dare you ambush me like this? You're still too slow, Zhou Han said disdainfully with a mocking expression. More than 10 microseconds might have already affected others, but it was far from enough for Zhou Han. After all, he had consumed many natural treasures that increased reaction speed. Moreover, under the powerful perception of the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, such a sneak attack was useless. Zhou Han moved aside very easily and finally saw who the person who ambushed him was. To be precise, it was not a human, but an ashen-faced zombie with a sinister black mist flickering on its body. Clearly, they were very angry that Zhou Han had dodged their sneak attack. Blood Corpse King? It's actually a pseudo-sovereign-grade corpse that can unleash the power of a sovereign-grade golden rune. Zhou Han activated the appraisal and quickly obtained some information. At the same time, he was a little puzzled why he had been ambushed. He had not entered the cemetery yet, so this corpse was naturally not guarding the cemetery. There were naturally other reasons for attacking him rashly. Without thinking too much, the Blood Corpse King had already attacked again. The ground was quickly collapsing, and the smell of blood was surging crazily. The shattered rocks quickly formed a huge earth dragon that swallowed Zhou Han. This was also the reason why the Blood Corpse King could hide perfectly underground just now. However, these were useless against the powerful Zhou Han. Die! Zhou Han spat out coldly. In an instant, sword aura filled with destructive power spewed out. As the sword light flickered, the earth dragon had already collapsed. The Blood Corpse King was also cut in half. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Blood Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist. You have obtained 50,000 Supreme Enhancement points. Heavenly Corpse Taoist. Looks like this zombie belongs to this guy. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han finally knew who was plotting against him. In that case, he would have a target to take revenge on. As for why the Heavenly Corpse Taoist wanted to deal with him, Zhou Han did not know. However, after obtaining 50,000 Supreme Enhancement points, Zhou Han was still very happy. After all, it was the power of a sovereign golden rune. It was reasonable to have such benefits. In a dark space, an old man in a Taoist robe was carefully exploring. Behind him were two golden zombies. The aura they emitted was even stronger than the Blood Corpse King. Suddenly, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist's expression changed. Damn it, my Blood Corpse King was actually killed? Unforgivable. Very good. In that case, you've also entered this graveyard. You asked for it. I'll soon let you know what true cruelty is. The Heavenly Corpse Taoist's sinister eyes flickered. He also happened to obtain one of the 5 Mystic Realm keys and successfully entered the Snow Eagle Tomb. However, before entering, he was worried that there were other people who had entered. Therefore, he set up the Blood Zombie King at the entrance of the Mystic Realm and hid there. Once someone approached the entrance to the Snow Eagle Tomb, they would launch a surprise attack and deal a fatal blow. In that case, The things inside naturally belonged to him alone. He did not expect his blood zombie king to be killed. While making the heavenly corpse Taoist angry, his heart ached. After all, that was a pseudo-sovereign-grade corpse. It was very precious. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. You can't escape. No matter what, this snow eagle tomb is the graveyard of an expert. Burying you here is my greatest mercy. In the dark space, the smile on the heavenly corpse Taoist's face became even more ferocious. After checking, other than supreme enhancement points, nothing else dropped after killing the Blood Corpse King. Zhou Han was not too disappointed. He took out the Mystic Realm key and walked towards the entrance of the Mystic Realm. The entrance was hidden in an ancient array. Without strength above 6-star supreme grade, it was very difficult to detect the fluctuations of this ancient array. At the same time, it also meant that the danger in the Snow Eagle tomb was not simple. Zhou Han focused and looked over. There was a stone door lying in front of him. One could see the models of time and an ancient aura. There were 5 keyholes on it, all in different shapes, corresponding to 5 keys. Without hesitation, Zhou Han inserted the Mystic Realm key and instantly erupted with a dazzling light. Crack, crack, crack. Then, he heard a heavy sound. The stone door was slowly opening. Zhou Han flashed and entered. System prompt. Your current location is the Snow Eagle tomb. This map is a special map. It will be corroded by the aura of the undead. All targets' health recovery has been reduced by 90%. At the same time, Zhou Han realized that he was in a dark environment. Roars were endless. It was this gray aura that made the recovery effect even lower. However, Zhou Han did not care too much. His powerful strength made him not need to defend at all and just focus on attacking. You have successfully activated the Mystic Realm key. The current special effect has taken effect. Information about the Snow Eagle graveyard has been added to the map for 5 hours. You have obtained a 10-fold killing benefit. It will last for 5 hours. This place is called the Tomb Ruins. There are many dark creatures living here. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han also opened the map and checked. As expected, this special effect was convenient. The wild monsters could clearly control the terrain and save a lot of exploration time. Roar! A human has actually appeared here. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Brothers can have an extra meal today. Just as Zhou Han was investigating, a hiss came from the shadowy corner of the ruins of the Mausoleum of Death. A large number of dark creatures sensed Zhou Han's unfamiliar aura and immediately surged out. Their voices were hoarse, and their eyes were scarlet. Perfect timing. These are all my supreme enhancement points. Zhou Han was delighted. He did not expect the wild monsters to take the initiative to come looking for him. They did not even need him to find them. It was simply giving him warmth. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Zhou Han extended his right hand, and the space was instantly filled with countless violent sword auras. He directly bombarded these dark creatures. They were only at the 5-star to 7-star supreme grade. Zhou Han's chaos sword aura was as simple as cutting grass. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 6-star supreme grade Black Mist Centipede. Detected that you have 10 times the killing benefit. You have obtained 100,000 supreme grade enhancement points and dropped an item. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 5-star supreme grade 4-eyed spider. Detected that you have 10 times the killing benefit. You have obtained 70,000 supreme grade enhancement points and dropped an item. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 7-star supreme grade blood rage cockroach. You have obtained 120,000 supreme grade enhancement points. No items have dropped for the time being. After a wave of slaughter, the combat interface kept refreshing. With 10 times the benefits, it was awesome. Seeing the supreme enhancement points obtained, Zhou Han was also excited. Awesome. The supreme enhancement points I accumulated have already exceeded 1,000,000 points. This is only the beginning. I still have 5 hours to use. I have to maximize the benefits. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile, feeling extremely comfortable. He had directly taken off this time. His current talent, infinite enhancement, was his greatest reliance. To maximize the effect of infinite enhancement, he had to obtain more supreme enhancement points. As for the Snow Eagle tomb, there were just enough supreme grade wild monsters and 10 times the killing benefits. To Zhou Han, it was simply best. Under the envelopment of the Chaos Sword aura, Zhou Han started a massacre in the ruins of the tomb. With every sword aura that surged out, a large number of dark creatures could be seen instantly killed. In a moment, all the wild monsters in the ruins of the Tomb of the Dead were cleaned up by Zhou Han. Ghost Shadow Clone. Come out and pick up equipment. With a thought, Zhou Han activated the skill of the Ghost Shadow Clone and felt his soul fluctuate violently. In an instant, 10,000 clones appeared in front of him. Under Zhou Han's orders, they cleaned up the battlefield and collected the equipment, skill books, pills, and other items that had dropped. These things also had 10 times the buff, so they were still very abundant. It's so convenient to have clones. I can leave the killing of monsters to them. Zhou Han smiled. These 10,000 clones could exist for 80 minutes. They were not weak. When there were more people, their efficiency naturally increased. After packing up, Zhou Han sensed the exact location of the Sovereign Golden Rune. With a perception enhancement of 30 times, Zhou Han could clearly locate the exact location of the Sovereign Golden Rune. The error was less than 10 meters. Very good, I found it. Zhou Han had just closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In less than a second, a violent fluctuation came from his divine sense. It was very pure power. Naturally, the ownerless Sovereign Golden Rune erupted with a dazzling golden light. 30 times perception was good. Combined with the map, Zhou Han quickly knew that that place was called the Lost Temple. The area he was in now was the ruins of the Mausoleum of Death. If he wanted to reach that place, he had to pass through the gray fog space, the cold Nether River, and the Corpse Emperor Hall. Only then could he enter the Lost Temple and obtain the Sovereign Golden Rune. Then I'll farm my way over. Just like that, it was happily decided. Zhou Han felt that the Sovereign Golden Rune was still around and heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that it had not been taken away by anyone else. In that case, he did not have to be too anxious to obtain it. After all, he was already in the Snow Eagle tomb and had 10 times the killing reward. Zhou Han naturally did not want to miss it. Let's go, brothers. Let's go to the gray fog space. Zhou Han waved his hand and called out to the 10,000 clones. In an instant, these clones followed, their auras very powerful. Damn, why did you bring so many people here? This is unethical. The fog beasts in the gray fog space were a little dumbfounded when they saw such a huge scene. There were less than 1,000 fog beasts living here. From the clones, they could sense extraordinary power. Moreover, Zhou Han, who was leading, had a powerful aura. He was undoubtedly a super expert. In the shock of the fog beast, the clones had already rushed forward and launched a ferocious attack. As clones, not only did they inherit a portion of Zhou Han's strength, but they could also use his skills. As everyone knew, the multiplier of damage of Zhou Han's enhanced skill was very exaggerated. Therefore, although he only had 1,000th of Zhou Han's strength, the damage caused by releasing these powerful skills was unimaginably terrifying. My hunting ground is awake. Hunting moment. Void is my personality. I serve the darkness. The endless journey is endless. The storm follows like a shadow. Thunder descends from the 9 heavens, and darkness is born from the red ground. The clones clamored crazily there. Some released dark elements, some wind elements, and some used lightning elements. All kinds of elements and light of power were incomparably dazzling. They kept dancing and bombarding in space. It formed a tragic and poignant scene. These fog beasts clearly could not withstand such violent explosions and were constantly killed. Combat information also kept refreshing on the virtual interface. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 7-star Supreme Grade Fog Beast. Detected that you have 10 times the killing benefit. You have obtained 121,000 Supreme Grade Enhancement points and dropped an item. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an 8-star Supreme Grade Fog Beast. Detected that you have 10 times the killing benefits. You have obtained 135,000 Supreme Grade Enhancement points and dropped an item. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 7-star Supreme Grade Fog Beast. You have obtained 121,000 Supreme Grade Enhancement points. No items have dropped for the time being. As if rushing to the scene, soon, after cleaning up all the fog beasts in the gray fog space, Zhou Han brought his 10,000 clones to the cold Nether River. Another wave of spamming began. In the closed space, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist was speeding away, mainly because he did not dare to fight for a long time. This was because once he was surrounded by wild monsters, it would be very dangerous. After all, not everyone was as powerful and long-lasting as Zhou Han. Another thing was that he felt a powerful corpse aura not far away. This was simply a huge surprise to the heavenly corpse Taoist. That was why he couldn't wait to rush in that direction. Oh my God, there are so many powerful corpses. I've made a killing this time. The heavenly corpse Taoist's eyes were filled with excitement as he grinned happily. In front of him was a huge palace filled with corpse aura. The aura was very powerful. This was simply a huge wealth to corpse cultivators. Without hesitation, the heavenly corpse Taoist rushed in excitedly. After work, let's go to the next place, the Corpse Emperor Hall. Zhou Han ordered his clones to sweep away the fallen leaves like an autumn wind. They were unstoppable and killed their way to the Corpse Emperor Hall. Someone's coming. I didn't expect to be in the depths of the cemetery in such a short period of time. The heavenly corpse Taoist was collecting corpses. He had set up the zombies in charge of guarding and sent him information. At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on the heavenly corpse Taoist's face. Other than him, only the person who had killed his blood zombie king had entered the tomb. He had entered a day ago and spent a lot of effort to reach the depths of the cemetery. He must have found some shortcut. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? The heavenly corpse Taoist was very confident in his strength. With the large number of zombies he controlled, he fought the wild monsters crazily. Even so, he felt a huge resistance. Therefore, he clearly did not agree with the newcomer's speed. Since I came in advance, I have to pay with my life for killing my blood zombie king. A ruthless smile appeared in the heavenly corpse Taoist's eyes. Zombies, listen up. Set up and defend against the enemy. With a command, more than 100 supreme-grade zombies were gathered by the heavenly corpse Taoist and prepared for Zhou Han's path. Master, I feel a powerful attraction. There's a special item in the hall that can make me stronger. As soon as Zhou Han entered the Corpse Emperor Hall, he heard the voice of the little sovereign. The red light on the sword kept overflowing violently, and it could be seen that it was trying its best to suppress the crazy killing. All right, I'll get it for you, Zhou Han said with a smile. The sovereign blood heaven splitter had great growth potential. Now that there was an item that could increase his strength, Zhou Han naturally would not miss it. He looked around the hall and had just taken 2 steps when above his head, more than 100 sounds tore through the air. In an instant, the air was filled with a light green poisonous mist. At the same time, more than 100 green lights filled with a corrosive aura flew over and pointed at Zhou Han. How dare you plot against me with this little ability? Dragon shocking wind, disperse. Zhou Han said calmly, not taking it seriously at all. However, this poisonous mist lost a percentage of health. Because the recovery effect here was reduced by 90%, Zhou Han immediately used the power of the storm to blow away the poisonous mist. The wind dragon formed by the storm released countless wind blades that directly minced more than 100 green poisonous lights. Kid, you've fallen into a trap. Heaven spill, body immobilization talisman, freeze. The heavenly corpse Taoist flashed out of space and shouted. A purple gold talisman appeared in his hand. A dazzling light illuminated the entire space, instantly dyeing the space purple gold. A strange and mysterious energy kept surging on it. One could feel the power of the purple gold talisman. It must be a top-notch power attached to it. Originally, the heavenly corpse Taoist did not want to use this heaven spill body immobilization talisman. However, after just a short exchange, he instantly felt that Zhou Han's strength was unusual. If he did not use his trump card, he might fail miserably. The heavenly corpse Taoist was also very decisive. Without hesitation, he used this heaven spill body immobilization talisman with the power of the heavens. As one of the top powers, the heaven spill power was naturally incomparably powerful. As the name suggested, after obtaining the heaven spill power, this talisman had a very strange effect. It could freeze the target for 3 seconds. Although 3 seconds seemed to be very short, this was too long for a pseudo-sovereign grade expert. It was enough to attack 1,000 times. After all, battles between pseudo-sovereign grade experts were calculated in microseconds. Of course, all of this happened in a flash. The talisman directly hit Zhou Han's body. Boom! A huge tremor lingered in the Corpse Emperor Hall for a long time. Zhou Han only felt a monstrous force suddenly attack. System prompt. You have been attacked by the Heavenly Corpse Taoist's Heaven Spill, Body Immobilization Talisman. In 3 seconds, all your attributes will decrease by 30%, and you will be in an immobilized state. In the immobilized state, your body will not be able to move, and the energy in your body will not be mobilized. After 3 seconds, this effect will automatically remove itself. It actually has such a powerful effect. Zhou Han's expression changed and was a little solemn. In 3 seconds, if the Heavenly Corpse Taoist, who was also a pseudo-sovereign grade expert, kept attacking, it was difficult to predict the consequences. After all, who wouldn't have some special methods and trump cards at this level? Ha! How does this feel? Sensing the change in Zhou Han's expression, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist laughed wildly. At the same time, his violent attack arrived. Just as Zhou Han was about to withstand the damage, the chaotic power in his body automatically circulated. System prompt. Detected that you are being attacked by the Heaven Spill power. The chaotic power will automatically counterattack. Under the protection of the chaotic power, the negative effect of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist's Heaven Spill, Body Immobilization Talisman on you has decreased by 99.99%. For 3 microseconds, you will be in an immobilized state. All attributes will not decrease. Even if it's the Heaven Spill power, so what? My chaotic power is also the top. Power at the same level can't do anything to me at all. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han smiled. At the critical moment, he had forgotten the chaotic power. Now that it was operating automatically, the effect was obvious. After being immobilized for 3 microseconds, he only needed to withstand 1 attack from the Heavenly Corpse Taoist, and he would return to normal. This was no problem for Zhou Han at all. Even if the Heavenly Corpse Taoist instantly killed Zhou Han with this attack, he had death immunity, resurrection, and invincibility. He felt no pressure at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist could not insta-kill him. Let's see how you dare laugh. Do you know how to spell the word death? Not seeing the panic on Zhou Han's face, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist was very unhappy. The aura he released became even more arrogant. Of course, all of this was done in a flash. After all, the time of an expert was completely different from the time of an ordinary person. Heavenly Corpse, death breath. The Heavenly Corpse Taoist roared angrily, and the aura of death that erupted bombarded Zhou Han. Boom. Under the huge attack, he directly lost 900 million HP. You're quite hard. However, let's see how long you can last under my repeated bombardment. Although he was a little surprised by Zhou Han's powerful defense, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist was not too worried. After all, he had 3 seconds of immobilization, enough for him to deal explosive damage. At that time, no matter how hard Zhou Han was, he would not be able to resist. Look at me, Rune Fist. Without any delay, the second attack of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist arrived like a shadow. Countless mysterious runes were engraved on his fist, wrapped in the power of destruction. He threw a punch. Then, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist's expression changed. His fist was actually pinched by Zhou Han. An incomparably vast force seemed to restrain him. He wanted to break free, but he realized that there was a deep sense of powerlessness. Aren't you immobilized? Why can you fight back? The Heavenly Corpse Taoist was shocked and said in a panic. Only a few subtle moments had passed. It was still very far from 3 seconds. This situation was unexpected and completely dumbfounded. It's just the Heaven Spill power. Do you really think you can do anything to me? Zhou Han said with a mocking expression, a playful smile in his eyes. The Heaven Spill power is one of the strongest powers in the world. It's impossible for you to resist it. The Heavenly Corpse Taoist said with an incomparably solemn expression, having some bad guesses. You know it's one of the strongest powers. Could it be that I can't control power on the same level as the Heaven Spill power? Zhou Han said casually. That's impossible. That's top power. How can it be so easy to control? The Heavenly Corpse Taoist did not believe such a fact at all. As a pseudo-sovereign grade expert, he naturally knew how powerful that extreme power was. To control it, not only did he have to be powerful, but he also had to have heaven-defying luck. Even his Heaven Spill, Body Immobilization Talisman, had only fused a trace of the Heaven Spill power. It was still far from containing the true power. Therefore, Zhou Han's words shocked the heavenly corpse Taoist and made him unbelievable. However, Zhou Han did not explain anymore. Countless chaos sword aura instantly surged in his palm that was holding the heavenly corpse Taoist's fist. Ah! A violent scream sounded. Half of the heavenly corpse Taoist's body was torn to pieces by the chaos sword aura. Chaotic power. You actually controlled the chaotic power. The intense pain and the unprecedented shock in his heart made the heavenly corpse Taoist despair. He never expected to provoke such a powerful existence. He was really unlucky. How is it? How dare you ambush me like this? Die! Zhou Han spat out cold words and sentenced the heavenly corpse Taoist to death. The chaos sword aura that filled the sky completely drowned him. System prompt. You have successfully killed the heavenly corpse Taoist. Detected that you have 10 times the killing benefits. You have obtained 333,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped an item. Originally, the heavenly corpse Taoist had many methods of resurrection. Unfortunately, under the characteristics of the sovereign blood heaven splitter, he was beyond dead. As expected of a pseudo-sovereign grade expert. The supreme enhancement points are so awesome. Zhou Han revealed a satisfied smile. He hoped that he could encounter more pseudo-sovereign grade experts like this in the Snow Eagle tomb. That would be satisfying. Very good. I've already obtained 2 million supreme grade enhancement points. I still have to work harder. Zhou Han checked the total value of the supreme enhancement points and was even happier. Then, the clones swarmed forward and killed all the corpses that the heavenly corpse Taoist was originally controlling. After the heavenly corpse Taoist died, these corpses entered a state of suspended animation, but they did not really die. Under Zhou Han's sharp appraisal, they had nowhere to hide. These were all supreme enhancement points, so he naturally would not let them go. Boss, the spoils of war have been collected. Check them, one of the clones said with a smile. It was obvious that many items had dropped after killing the heavenly corpse Taoist. Because it was 10 times the benefits of killing, it made sense for there to be a huge number. There were 2 skill books, Corpse Control Technique and Spirit Talisman Technique. There were 10 of each, a total of 20 books. They were all supreme grade. However, it required the Taoist class to learn it. This corpse controlling technique has something in common with the Ghost Shadow clone. I can try to fuse it. Anyway, there were enough of them, so Zhou Han might as well give it a try. At the same time, there was also a Split Soul book. There were also 10 books that had dropped when he killed the dark creatures in the ruins of the Mausoleum of Death. These 3 skills had many similarities, so in order to guarantee the most likely effect of the clone, Zhou Han naturally chose those with higher similarity to fuse. Begin fusion. Zhou Han chanted. System prompt. Fusion of Split Soul, Corpse Control Technique, Ghost Shadow Clone, and other skills. Please wait. A strange light kept flashing, and the skill books were quickly decreasing. A minute later, the prompt came. Congratulations, you have fused a brand new 6-star supreme grade skill. The new attribute description has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. The effect is not bad. It has reached the strength of 6-star supreme grade. Zhou Han smiled. Those who could reach the supreme grade in terms of skills were already very powerful. This time, relying on numbers, the quality was directly piled up. Then, Zhou Han's gaze landed on the virtual interface. The attributes of the new skill were also clearly displayed in his vision. Blue Heaven Soul Splitting Technique, plus 10. Grade, 6-star Supreme. Type, Support Skill. Description, a Dark-type Soul Control Skill. It can mobilize the dark elements in space and condense into a large number of clones that give the power of the soul. The appearance and temperament of the clones are almost the same as the main body. It is extremely difficult to distinguish them with conventional methods. Effect: condense 20,000 dark clones. The main body can constantly shuttle through the shadow clones to change locations to avoid attacks, surprise enemies, escape, and so on. Description: the clone condensed has the strength of 1% of the main body. It can exist for 200 minutes. The cooldown is 6 hours. Restriction: this skill has a requirement on soul strength and mental strength. After cultivating it, you might die suddenly if your soul is too weak. Please treat it with caution. Blue Heaven Soul Splitting Technique, very good. After Zhou Han finished reading, he could feel the difference of the Ghost Shadow clone compared to before. Previously, the Ghost Shadow clone had split out of his soul, The blue heaven soul splitting technique was condensed from the dark elements wandering in the air. This meant that if the clone died previously, it would still affect the main body. However, the impact now would be even smaller and negligible. Another enhancement was that although the number had increased and the strength of the clones had become stronger, they had existed longer. Overall, it was an enhanced version of the power of the Ghost Shadow clone. Yes, I'll use it and see how effective it is. Zhou Han directly used the new Blue Heaven Soul splitting technique. In just half a second, 20,000 clones condensed in the void, casting very quickly. Under Zhou Han's orders, they quickly searched the Corpse Emperor Hall. This was because the little sovereign had sensed a strange aura previously. Zhou Han could ask his clones to search. It was also very convenient. However, the Corpse Emperor Hall was very large and was in existence of its own space. Even if 20,000 clones searched inside, it would take some time. Zhou Han did not wait idly. After dealing with the skill book, he looked at the equipment again. There were 2 Supreme Grade and 5 Divine Grade equipment. I didn't expect a defensive set to drop. When Zhou Han investigated the 2 Supreme Grade equipment, he discovered an unexpected surprise. One of them was a set. Although it was only a 1-star Supreme Grade set, it was still very rare. This was because Supreme Grade sets were not so easy to obtain. This was also the reason why Zhou Han was still wearing the Divine Grade set, Purgatory Wailing. It was mainly because it could not drop that it made people very speechless. It could be seen that the drop rate was extraordinarily low. The set included 6 parts: a helmet, clothes, wrist guard, belt, leg guard, and shoes. For example, Zhou Han had many Supreme Grade parts. However, because it was not a set, the increased attribute effects could not compare to the effect of the set. Therefore, Zhou Han did not change the Purgatory Wailing. It could be seen how precious the Supreme Grade set was. Enhance it 10 times first. According to the old rules, Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt: you have activated the talent. Infinite Enhancement, 1-star Supreme Grade set, Dimensional Walker. You have successfully enhanced it 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check the attributes. 10 white lights flashed, and the power flowing on it became even more agile. There was a luster like stars that kept flickering. It was incomparably mysterious. After controlling the chaotic power, Zhou Han could tell at a glance that the power on the set was the power of space, or it could be said to be the power of space and time. My luck is really not bad. The first time a Supreme Grade set dropped, it carried spatial power. Zhou Han was delighted. One had to know that spatial power was considered a relatively rare existence in the basic power system. Very few people could control it. Therefore, how could Zhou Han not be happy that there was such power on the set? Without any time to think, Zhou Han opened the interface and began to check the specific attributes. He was looking forward to it. Dimensional Walker plus 10. Grade: 1-star Supreme. Type: Defensive Set. Description: there is an incomparably powerful group of existences in the world. They can travel freely in the dimension and feel the passing of time and space. They have escaped the shackles of the rules and are above them. They are called the Origins. This set seems to have a trace of connection to the Origins. Basic attributes: in combat, your vitality, defense, and attack power will increase by 10 times. Your speed will increase by 5 times, and all attribute resistances will increase by 4 times. Special Effect 1. Top Grade Recovery. Restores 15% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is below 70%, you will recover 18% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is below 50%, it will automatically generate a light barrier with a 10 times maximum HP and 20% damage reduction. Special Effect 2. Negative Immunity. There is an 80% chance of being immune to all negative debuffs when targeted. Special Effect 3. Dimensional Transition. Through adept control of spatial power, you can hide your body in space and teleport for a distance. This kind of teleportation in space, be it movement or trajectory, is very subtle. Even a super expert will find it difficult to notice. Very good, very powerful. As expected of a set, the improvement brought by it was also very obvious. Firstly, all his attributes had increased greatly. As long as he was in a combat state, he could trigger it. Moreover, the effect of being immune to negative states had reached an 80% chance. It went without saying how useful this was. What surprised Zhou Han the most was the third special effect, dimensional transition. This was considered a spatial skill that could hide the body in space. It felt quite flashy and was also an effect that Zhou Han liked very much. He could also teleport. In that case, it would be like a ghost descending from the sky. Zhou Han now had 2 teleportation skills. Coupled with them, be it escaping or surprise attacks, they were rare and excellent methods. This was also a unique aspect of the spatial attribute. Zhou Han had also grasped some methods now, so he was naturally in a very comfortable mood. After putting on the dimensional walker, Zhou Han felt refreshed. The power of space surged in his body, and there were endless mysteries. In a daze, he could feel the vastness and mysteries of the universe. However, he could only use it through equipment now. He still needed an opportunity to control and grasp spatial power. The remaining pieces of equipment were all divine grade, the kind that dogs did not wear. Zhou Han naturally could not be bothered to look over. That would be a pure waste of time. It was not worth it. After glancing at the equipment, Zhou Han looked at the items that dropped. Unfortunately, an awesome item like the Heaven Spill body immobilization talisman did not drop. After the appraisal, Zhou Han said regretfully, what he valued the most was naturally this. After all, the effect displayed was indeed very shocking. If he did not control the chaotic power and resist the Heaven Spill power, Zhou Han would most likely suffer. Therefore, the hidden powerful effect left a deep impression on Zhou Han. If he enhanced it, the power he could unleash would definitely be even more terrifying. However, luck could not always be so powerful. Zhou Han also expressed his understanding. After all, his talent was not related to luck. Boss, is this what you're looking for? Suddenly, a surprised voice came from a corner of the hall. It was one of the 20,000 clones. When Zhou Han heard the voice, he focused and looked over. The location of this clone was enveloped in a thin gray fog. The gray fog seemed to be drawn by some mysterious power and flowed slowly there. Of course, this was not enough to attract Zhou Han's gaze. His gaze landed on the large coffin beside the clone. It was more than 10 meters long and wide. It was unknown what it was made of, but there was an ancient aura that surged out. There were some mysterious array formations on the entire coffin. A different luster was circulating. The coffin lid moved aside a weak crack, and a blood-colored light appeared in the crack. This clone was attracted by this blood-colored light and called Zhou Han to check. After all, the power in this blood-colored light was filled with the coldness of slaughter and bloodlust. There was naturally something strange. Before Zhou Han could move, crack, 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 an ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded in the Corpse Emperor Hall, as if something was moving. The coffin lid is moving. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed as he discovered something amiss. Master, this is it. The desire in my heart has never been so strong, the little sovereign said, panting. When it looked at the coffin, it flickered with great excitement and joy. Boom. Then, there was a loud bang. The coffin lid soared into the sky and was directly flipped over by a powerful force. The various array formations on it also burst out with blazing light. In the light, a figure slowly floated in the air. It was dressed in a dragon robe and had a powerful and domineering aura, as if it was looking down on all living beings. Its powerful combat strength did give it the right to be so arrogant. This is the Kong Si Corpse Emperor? Zhou Han quickly appraised the other party's information. The existence floating in the air was very difficult to associate with. He was actually a corpse. This aura and appearance did not match at all. However, after seeing that the Kong Si Corpse Emperor had 12 sovereign golden runes, Zhou Han did not find it strange. This number was one more than Zhou Han. With such powerful combat strength, it was quite reasonable for him to cultivate into a human. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A domineering voice sounded. One could see the Kong Si Corpse Emperor's face flickering with intense anger. He was originally just an ordinary zombie who had unintentionally obtained a powerful opportunity in the Snow Eagle tomb and directly increased his powerful combat strength to the pseudo-sovereign grade. Moreover, the aura in the Snow Eagle tomb was simply perfect for his cultivation. He would definitely be very unhappy to be disturbed. You're quite strong. Stay and be my lackey. I can let bygones be bygones for disturbing me. The Kong Si Corpse Emperor's eyes narrowed. He naturally noticed Zhou Han's existence immediately. Although he could not sense Zhou Han's strength completely, He knew that he was an expert. If he subdued him, it would be quite helpful. Huh, you're not worthy. You look like a fool. How dare you say such disgusting things? Zhou Han sneered. He did not expect a zombie to be so arrogant, but he did not take it seriously. Even if the other party had 12 sovereign golden runes, so what? He might not lose with 11 sovereign golden runes. What? You? Hearing Zhou Han's merciless mockery, the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor's calm expression immediately changed drastically and became incomparably ferocious. Very good, kid. You've successfully angered me. Can you withstand my anger? After shouting, the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor waved his hand at the void. Clearly, he was about to attack. Only by tearing Zhou Han apart could he appease his endless anger. A dazzling golden light erupted from the coffin. It was fierce and blazing. A powerful power filled with a destructive aura was slowly waking up. 12 sovereign golden runes soared into the sky, and the energy that erupted from Han Hao fused into the coffin. So it's this longevity heaven-splitting coffin that carries the power of the sovereign golden runes, Zhou Han muttered to himself. This was because the power of the sovereign golden rune could not be directly used without reaching the sovereign grade. He had to find a medium to indirectly use the power inside. For example, the sovereign artifact was definitely the most perfect. It could unleash even more sovereign golden rune power. However, sovereign artifacts were very rare, and it was extremely difficult to obtain them. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for so many pseudo-sovereign grade experts to each have a sovereign artifact. Everyone also wanted to use the power of the sovereign golden rune, so what could they do? They could only find another way. He used some special methods to carry the power of the sovereign golden rune. Some were used on Dharma treasures, while others were used on weapons. Anyway, there were all kinds of them. He just had to use them. For example, the Azura Divine Spear that Yi Chun had used previously and the current Kong Sea Corpse Emperor's Longevity Heaven-splitting coffin were all carriers of this special method. This carrier was definitely not as perfect as the sovereign artifact. The combat strength it could unleash was also worlds apart. Kid, you still have some eyesight. You can recognize my longevity heaven-splitting coffin. How is it? Do you feel endless fear? Hearing Zhou Han's muttering, the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor smiled proudly, but this smile was even crueler. His longevity heaven-splitting coffin could not compare to a sovereign artifact, but its compatibility was also above average. This was also the reason why the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor dared to be arrogant. What a lousy thing. I want to see if you can withstand my sword. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly unsheathed the dragon's spring sword in his hand. How ignorant and fearless. Heavenly coffin, myriad soul, devouring spirit. It's all over. The Kong Sea Corpse Emperor shouted. At this moment, the longevity heaven-splitting coffin had already completed the process of absorbing the power of the 12 sovereign golden runes. The entire coffin spun in the void and fell. In an instant, countless blood-colored phantoms surged out and erupted with shrill roars. There were many of them in the air, covering the sky and bringing with it an extremely powerful pressure. The clones standing closer to the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor immediately turned into flying back under the care of this bloodlight. All of you come back. Zhou Han hurriedly ordered the clone. In a battle of this level, clones were useless. They could only be easily killed. Because he still had to use his clones to investigate and kill other wild monsters later, Zhou Han naturally would not let them die in vain. Ha! Do you feel the powerful force? You should be glad that that was only your clone and not your main body just now. Otherwise, you would also be destined to be reduced to ashes. But you'll be soon. Let's hit the road together. The Kong Sea Corpse Emperor laughed impudently, his expression even smugger. This move, Heavenly Coffin, myriad soul-devouring technique, was the most powerful ultimate skill of the longevity heaven-splitting coffin. As soon as it was used, the thousands of evil spirits in the coffin were enhanced by huge blood energy and became extremely violent. The blood demon aura instantly arrived. The roars of thousands of evil spirits resounded in this space, and at the same time, there was the wanton mockery of the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor. It seemed that this guy had probably not spoken for countless years. His words were especially annoying. Noisy, die! As Zhou Han shouted, the dragon's spring had already been unsheathed. A myriad of feet of sword aura soared into the sky. On the day of the dragon's roar, the light of the Big Dipper scattered and formed a mysterious sword formation. It was the Dragon Abyss, Big Dipper killing formation that was released. Countless sword shadows magically combined and were infused with the power of the Big Dipper. An earth-shattering sharp aura subconsciously surged out. The dazzling light of the sword formation circulated. Those were formed by countless small sword intents that crazily strangled the evil spirits of the longevity heaven splitting coffin. Roar! Roar! The roars still echoed in the space. However, these roars were completely different from before. Since it was a fierce roar, it now turned into a tragic wail. Facing the Big Dipper killing formation, the blood-colored evil spirit had no strength to resist at all. It was constantly annihilated and turned to ashes. What's going on? My longevity heaven splitting coffin is actually so fragile. All of this happened too quickly. Before the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor could even react, thousands of evil spirits had already been killed into single digits. It was simply a tragic sight. His greatest reliance, the invincible longevity heaven splitting coffin, was actually defeated so completely by the other party. This was something he had never expected. He was dumbfounded. As expected, ignorant people. You don't even recognize the 7-star Dragon Abyss in my hand. Zhou Han sneered. The mockery on his face was obvious. Actually, it was not the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor's fault. He was only an ordinary zombie previously and had severely lost his relevant memories. It was understandable that he did not recognize him. However, he had heard of the name. 7-star Dragon Abyss. You actually have a sovereign artifact? How is that possible? Although the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor was questioning, he already believed it in his heart. After all, only a sovereign artifact could defeat his longevity heaven splitting coffin so easily. He immediately panicked as he realized actually met Zhou Han, who had a sovereign artifact. If he kept hiding in the coffin and pretending to be dead, he might be able to escape. Hee, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Zhou Han's expression was cold. The violent sword aura did not stop at all and ruthlessly struck the longevity heaven splitting coffin. There was a loud crack as a gap was torn open in the longevity heaven splitting coffin. It's quite sturdy. Strike again. With the second strike, the longevity heaven splitting coffin finally could not withstand it and was shattered. Although there were 12 sovereign golden runes fused into it, the compatibility was too far from a sovereign artifact. It was directly crushed by the dragon spring sword that had fused 11 sovereign golden runes. No. The Kong Sea Corpse Emperor let out a desperate scream. Losing the longevity heaven splitting coffin was equivalent to losing their greatest reliance. They had no strength to resist at all. What greeted him was a shocking sword light that ended his sinful life. System prompt. You have successfully killed the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor. With the tenfold increase in killing benefits, you have obtained 1.2 million supreme enhancement points and dropped an item. Zhou Han revealed a happy smile. The benefits were very powerful, but the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor was indeed powerful. It was reasonable for him to obtain a huge benefit after killing it. Little Sovereign turned into a bloodlight and darted out. Master, this is it. Such things are extremely useful to me. Little Sovereign stopped beside the blood-red ball and said excitedly. There were 10 of this blood-red ball. Clearly, it had been enhanced 10 times and emitted a violent killing aura. Its blood energy was monstrous and was indeed very similar to the power of the Little Sovereign. This is the Blood Demon Inner Core. Zhou Han picked up one of them and investigated. It was a 3-star supreme-grade special crystal that could provide a large amount of slaughter power. Although the quality was not high, it was quite useful. It could increase the quality of items of the same attribute. The more it absorbed, the stronger the effect. Very good. Don't be anxious. I'll give it to you after I enhance it. The upper limit of the 3-star supreme-grade enhancement was 30 times, which required 300,000 supreme-grade enhancement points. Zhou Han happened to have enough supreme enhancement points on hand now. He decided to try enhancing it. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The 3-star supreme-grade Blood Demon Inner Core has been successfully enhanced 30 times. A new description has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. After the white light flashed, Zhou Han directly opened it. Not only does it greatly increase the slaughter power, but it also increases the spiritual consciousness of the artifact spirit. In that case, Won't it be easier for the little sovereign to advance to a sovereign artifact? After looking at the blood demon inner core that had been enhanced 30 times, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhou Han's eyes. Enhancing spiritual knowledge was a special effect produced after enhancement. There was no need to say how strong this special effect was. Little sovereign, swallow this inner core. Zhou Han handed over the enhanced blood demon inner core. Little sovereign could not wait. Now that he received the order, he suddenly sucked the blood demon inner core into his sword. In an instant, blood filled the air, and the aura of slaughter became even more violent. System prompt. Congratulations, your weapon, the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, has consumed the Blood Demon Inner Core plus 30. It has successfully advanced to the 8-star Supreme Grade. Its spiritual consciousness has also increased to a certain extent. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. Zhou Han took a look. It had indeed advanced to the 8-star Supreme Grade. Previously, the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter was 5-star Supreme Grade, which happened to increase by 3 stars. The effect was indeed very good. Master, what rich slaughter power. I've become stronger. Little Sovereign said excitedly. His sword approached the other 9 blood demon inner cores. The meaning was obvious. He was not full and wanted to absorb the rest. In that case, let's enhance them all 30 times. Zhou Han immediately made a decision. If the little sovereign absorbed all of this, he might really be able to advance to the sovereign artifact realm. As long as there was a chance, it was completely worth it to spend 3 million supreme enhancement points. He could earn more supreme enhancement points, but sovereign artifacts were rare existences. Comparing the two, everyone knew what choice they would make. Thank you, Master. Seeing the enhanced 9 blood demon inner cores emit an even purer slaughter power, the little sovereign directly wolfed them down and absorbed them all in one go. The violent blood demon kept bombarding the Corpse Emperor Hall for a few minutes before stopping. Little sovereign also fell into a deep sleep. He asked the system and learned that there was no problem with little sovereign. Because it had devoured a huge amount of power, some strange transformation was happening inside. As for whether it could become a sovereign artifact, he could only wait for the little sovereign to wake up before checking. Thinking of this, Zhou Han put the little sovereign into his spatial bag. Split up now and kill as many wild monsters as possible in the cemetery. Zhou Han ordered his clones. This was because he had spent 3 million supreme enhancement points on Zhou Han's savings. Therefore, he had to continue earning supreme enhancement points next. He did not have any extra supreme enhancement points in his hand and felt uneasy. After all, without backup supreme enhancement points, it meant that he had one less trump card. For example, in a dangerous situation, one could choose to enhance the corresponding weapon, skill, or item according to their environment and the opponent they faced to turn defeat into victory or even escape. Therefore, it was very important to keep the spare supreme enhancement points. Yes, boss, we'll go now. Finish it as quickly as possible. No problem. Okay. After the clones responded, they quickly took action. Zhou Han investigated. The clones with 1% of the main body's strength could completely deal with the locations and wild monsters in the remaining map, so he was not too worried. As long as he lay down, he would have supreme enhancement points. How wonderful. However, it was naturally impossible for Zhou Han to do nothing. He had already sensed the exact location of the ownerless Sovereign Golden Rune. It was very close to the Corpse Emperor Hall, so his perception became clearer. I'll take it first to prevent any trouble. Zhou Han thought to himself and flew in the direction he sensed. 5 minutes later, a crystal round platform appeared in front of Zhou Han. The round platform was not very big, only more than 10 meters in radius. No one knew what power was activating it. The flat surface of the round platform was slowly turning. A hazy light enveloped it, shining with a dazzling luster from time to time. In the center of the round platform, there was a golden light. It was a sovereign golden rune that emitted pure power. Seeing the sovereign golden rune, Zhou Han did not snatch it immediately. He kept feeling that this crystal round platform gave people a different feeling and was indescribably strange. Therefore, Zhou Han's cautious personality was not tempted by the sovereign golden rune in front of him. Little Bone, send a few lackeys over to scout the way. Zhou Han summoned the Golden Bone Dragon King and gave the order. Little Bone had many lackeys, and they were all from the undead race. Therefore, it was best to let them be scouting tools. Yes, master, Little Bone said respectfully. Then, the 5 bone dragon lackeys rushed towards the crystal round platform. The short distance of dozens of meters felt very long, as if some force had isolated speed. Just as he was about to obtain the sovereign golden rune, a phenomenon suddenly appeared. Countless gray pillars of light instantly shot out from the crystal round platform. Vast energy surged over. It drowned the ignorant bone dragon. In the energy vortex, an ethereal figure slowly appeared. There was a strange cold smile on his face as he spat out hoarse words. I really didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation of the sovereign golden rune. You're so cautious. Unfortunately, this possession array did not work. I only caught a few small fish. The gray pillar of light dissipated, revealing the figures of 5 bone dragons, but they were no longer obeying Little Bone's orders. Instead, they stood respectfully beside the phantom. Possession array? Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. Hearing this name, he felt that it was incomparably evil. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, the 5 bone dragons had clearly been possessed, and their consciousness had been completely erased. It's actually the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. After Zhou Han activated the appraisal, he checked the information about the phantom clearly. Presumably, this remnant soul was unwilling to dissipate into the world just like that. So it used the sovereign golden rune as bait and set up the possession array. The goal was to possess an expert and extend his life. Hee, kid, looks like you know my reputation too? Your potential is very great. Become one with me. In that case, we can rule the world together and be invincible. The remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord bewitched him. At the same time, gray energy surged out of his body and attacked Zhou Han. You're not worthy of becoming one with me. No matter how powerful you were when you were alive, you have to die if you provoke me this time. Zhou Han attacked mercilessly, and the aura on his body completely erupted. Since the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord had taken the initiative to be exposed, this battle was naturally a life and death battle. There was no room for negotiation. The Chaos Sword aura surged out and struck the gray energy ruthlessly. A huge bang sounded, and everything within 100 miles was directly annihilated by the aftershock of the collision. Chaotic power. Kid, you do have some strength. How pleasant. As long as I forcefully possess you, I can definitely reach a higher level than before. When the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord saw his gray energy destroyed by Zhou Han, not only was he not angry, but he was even happier. The power he controlled was the dilapidation power. Although it was also very powerful, it was still a little weaker than the chaotic power. Therefore, the desire to possess him intensified. Zhou Han frowned. After all, the other party was a super expert who had been famous for a long time. Since he dared to be called an emperor, it meant that his identity when he was alive was not simple. His control of strength was also above Zhou Han. Therefore, although the dilapidation power was weaker than the chaotic power, it instantly reached a draw. After fusing 20 sovereign golden runes, a pseudo-sovereign at the Saint Lord level is indeed not easy to deal with. Zhou Han's expression was a little solemn. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. The other party's control of power had already reached the taboo level. Moreover, as a super expert when he was alive, he had rich combat experience. Finally, the power of the 20 sovereign golden runes far exceeded the 11 that Zhou Han currently controlled. In comparison, Zhou Han was at an absolute disadvantage. However, I have an advantage. After all, he's only a remnant soul. There's no way to absorb enough energy. As long as I fight a long battle with him, I can exhaust him to death in the end. Zhou Han's eyes flashed as he quickly analyzed his advantage. With the infinite enhancement talent, Zhou Han's greatest characteristics were omnipotent. Attack, defense, recovery, speed, strength, agility, and so on. After enhancement, they all increased in all aspects. Therefore, in this situation, it was very difficult to take the initiative to kill the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. This time, the all-around advantage was displayed. Thinking of this, Zhou Han smiled proudly and hooked his finger at the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. Huh, don't you call yourself powerful? Is that all you've got? Come and possess me. I'm waiting for you. If he angered the other party and consumed his energy quickly, as long as Zhou Han could withstand a few waves of attacks, this battle would be considered a victory. Are you so eager to die? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Broken light of death. As expected, the Snow Eagle City Lord's expression was furious. As he roared, gray power formed a 1,000-foot-long disk, and the aura of destruction surged crazily. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot out from the disk. Every ray of light was wrapped in shocking destructive power. It was so fast that it arrived in seconds. You want to fight waves, right? Then come on. Black Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Wave. With Zhou Han's order, 999 black dragons appeared in the void. Dark energy fluctuations also kept shooting out and began to clash with the gray light. Next, Zhou Han did not defend passively. Instead, he kept fighting the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord head-on. Only then could he consume the other party's energy faster. As expected, sensing that the Snow Eagle City Lord's attacks were becoming more and more hurried, Zhou Han revealed a controlled smile. The reason why his attack was even fiercer meant that the other party's energy was about to collapse. That was why he was so anxious. He wanted to deal with Zhou Han in the shortest time possible. After fighting for 5 minutes, the two sides fought countless times. Every attack was incomparably violent, not to mention the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. Even Zhou Han felt that more than half of his energy had been consumed. Very good. Now, Ghost Shadow Descent. Soon, Zhou Han finally found an opening. He sensed the other party's aura and instantly descended behind the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. With the sword Dao, proud 9 heavens, the waves formed by the 9 sword auras became stronger and stronger, catching him off guard. If the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord was in its peak state, it would definitely not be effective. However, the perception brought by the consumption of energy would definitely decrease greatly. After the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord directly endured the 3 sword auras, it immediately reacted and dodged the remaining 6 swords. This trick is nothing much. Do you think? He was about to say something arrogant when his face turned pale in the next microsecond because he felt an unprecedented crisis that enveloped him. Moreover, he felt that this crisis seemed to be beside him. There was a sense of powerlessness that he could not avoid. My thoughts break the sky, my name breaks through the ages, and my sword becomes eternal. Chaos, eternal sword. Zhou Han's cold and emotionless voice sounded as he directly released his ultimate move. The remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord directly felt his scalp tingle and his heart tremble because his feeling was not wrong. Zhou Han's voice was indeed right beside his ear, inches away. It was really a big move. Zhou Han naturally completed spatial travel through the special effect of the Dimensional Walker set, Dimensional Transition. The combination of the 2 teleportation skills was impossible to guard against. Under the super powerful concealment state of the Dimensional Transition, Zhou Han opened the space behind the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord. In an instant, an endless sword aura drowned him. System prompt. Your skill, Chaos, Eternal Sword, has triggered the killing effect. This effect will ignore invincibility, resurrection, and other effects. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the remnant soul of the super expert, City Lord Snow Eagle. Detected that you have 10 times the killing reward. You have obtained 1,880,000 Supreme Enhancement points and dropped an item. It's finally over. Zhou Han took a deep breath and felt a little tired. The remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord had fused with 20 sovereign golden runes and had already reached the level of a Saint Lord. It was not easy to fight. If the other party was very energetic, the outcome was hard to say. After this battle, Zhou Han also felt that his current combat strength had barely reached the level of a Saint Lord. My combat strength is not enough. Zhou Han sighed, clearly dissatisfied with this. However, the sovereign golden rune was so incomparably powerful. The improvement brought by each additional rune was worlds apart. He could cross the difference of 9 sovereign golden runes and kill someone above his level. If others heard Zhou Han's words, who knew how they would feel? By the way, why did killing a Saint Lord give so few Supreme Enhancement points? Zhou Han asked curiously. After killing the Kong Sea Corpse Emperor, he was given 1.2 million Supreme Enhancement points. But after killing the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord, he was only given 1.88 million. This did not make sense. System prompt. Because the supreme enhancement points you obtain this time have reached the upper limit of 5 million, the additional supreme enhancement points will be automatically ignored. There are restrictions again. I'm f***ing speechless. Zhou Han complained unhappily. However, the only consolation was that the upper limit was 5 million. The previous limit in the night parade of 100 ghosts was 1 million points. He had made a small improvement. In that case, there was no need for Zhou Han to wait for his clones to kill wild monsters and obtain supreme enhancement points. Instead, he looked at the sovereign golden rune on the crystal round platform and was about to pluck it. However, to be safe, he still sent 2 bone dragon lackeys and asked them to bring them over. Fortunately, nothing happened next. Zhou Han also successfully obtained this ownerless sovereign golden rune. System prompt. Detected that you have obtained an ownerless sovereign golden rune. Do you want to fuse it with the sovereign artifact, Dragon Spring Sword? Fusion. Zhou Han nodded. At the moment, he only had the Dragon Spring Sword as a carrier, so he naturally nurtured it with all his might. Wow, it's the sovereign golden rune again. Thank you, Master. Koizumi exclaimed excitedly. As expected, following a powerful master meant that one could live a good life. This feeling was simply awesome. This time, Koizumi had already fused 12 sovereign golden runes and become stronger. It's all settled. There's nothing to miss. After the clones handed over all the items they had obtained, this Snow Eagle tomb no longer had any exploration value. On the way back, Zhou Han sat in the Pung Feather flying ship and summarized his gains from this trip to the Snow Eagle tomb. First, he obtained a sovereign golden rune. Then, the little sovereign devoured the blood demon inner core and was in a deep sleep, completing its transformation. Then, the set, Dimensional Walker, dropped, increasing Zhou Han's combat strength by a level. At the moment, he still had more than 2 million supreme enhancement points on hand in case of emergencies. There were also equipment, skill books, pills, equipment fragments, and other things that dropped because there were many of them under the tenfold killing buff. Unfortunately, the sovereign golden rune did not drop. Otherwise, I would have obtained at least 10, Zhou Han said regretfully. However, he also knew that the drop rate of the sovereign golden rune was very low. Otherwise, everyone could reach the level of a Saint Lord or Saint King. I'd better consume these pills. Zhou Han directly enhanced them. Although the effects of these pills that dropped were not outstanding, there were many of them and the improvement was still very considerable. System prompt. You have consumed a 9-star divine grade pill, illumination pill, plus 10. Congratulations. All your attributes have increased by 1%. You consumed an 8-star divine grade pill, blood spirit guide, plus 10. Congratulations, your blood essence strength has increased by 2%. You consumed a total of 250 pills. After consuming them all, his attributes increased a little. Zhou Han opened his personal attributes and took a look. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Health, 23.8 billion. Attack, 790 million. Defense, 630 million. Soul power, 95 million. Talent, infinite enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Myriad Life and Death, True Damage. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Dimensional Walker, 1-star Supreme. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. Attack Power increased by 10 million. Fashion, Space-Time Illusion. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King. Open and see the details. Soul, 9 Flame Chelan. Sword Heart, Indestructible Sword Heart. Sword Bone, Glazed Sword Bone. His attributes had increased, but it was not obvious. It was mainly because Zhou Han was currently in a non-combat state and the data of his standing on the streets was ordinary. If he was in a combat state, his various attributes would be greatly enhanced. At that time, his data would be off the charts. Next is the fusion skill. Let's start with wind-type skills. Looking at the wind-breaking wave and Eye of the Wind in his hand, they were all supreme grade. There were also some divine grade ones. There were enough of them. Coincidentally, he had fewer wind-type skills on hand now. There were only the wind-chasing thunder, flowing wind technique, and dragon shocking wind. Moreover, the effect was already minimal. It could still be used in front of some ordinary pseudo-sovereign grade experts. Once he fought someone who had reached the Saint Lord level, it would be useless. Therefore, it was imperative to obtain higher grade wind attribute skills. Fuse the flowing wind technique, roaming dragon shocking wind, and these wind attribute skills. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt. You have activated skill combination. It is fusing. Please wait. Congratulations, you have successfully fused the new skill, Wind God, Dragon World. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. Zhou Han's eyes lit up. The name sounded quite domineering, but he did not know what quality it was. He could not wait to look at it. The relevant description was obvious. Wind God, Dragon World +10. Grade, 7-star Supreme. Type, Wind Damage Skill. Description, it's a skill created by an ancient peerless expert. It raises the power of the wind attribute to a new level. When released, hundreds of wind dragons wreak havoc and roar, shaking the heavens and earth. Its power is very shocking. Effect, a ranged attack skill that causes 90% speed reduction and 500 times the wind attribute damage to all friendly units within 1,000 meters. Very good. 7-star Supreme Grade. I've obtained another powerful attack method. It also has a speed reduction effect. It's very powerful. After reading it, Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction and felt very comfortable. Next was the lightning attribute. Zhou Han fused the wind-chasing thunder. This skill had two attributes, wind and lightning. Its greatest use was to look forward to the wind flight that brought great help to the previous Zhou Han. However, now that Zhou Han had become powerful, he did not need to rely on his skills to fly in the air. Moreover, he even used the Peng feather flying ship. Its speed was extremely shocking. Therefore, this skill was not very useful. Coincidentally, among the skill books that dropped, there were True Thunder Technique, X10, Proud World Thunder, X10, Thunder King True Scripture, X10, and other skill books. Zhou Han directly fused them. System prompt. Congratulations on fusing Thunder Chasing Wind, True Thunder Technique, Proud World Thunder, Thunder King True Scripture, and other lightning-type skills. A new skill, 9 Tribulations, Thunder Cloud Storm, has been generated. The attribute description has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. 9 Tribulations, Thunder Cloud Storm +10. Grade, 9-star Supreme. Type, Lightning Damage Skill. Description, it is the ultimate skill that made the 9 Tribulations Dragon Rider, Heavenly Emperor, Zhou famous. If you are lucky enough to obtain this skill, congratulations. In the domain of lightning, you will have absolute dominance. The power of the lightning attribute has been developed to the extreme. When released, the 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder will descend, and everything in the world will submit to the majesty of lightning. Effect. With yourself as the center, lightning will constantly fall. The power of the 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder ignores the target's defense. All attributes of the target will be reduced by 50%. Tisk, TSK. 9 Tribulation Dragon Rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou, is really tempting. Seeing the domineering power of the 9 Tribulations Thundercloud Storm, Zhou Han said emotionally. He wanted to become such a supreme expert in the future, and as the Chaos Sword Lord, he was confident that he could do it. Then, Zhou Han fused fire attribute skills and soul skills and obtained Green Flame, Burning Mountains and Boiling Sea, and Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash. They were all 6-star Supreme Grade, and the effect was very good. A large number of skill books had been consumed after fusing 4 skills. Then, Zhou Han opened the skill panel and looked at the current relevant skills. Class exclusive skills, Sword Dominator, Chaos Myriad Image Technique, Chaos, Eternal Sword. Sword skills, Extreme Mastery, Sword Dao Quintessence, Sword Dao, Proud Nine Heavens. Wind Thunder Attribute skills, Wind God, Dragon World, Nine Tribulations, Thunder Cloud Storm. Fire Attribute skills, Green Flame, Burning Mountains and Boiling Sea, Fire Devouring the Nine Heavens. Soul skills, Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash, Ghost Shadow Descent, Immortal Soul. Blood Aura skills, Golden Bell Shield, True Dragon's Fury, Sky Dust Tyrant Blood, Soul Devouring Hand, Demon Prison Blood Slaying. Other types, Reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, Heavenly Dragon Escape Technique, Skill Combination, Equipment Combination. Although there were fewer skills, the effect was countless times stronger than before. There were no extra skill books for blood energy skills at the moment. He would only fuse them in the future. Finally, there were the skills of the equipment. Dimensional Walker, Dimensional Transition, Space-Time Illusion, Star Transformation, Black Dragon King Set, Black Dragon Heaven Extermination Wave, Great Dark Sky, Divine Trident, Soul Chain, Heavenly Emperor, World Extinguishing Wave, Holy Angel Sword, Light of Recovery, Divine Light Redemption, Dragon Spring Sword, Dragon Abyss, 7 Stars Fury Slash, Dragon Abyss, Big Dipper Killing Formation, Dragon Battle in the Wild. Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Emperor Sovereign, Blood Massacre, Sovereign Slaying. All of them could unleash a huge effect and possess super powerful combat strength. After checking, Zhou Han was very happy. The sky was already dark. At the thought that he could go to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace tomorrow, he was immediately a little excited. Han, you're finally back? It's late. When Zhou Han returned to the villa in the Firmament Imperial City, the two women were already waiting gracefully. They were wearing chiffon and the scenery was beautiful. They smiled sweetly and were like delicate flowers shining on the water. The breeze blew over, bringing 2 different fragrances, making Zhou Han's originally tired body and mind immediately become energetic. Seeing the 2 women approaching, Zhou Han smiled evilly and reached out. Ah, it hurts. He heard only the strange business echoing in the night. The night passed uneventfully. The happy times were very short. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose in the east and the light of dawn shone. Han, are you going out so early? Rest a little longer. Bai Linglong wheedled with Han Qinxue, the smile in her eyes very blissful. Yes, there's something important that has to be dealt with. I might not come back during this period of time. Zhou Han explained with a smile as he put on his clothes. Yes. Although we can't bear to, all we can do is support you silently in the future. Bai Linglong said reluctantly. Han, you have to be careful and come back early. This is our love nest. There are 2 women waiting for you. Han Qinxue said with red eyes. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Looking at the 2 women who were already crying, Zhou Han felt terrible. He pulled the 2 women into his arms and comforted them. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Now he felt it. By the way, how's the progress with the 2 of you? Then, Zhou Han changed the topic and asked, Han, I want to take a look today. The address I chose is indeed very good. I'm preparing to gather the members today and start deploying our guild headquarters base, Han Qinxue reported. Han, I've consulted my father a lot. We're still choosing intelligence personnel here and trying to build a basic framework during this period of time. Bai Linglong also reported her current progress. Zhou Han nodded. He knew that it was not so easy to form an intelligence organization. You've all done well. As expected of my good wives. Zhou Han smiled and patted the 2 women's heads encouragingly. His woman was motivated and willing to help him. He was naturally very happy and proud to see this situation. Just think about it. If his women were lazy, ate his food, and used his things indiscriminately, how would he feel? Yes. Han, this is what we should do. All right, I'll leave first. In your current state, you should rest more. Zhou Han looked at the 2 women's tired faces and reminded them with a smile. It's all your fault. You're so rash. Then you must be careful. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 women, Zhou Han flew out of the villa and went straight to the Firmament Palace to the teleportation location. At this moment, Yi Chun and Lin Feng were already waiting there. You're here. Meng Tian saw Zhou Han and nodded in greeting. It was obvious that they were treated as peers. Zhou Han nodded in response. Since we're all here, let's begin the teleportation. I'll lead the team for this trip to the Cloud Void's sacred palace. I won't restrict your freedom. However, if you encounter any unexpected situations, you have to listen to my orders. Do you understand? Meng Tian's aura surged as he said in an incomparably dignified manner. After all, anything could happen outside the territory of the Firmament Imperial City. Therefore, the purpose of the Firmament Saint Emperor sending Meng Tian was not so much to lead them, but to protect them. After all, the three of them were all the top prodigies under the Firmament Saint Emperor. Their importance to the Firmament Imperial City was self-evident. Once something happened, the losses would be immeasurable. Not all the large factions were harmonious. There were battles openly and secretly. Assassinations of prodigies of enemy factions had naturally happened before. Got it. All three of them spoke. Anyway, there was no restriction on freedom. Moreover, as the right-hand man of the Firmament Saint Emperor, Meng Tian could not have ill intentions toward the three of them. Very good. Activate the special teleportation array. Under Meng Tian's order, a few Imperial guards erupted with violent energy and gathered. It flew towards an array formation that was shining with golden light. Boom. With a loud bang, it was nourished by rich power. The ancient and profound runes on the array kept flowing with a dazzling light. A few seconds later, the array was completely opened, and the power of space spread. Let's go. As Meng Tian spoke, he took the lead and walked into the array. Zhou Han also followed closely behind. In an instant, the spatial power wrapped around him. Looking at the surrounding scenery again, it had changed. They were among white clouds, surrounded by clouds, with a breeze. The scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland. Is this the Cloud Void Sacred Palace? Yichen asked in surprise. Clearly, this was his first time here. We're still far from it. This is only the periphery of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Meng Tian glanced at Yichen. Although he was a little unhappy that Yichen had questioned him yesterday, he still explained. The Cloud Void Sacred Palace is indeed as its name suggests. It used an ancient array to build the palace in the clouds. The flying serpent rides the fog and travels the sky. This is also their favorite environment. To the flying serpent race, it's extremely helpful to their cultivation. Then, the three of them sat on the spirit ship summoned by Meng Tian and listened to him explain some things about the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. For the three of them, it was something they rarely came into contact with, and they listened with interest. By the way, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor has recruited heroes from all over the world with great fanfare. The 9 Sacred City should also join the marriage recruitment. As Meng Tian spoke, his expression suddenly turned grave. 9 Sacred City. Zhou Han frowned. He seemed to have some impression of this name, as if he had heard it somewhere before. By the way, isn't that where Song Yushan was born? The Song family before them is the strongest family in the 9 Sacred City. Soon, Zhou Han remembered that he had obtained relevant information by investigating Song Yushan's Phoenix Cry hairpin. Then, Song Yushan also confessed her background to Zhou Han. Is there anything special about this 9 Sacred City? Zhou Han asked. Since Meng Tian had brought it up alone, the 9 Sacred City naturally had to pay attention. Moreover, it was related to Song Yushan. Zhou Han naturally wanted to find out. After all, she was his woman. If he could find any clues about her parents' deaths, Zhou Han would definitely be willing to do so. The 9 Sacred City is also a huge faction. 9 powerful Saint King-grade experts control absolute power. However, their relationship with our Firmament Imperial City is very bad. There have been many conflicts. After Meng Tian finished speaking, he instructed carefully. Therefore, we have to be especially careful when we encounter the people from the 9 Sacred City this time. Perhaps they will attack. We have to be careful. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.